Even though Miss Feng went to sit in the economy class, she was still really afraid and couldn't relax. She didn't feel relieved until Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left after the plane landed at the airport of City Qing. She was mad at them but couldn't do anything now. City Qing was the capital city of Province Qing. However, City Qing wasn't their destination. They were heading through City Ge to the door to hell. City Ge was near Kunlun Mountain, but they still needed to take a car for almost 2 hours to reach it. Kunlun Mountain wasn't a single mountain, it was a mountain chain, and it spanned 3 provinces. As for the door to hell, it also occupied a huge area. Leng Xiaoting had never been to the place where his parents were caught in the accident that year, so he asked for many details from one of his father's previous subordinates before he came here. It was impossible for them to find the place on their own. His father's loyal subordinates were now the Leng family's supporters, and they all held an important position in the military. They obeyed Leng Xiaoting's orders, and respected the other members of the Leng family too. Some of them ranked higher than Leng Xiaoting, but none of them took him lightly, because Leng Xiaoting was a much younger major general than them. In addition, they relied on Leng Xiaoting's influence to maintain their positions in the army. Leng Xiaoting always stayed alone, but he had helped a lot of people before, so he had powerful connections now. Given Leng Xiaoting's family background, countless people wanted to join his circle. Because there was no direct line from the capital to City Ge, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had to go to City Qing first, and they would transfer to City Ge from City Qing. When they reached City Qing, it was about 4:30 p.m. Around 6 p.m., they would board the plane to City Ge. They spent most of their time in a plane today. Because they already had dined in the plane, they weren't hungry now and left to go look at a car in a car dealership. It was more convenient for them to drive a car themselves to Kunlun Mountain. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting decided to buy a car instead of renting one, because only an off-road vehicle could satisfy their needs. And normally, only ordinary cars were available to be rented, so they made up their mind to directly buy a car. It could save them a lot of effort if they drove their own car. There was a car in Gu Ning's telepathic eye space, but it was a private car and not suitable for mountain roads. Because Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting needed to use a car tomorrow, they had to pick up a car right now. In the end, they chose a Hummer which cost 1,000,000 yuan, and they didn't hesitate to pay the full amount. However, right when Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were about to drive the car away, a young man suddenly ran inside and stopped them. "This car is mine, you can't buy it," said the young man. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting turned to look at the manager with confusion, and the manager seemed astonished when he saw the young man. It was obvious that the young man's words were true. Gu Ning was displeased. "What's going on here?" "Well, this car was booked for him, but he didn't want it when the car arrived, so I returned his deposit," the manager said. Actually, the young man couldn't get his deposit back if the car he booked had already arrived, but he was from a powerful family, so the manager didn't dare to annoy him. Coincidentally, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting liked this car too. Nevertheless, the young man was arrogant and selfish, and he didn't care about Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's feelings at all. "I think you shouldn't come back now after we've already paid the full amount. This car is ours," Gu Ning said. "I just changed my mind and I want it now," the young man said. "So? Let me be honest with you, it's impossible," Gu Ning sighed. "You!" The young man suddenly turned to threaten the manager. "Manager who? Get this car back for me, or your business will have to close." The manager was scared because he wasn't the owner of this car dealership. Therefore he said to Gu Ning, "Miss Gu, I'm terribly sorry, but could you please buy another car? There are many other good cars in our store." "No, I want this one," Gu Ning said. Neither Gu Ning nor Leng Xiaoting were willing to give in. They needed the car right now, and they had already paid the money. Well, manager who didn't know what to do now. He was reluctant to annoy the young man anyway. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? My father is the deputy mayor of City Gu." The young man looked quite proud. A deputy mayor was indeed a senior official in the government, but Gu Ning wasn't afraid at all. "Oh, your father is the deputy mayor of City Gu. So?" Gu Ning cocked her eyebrow. No matter who the deputy mayor of a large city was, He should be smart and clearly know who he could offend and who he couldn't mess with. Anyway, this young man was merely damaging his father's reputation. Manager who was scared when the young man said that loudly in public. This young man was too arrogant to realize that it could damage his father's career in politics. So? I want this car back. The young man looked down his nose at Gu Ning. Shouting, throw him out and beat him to the ground, Gu Ning said to Leng Xiaoting without hesitation. Sure. Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait to do that. When Leng Xiaoting stood up and walked towards the young man couldn't help but step backwards in fear. Don't you dare. Because Leng Xiaoting was tall and strong, he looked quite weak compared to Leng Xiaoting's build. Sir, please. Manager who tried to stop them from causing trouble here. If the son of the deputy mayor of their city was injured in their car dealership would be in trouble too. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Leng Xiaoting directly kicked the young man's stomach and the young man was kicked a few meters away. Seeing that, everyone was shocked by Leng Xiaoting's strength. The young man was kicked out of the door, before heavily falling to the ground. Even the onlookers could feel the pain for him. The young man couldn't move at all and moaned in pain on the ground. He felt completely out of breath. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu? Manager who instantly ran towards the young man filled with anxiety. He prayed to God that the young man would be fine. Relax, he's fine. If his father dares to punish you for his behavior, tell him to contact me. You already have my phone number, right? Gu Ning said to Manager Hu. Manager Hu was a kind man, and she didn't want him to be involved in trouble because of them. Gu Ning left her phone number on the contract, and Leng Xiaoting's name was on it too. Miss Gu, why don't you stay here and wait for our deputy mayor to come? You can deal with it before you leave, Manager Hu said. He was unwilling to face their deputy mayor alone. No need to bother. I can handle it now, Leng Xiaoting said and took out his phone. He walked away and dialed a number. A minute later he came back and told Manager Hu to wait for a while. How dare you kick me? I'll make you regret doing that. Mr. Wu was finally able to say something, but his body was still in great pain. Facing his threat, neither Gu Ning nor Leng Xiaoting bothered to give him a glance. Afterwards Mr. Wu turned to glare at Manager Hu. Call the police and an ambulance now. Manager Hu didn't answer him right away, but turned to ask for Gu Ning's opinions. Gu Ning said, there is no need to call the police. Just call an ambulance. Gu Ning knew that Leng Xiaoting already handled it with a simple call. Since Leng Xiaoting already made a call, there was nothing to worry about. You? Mr. Wu was furious. He didn't hear what Leng Xiaoting said on the phone, but he didn't believe that Leng Xiaoting was more influential in City Gu than his family. Call my father first. Mr. Wu opened his mouth again. Before Mr. Wu could finish his sentence, Gu Ning interrupted him. No need either. Your father is on his way. Hearing that, Mr. Wu was struck dumb. He couldn't believe that Gu Ning was able to contact his father. He thought that Leng Xiaoting probably did that. At this time he started to guess who they were. Either way, Mr. Wu didn't dare to say another word now. He had to wait for his father's arrival. All of a sudden, his phone rang in his pocket. He was surprised, and other people thought that the caller might be their deputy mayor. Because Mr. Wu was in great pain, he couldn't get the phone out of his pocket himself. Get it out for me. Mr. Wu shouted to Manager Hu. Manager Hu ran to help him get his phone at once. Once Manager Hu saw the caller's name, his hand slightly trembled in fear, because it was indeed their deputy mayor. At this moment, Manager Hu believed that Leng Xiaoting was more influential than Mr. Hu's family. Mr. Wu, it's the deputy mayor, Manager Hu said. What? Mr. Wu couldn't believe his ears. All of a sudden, he had a premonition. Mr. Wu didn't answer the call right away, but looked at Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting with mixed emotions. Put it on speaker, Leng Xiaoting said. Manager Hu stared at Mr. Wu for his opinions. Do it. Mr. Wu didn't care about it now. The second the call was answered, Mr. Wu heard his father's angry loud voice. Couldn't you stop causing trouble every day? Don't you know there are some people you can never mess with? You'll ruin our family one day. Apologize to them right now and beg for their forgiveness, or you can die outside." Other people were also shocked by their deputy mayor's words, so they looked at Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning with astonishment. They must be more powerful than their deputy mayor. Mr. Wu was totally struck dumb right now. He ached to ask his father who they were, but he felt too embarrassed to do that at this moment. However, he clearly knew that he had bad luck today. "Did you hear me?" The deputy mayor was waiting for Mr. Wu's answer. Yeah. Mr. Wu agreed at once. With a click, his father hung up on him. Leng Xiaoting simply called a senior official he knew, and the senior official called an important official in City Qing later. Then the important official called the deputy mayor of City Gu. Although the deputy mayor didn't know whom his son had offended, he knew the person must be an important figure. He didn't want his career to be ruined by his stupid son. Moreover, he knew his son very well, and he was sure that it must be his son's fault. Although Leng Xiaoting was bullying his son this time, his son tried to bully them first. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting weren't afraid of the deputy mayor, but they didn't want the staff in the car dealership to get in trouble because of them. After the call with his father, Mr. Wu immediately apologized to Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. "I'm sorry for what I did. Please forgive me this time, and I promise that it won't happen again." He didn't dare to vent his anger on them now. Normally, he relied on his father's power and influence to bully other people, but now his father's influence was useless. "Let's go now." Leng Xiaoting ignored Mr. Wu and wanted to leave with Gu Ning. Mr. Wu already apologized, so there was no need for them to waste time here. No one dared to stop them, so they drove the car away. Manager Hu felt relieved because he was out of trouble too. Mr. Wu watched Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting leaving from his sight, but he still couldn't move. A while later, the ambulance came and Mr. Wu was sent to the hospital. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to dine together before they stayed in a hotel. That night, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't have sex because they weren't in the mood. As they were approaching Kunlun Mountain, they felt very sad and kept thinking about what would happen after they entered the door to hell. Leng Xiaoting mostly worried about whether Gu Ning could become a cultivator. He wasn't sure whether his mother was still alive now. Even if his mother was really dead, he could stay calm, because his mother had passed away for over a dozen years anyway. However, if Gu Ning couldn't become a cultivator, it would seriously affect their future. They didn't sleep well that night, but they stayed energetic. The next day, they got up at 7 a.m. and left for Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain was tall and cold, so Gu Ning prepared winter clothes in her telepathic eye space. After 1.5 hours they arrived. Because they came very early, there weren't many people. Most people stayed outside the door to hell, and only a few visitors dared to enter it. After all, it was a dangerous place. Leng Xiaoting's parents had fallen from a cliff when they were chasing a criminal. Although they were skilled fighters, they still unfortunately lost their lives. Besides, Leng Xiaoting's parents' enemy was too strong. All in all, nobody knew exactly how dangerous the door to hell was. It was said that the shepherds living in Kunlun Mountain would rather let their cattle and sheep starve to death on the Gobi Desert, because they had no fat grass to eat, than let them enter the lush, ancient and silent deep valley of Kunlun Mountain. Because this valley was the Death Valley, covered with wolf fur, bare bones, hunters' steel guns, and deserted hills and solitary graves, conveying a terrifying breath of death to the world. Gu Ning thought that there were probably troublesome ghosts or monsters, which was more reasonable in her opinion. However, scientists believe that it was only due to geomagnetic variation, weather variation, terrain variation, and many other factors that caused such a dangerous place to be born. It wasn't wrong. The door to hell was indeed a place where the weather was fickle, the terrain was rugged and dangerous, with mountains, cliffs, valleys, quagmires, and pools. Peaks, valleys, and water pools were fine, because they could easily be seen, but the quagmire was super dangerous. If one wasn't careful, it would be difficult for him or her to get out of it once he or she stepped into it. Therefore, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see what was under the ground along the way to avoid quagmires. The road got more and more rugged as they went deeper, So Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had to leave their car and begin to walk. Walking wasn't difficult for them because they were quite used to walking for a long distance. After they got out of the car, Gu Ning put it into her telepathic eye space. There was no one else around them, so Gu Ning wasn't worried at all. Leng Xiaoting was already aware of her telepathic eye space, but he was still surprised when he witnessed it. It took about half an hour for them to get to their destination on foot, and they needed to refer to their map to make sure that they were on the right way. Unfortunately, they could only know the approximate location from the map instead of the exact cliff. Although Leng Xiaoting had several old photos of the accident scene, over a dozen years had passed and everything was different now. Even though Gu Ning had a pair of jade eyes, they still spent a lot of time searching for the exact cliff. Luckily, they finally found the place where the accident happened that year. They walked about for a while but failed to find anything useful, but they didn't leave right away. Instead, they took out candles and spirit money to pay their tribute to Leng Xiaoting's parents. Mr. Leng, Mrs. Leng, I'm your daughter-in-law. Xiaoting and I have come to visit you today, Gu Ning said. Although Leng Xiaoting remained silent, he felt quite sad at this moment. Mr. Leng, we found out Mrs. Leng's real identity, so I'm afraid that she's still alive and Gu Ning continued. However, before she could finish, the flame suddenly went up high, which surprised Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning stopped at once and exchanged a glance with Leng Xiaoting. They didn't understand it, and took it as a coincidence. If Xiaoting's mother is really alive, we really want to, Gu Ning said again, and the flames went up high all of a sudden again. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting realized that it couldn't be a coincidence. It must be a hint for something. In order to make sure of it, Leng Xiaoting calmed himself down and cleared his throat before he said, Father, I'm Xiaoting. I came to visit you today, and I have the doubt that my mother is still alive. If you can hear me, please help us find her. The second Leng Xiaoting finished, the flames went up high once more, and strange pictures flashed by in the fire. In the pictures, a man and a woman in camouflage were fighting against another man in a black robe. Because the pictures were vague, they couldn't see their faces, and the man in camouflage was forced to jump off the cliff by the man in a black robe. The woman in camouflage tried to grab him, but the man in a black robe waved his sleeve and dust along with stones on the ground were immediately sent up into the air. The violent storm spun quickly and attacked the woman with great force. The woman wasn't prepared and several stones pierced through her body. Then she fell off the cliff in an instant. At this moment, Gu Ning clearly saw the pair of cruel eyes of the man in a black robe. There was also a big mole under the corner of his right eye, but she still couldn't see his face. The next second, two bodies were lying under the cliff. Both of them were in camouflage. The man lay down with his face up, while the woman faced the ground. After a while, a person came into the picture and replaced the woman in camouflage with another body. That was the end of the pictures. Although Gu Ning couldn't see their faces from the beginning to the end, she was sure that the man and the woman in camouflage must be Leng Xiaoting's parents. As for the man in a black robe, he couldn't be simple, because he could easily cause a violent storm with dust and stones by waving his sleeve. Gu Ning believed that he must be a senior cultivator. She didn't know whether the man was a member of the good practice or the evil practice, but she remembered the big mole under his right eye. She was confident that she could recognize him as long as she was able to see him. Gu Ning was also sure that the person who replaced Yunyao's body with another body wasn't the man who killed Leng Xiaoting's parents, but it still remained unknown whether they were in the same group. It was complicated. Even if Yunyao's body was taken away, it didn't mean that she was still alive. Luckily, Yunyao hadn't betrayed Leng Xiaoting's father. Instead, she was attacked by their enemy right when she wanted to rescue Leng Xiaoting's father. In other words, Yunyao would have been fine if she hadn't tried to rescue Leng Xiaoting's father. Even if Leng Xiaoting's father was killed, Yunyao probably wouldn't commit suicide because they had a little son. What should their son do if both of them were dead? After watching the pictures, Gu Ning was stunned. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoting didn't see the story, because his cultivation was at a low level now. Gu Ning didn't understand why the story unfolded in front of her eyes right now. But she was determined to find the man who killed Leng Xiaoting's parents and the person who took Yunyao's body away. As long as they could find the man who took Yunyao's body away, they would know whether she was still alive. If Yunyao was still alive, they would know who had killed them. Guning knew it was very hard to find a stranger in such a large world, but they had a clue now. Without delay, Guning told Leng Xiaoting what she just saw. Leng Xiaoting was also shocked after hearing the story. He couldn't wait to become a senior cultivator, so that he could enter the cultivation world and find the man who killed his parents. Whether his mother was still alive or not, the man had already killed his mother once. Shouting, "If your mother is still alive, we'll find her sooner or later, and we'll pay the man back. You should be patient with your cultivation, or you might hurt yourself," Guning said to Leng Xiaoting and reminded him to be careful. Sure. Leng Xiaoting nodded. They stayed there for a while longer then left. Since Yunyao's body was taken away, she wouldn't be at Kunlun Mountain now. All of a sudden, Guning remembered her dream. If the dream was real and the woman was really Yunyao, it would be the best result. At this moment, some visitors came to the edge of the door to hell, but none of them dared to walk inside. Therefore, they were all astonished when a car drove out. Jesus, they went inside there. They're bold. Yeah, but I think they didn't go far, or it wouldn't be easy for them to leave. Maybe, but they're quite lucky. Guning and Leng Xiaoting left straight for the Supreme Deity's abode afterwards. There was a long distance between the door to hell and the Supreme Deity's abode, but they could enjoy the beautiful mountain view along the road. Kunlun Mountain was a plateau. It was a mountain from a short distance but seemed to be a cold desert at a long distance. Therefore, from a distance, the tall and majestic Kunlun Mountain looked like nothing on earth, and the snow-capped tower peaks were even more towering and noticeable. It was almost 12 p.m. when they left the door to hell, so they went to dine in a small town halfway. Although it was a small town, it had great surroundings. Guning and Leng Xiaoting went to a delicate diner. It wasn't large but was quite popular. There were about 10 tables in it, and 8 of them were already occupied. Normally, few people dined outside in the morning, but this small restaurant was already crowded at this time. Guning and Leng Xiaoting sat by a vacant table. Because Guning needed to use the washroom, Leng Xiaoting would order. The moment Leng Xiaoting picked up the menu, he was surprised. They were in a northwest area, so the cuisine should be very different from that of the north, but Leng Xiaoting was surprised to find that the dishes on the menu were all from the north area. Most importantly, he saw many of his favorite dishes from during his childhood. He hadn't eaten them for a long time, because they made him feel sad and only his mother had cooked them for him in the past. Ever since his mother passed away, he had deliberately forced himself to forget them. It was like a taboo in his life and it took him a long time to get over it. He was starving now, so he didn't care about the taste and only wanted to have some food. After that, he randomly ordered several dishes. Guning came out of the washroom and they began to enjoy the meal together. Leng Xiaoting ordered 5 dishes in all. He had several mouthfuls of the food, then was struck dumb for a second, because it tasted so familiar. The dishes made him think of his mother again. Leng Xiaoting couldn't help but eat more of the food. After the meal, Guning and Leng Xiaoting continued to go on their road. Shortly after Guning and Leng Xiaoting were gone, a woman in an apron walked out of the small restaurant and watched their car moving out of her sight. "What's wrong, boss?" asked an attendant. "Nothing, I just feel that they look a little strange," the woman said and walked back to the small restaurant. Guning and Leng Xiaoting spent an hour on their meal, and they arrived at the Supreme Deity's abode in another hour. Actually, it was a long trip, but Leng Xiaoting drove very fast, so they saved a lot of time. Because the Supreme Deity's abode was a tourist attraction, there were many visitors. The Supreme Deity's abode was a natural plateau lake. It was very large, with an average elevation of 4,470 meters, about 12,000 meters long from east to west, and about 5,000 meters wide from north to south. The deepest part of the lake was 21.9 meters. Its water was sparkling, green as if it had been dyed, clear and translucent. There were also waterbirds gathering, flying over the lake, or playing in the water. The golden breeze was refreshing, and it was a peaceful scene everywhere. Most importantly, Guning sensed magical power here, although it was rather thin. Unfortunately, they couldn't stay for a long time, because they still needed to deal with their own things after a few days. The Supreme Deity's abode was quite large, but only a small corner of it was open to visitors. Guning and Lung Xiaoting came here for a serious purpose, so they weren't in the mood for touring. Even though the view was breathtaking, they didn't have time to appreciate it. For now, they had to find the Kunlun sect, which was built at the top of the peak. However, the peak was spacious and long, and they had no idea which direction they should go in, so they had to leave the crowd and let the flood dragon out to lead the way. Therefore, Guning and Lung Xiaoting walked to the opposite side of the crowd. Along the way, Guning used her jade eyes to observe the surroundings, but she found nothing special. With the help of her jade eyes, she didn't hesitate to search for the Kunlun sect's place all around the mountain. Even if she failed to find it right now, it didn't mean that it didn't exist, because the Supreme Deity's abode was too large and there were many mountains in view. When Guning and Lung Xiaoting were far from the crowd, Guning let the flood dragon out. She told the flood dragon to help them find the Kunlun sect. Although this wasn't the first time Lung Xiaoting had seen the flood dragon, he still felt nervous when he saw it again. The flood dragon was disappointed once it felt the thin magical power around it. Well, the magical power nowadays is hardly comparable to how it was in the past. I'm so sad about it. Where is the Kunlun sect? Guning asked. Let me have a look at the surroundings first, the flood dragon said. Sure.
Guning nodded.
When the flood dragon was about to move upwards, an idea dawned on it and it said to Guning, "Why don't you sit on me? I'll carry you to the peak and point at the Kunlun sect's place for you." Guning thought it was a good idea, so she told Lung Xiaoting to wait for her at the foot of the mountain, then climbed on the flood dragon's body. The flood dragon moved rapidly, and soon arrived at the peak. They had a broad view at the top and could see most of the Supreme Deity's abode. The flood dragon focused for a while, then made sure of the direction of the Kunlun sect. However, it could only see the approximate location, and the buildings were invisible. Because there were tall mountains one after another, it was all white in their view. The Kunlun sect's place was far from where they were right now, and it would take forever for them to reach there on foot, because there were no plains and they had to climb over mountains. If they wanted to avoid the mountain road, they would take a longer way. In the past, senior members of the Kunlun sect would go outside and come back by flying their swords. There were many senior cultivators in the Kunlun sect anyway. Guning and Lung Xiaoting wouldn't walk there because it took too long. There were no plains either, so they couldn't drive. In that case, they needed to rely on the flood dragon. The flood dragon couldn't fly before it transformed itself to be a dragon, but it could jump. When it jumped, it flew for a short distance. Therefore, both Guning and Lung Xiaoting climbed onto the flood dragon's body, and the flood dragon jumped all the way to their destination. Because the flood dragon repeatedly moved upwards and downwards, Guning and Lung Xiaoting felt like they were taking a roller coaster, which was quite exciting. On their way, they ran into several rabbits, and Guning told the flood dragon to catch one for their dinner tonight. Guning and Lung Xiaoting had no plan to go back today, and they decided to stay in the Kunlun sect's place for several days. Although the Kunlun sect's place had been empty for years and it wasn't comfortable to live in, it could protect them from rain and wind. And there was a quilt in Guning's telepathic eye space, so they didn't need to worry about how they slept tonight. Guning even had pots and spices in her telepathic eye space, so they could cook later. The flood dragon easily got a rabbit. Because the flood dragon moved fast, they arrived at the place within 10 minutes. Afterwards, the flood dragon figured out which mountain the Kunlun sect was located in. They went to the foot of the mountain where the Kunlun sect stayed, and felt much thicker magical power here than was at the Supreme Deity's abode. Lung Xiaoting was excited as a cultivator, and couldn't wait to start his cultivation right here. However, he didn't do that because they still needed to climb up the mountain. In the past, the Kunlun sect was a leading orthodox sect among cultivators, but now it had disappeared for hundreds of years. Although many people came here to climb the mountain for exercise, they never went deep. The Kunlun sect was located in the middle of Kunlun Mountain, so no one was aware of it nowadays. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't hesitate to climb up the mountain, but they didn't sit on the flood dragon's body this time. They needed some time to observe the surroundings along the way. Because a dominant sect had stayed here before, there were stairs for people to climb up and down. The road was a little slippery because of accumulated snow, but Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting weren't affected. Gu Ning didn't put the flood dragon back in her telepathic eye space. She let it out to keep them company. There was no one else around them anyway, and the flood dragon could tell her more about the Kunlun sect. Leng Xiaoting's cultivation was still at a low level now, so he wasn't able to understand other creatures' languages. The flood dragon didn't know much about the Kunlun sect, but Gu Ning merely knew nothing about it. Because the Kunlun sect is the most powerful sect among the cultivators in the ancient time, it had many martial arts cheats, but I don't know whether they still exist now, the flood dragon said. Cultivators need to practice its cultivation and kung fu skills in order to do the best of his ability. Gu Ning then told Leng Xiaoting what the flood dragon explained to her. In the past, senior cultivators could start to learn to fly with their swords, but it needs magic instruments, the flood dragon added. Gu Ning conveyed that message to Leng Xiaoting, then asked the flood dragon, "What are magic instruments?" "They're weapons with magical power and most of them are knives and swords," the flood dragon said.
Gu Ning frowned.
"I had a bronze sword with magical power, but I sold it to someone." She sold the sword to Jiang Zhongyu, and it wasn't likely for her to be able to get it back. Not every weapon with magical power is a magic instrument. Magic instruments are refined into weapons with a variety of precious material treasures in this world. Only the best blacksmith could make them. Cultivators have many professions, and the most common job is martial arts apprentice. Martial arts are also the basic ability of a cultivator. Among 100 cultivators, perhaps only 1 or 2 are good blacksmiths or alchemists, so there are very few magic instruments and medicines, and they are both very expensive. In ancient times, blacksmiths and alchemists were the richest people. Magic instruments all need to recognize their masters and continue to evolve as their masters continue to grow stronger, so they can work better with their masters. Holy artifacts are better than magic instruments because they have autonomous souls and belong to advanced weapons. However, they choose their masters on their own, and they only have loyalty to those who they approve of. Moreover, you don't need to hold holy artifacts in your hands because they live in your body. If you want it to appear or disappear, it will appear and disappear as you want, the flood dragon said. Both Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had learned that about cultivators before, but they weren't sure whether it was true. Since the flood dragon said the same thing to them now, they believed it was highly likely to be true. The flood dragon continued, "My master, your man might need a magic instrument, but you don't because you can help me transform into a dragon and I'll be able to fly then. I can fly faster than magic instruments after all." It was the truth because a dragon was like a god and holy artifacts listened to gods. Unfortunately, Gu Ning had no interest in magic instruments, and she hoped that Leng Xiaoting could have a holy artifact. She wouldn't mind helping the flood dragon transform into a dragon, because it was helpful for her as well. As they climbed up the mountain, Gu Ning didn't forget to use her jade eyes to check the surroundings. She noticed the magical power grew thicker when they climbed higher. However, because they breathed in magical power along the way, they felt energetic and fresh. The mountain was very tall, and the stairs snaked upwards, so it took them a long time to reach the Kunlun sect's place. There was snow everywhere, and they had to walk slowly and be careful. Winter always lasted long here. When they were about 100 meters away from the Kunlun sect's place, Gu Ning saw a beautiful gate. The Kunlun sect was a big sect, so it had a spacious building as its base. In the end, they finally reached the gate of the Kunlun sect's base. Even though hundreds of years had passed by, the place still had an atmosphere of solemnity. In fact, this place was protected by gods, and magical power could help objects and people stay in good shape for hundreds of years. They entered the outer gate and walked 50 meters ahead to the main door of the Kunlun sect's building. Both Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were amazed by the scene behind the main door. There was an unbelievably large square with alabaster ground. It was shiny and made every visitor feel that he or she was too little. At the end of the square, there was a large house, which was the main building of the Kunlun sex base, the Kunlun Temple. Behind the Kunlun Temple, a tall tower was the most noticeable building. The whole Kunlun Temple was surrounded by clouds, causing it to look like heaven. Actually, it used to be a holy place, but it was different now. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, the magical power was even thicker, and it was a terrific place for cultivators to practice their cultivation. Gu Ning couldn't help but wonder why this place wasn't discovered by cultivators from the cultivation world. It was quite strange. Maybe it was because it was too far away from their world, so they weren't able to notice it. Not bad. There is a lot of magical power, the flood dragon said. Although it was still not comparable to the thickness of the past, it was better than nothing. However, even if the square was right in front of their eyes, they couldn't directly walk there, because there was a cliff about 5 meters long which lay in the middle. In other words, the gate of the Kunlun sex base was separated from the Kunlun Temple, and they stood at the top of 2 different mountains. There used to be a cable bridge, but now it was broken and gone, so they couldn't directly walk over it. Luckily, they had the flood dragon with them, and it was super easy for the flood dragon to jump over. Without hesitation, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting climbed onto the flood dragon's body again, and it quickly jumped over the cliff, then walked towards the Kunlun Temple. At the same time, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see what was in the temple, because this place had been far from the normal people's world for years. In addition, there was a lot of thick magical power which could also attract monsters. Fortunately, there was nothing but some white bones in the Kunlun Temple. Well, it seems that the Kunlun sect was exterminated, the flood dragon sighed. Even though the Kunlun sect was the #1 sect among cultivators, it didn't mean that it would be powerful forever. After doing a round in the temple, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked to the backyard. Because the Kunlun sect's base was very large, it was impossible for them to see every corner of it. When it was almost 6 p.m., they decided to have dinner. They were starving after traveling for such a long time. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting found a study and planned to use it as their bedroom for the following days. In fact, Gu Ning thought that it would be a broken place after so many years had passed by, but she was surprised to find that many parts of it were still in a good condition. Gu Ning then told the flood dragon to enjoy itself for a while. She knew that it ached to go around the Kunlun sect's base. After that, Gu Ning began to clean the study and she read some of the books stored in the room. They were all ancient books and were quite valuable. Once the study was clean again, Gu Ning took out her pots and she was ready to cook. Leng Xiaoting, however, stopped her and told her to have a rest, and that he would deal with it. Gu Ning didn't bother to argue with him, so she left the pots on the table. Nevertheless, she didn't go to have a rest. Instead, she took out a tent from her telepathic eye space and made up a comfortable bed. They would stay and sleep together for the next few days, but they wouldn't have sex in a strange wild place. When the tent and bed were ready, Gu Ning took out a book to read. She didn't stand up until Leng Xiaoting prepared the meal well. There was no signal, so Gu Ning forwarded her calls to Qiao Ye's phone, because her family would be worried about her if they couldn't get through to her. In the ancient times, people used traditional characters, so it was a little difficult for Gu Ning to read them. Gu Ning knew a lot of things, but she wasn't familiar with everything. So when she had some trouble with the content, she ran to ask Leng Xiaoting. To her surprise, Leng Xiaoting understood many traditional characters. Leng Xiaoting was able to read traditional characters because of Master Leng. Master Leng liked traditional characters very much, and he always practiced his handwriting in traditional characters. When Leng Xiaoting was a little boy, he had stayed by Master Leng's side for a long time, so he learned a lot from Master Leng. The rabbit caught by the flood dragon was roasted. Leng Xiaoting also cooked 2 dishes and a soup. An hour later, the meal was ready, and they shared it together. After they finished dinner, Leng Xiaoting went to wash the dishes before Gu Ning put them back into her telepathic eye space. Without delay, they went on observing the Kunlun sect's base, because a lot of it still remained unknown to them. Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see what was under the ground as well, but she found no secret rooms or roads. A while later, the flood dragon suddenly came back and said to Guning in a hurry, "My master, the magical power of the tall tower over there is quite strong, and it kept pushing me away once I approached it. Why don't you go over and have a look?" Hearing that, Guning got curious and agreed at once. The tower sat at the top of another mountain, and there was another gap in the middle without a bridge. So Guning and Lung Shouting again reached there with the help of the flood dragon. Once they moved near the tower, they indeed felt thicker and stronger magical power, but it came from the tower itself, and the magical power around the tower was still thinner. The tower had 9 floors. Guning didn't go inside right away when they stood in front of the tower. Instead, she used her jade eyes to see inside first. However, Guning saw nothing inside, and it was completely dark, which made her feel quite strange, because that had never happened before. Even if it was completely dark in the tower, Guning's jade eyes could see everything clearly, so it was strange that she couldn't see anything now. Guning had a feeling that something stopped her jade eyes from seeing inside the tower. She didn't know what it was, but there must be a reason for it. This was the first time that Guning's jade eyes had been useless, and she felt upset. Nevertheless, precisely because of that, she got more curious about what was in the tower. "What's wrong?" Lung Shouting asked with concern. "My jade eyes are suddenly useless and I can't see what's in the tower," Guning said. "We can just go inside." "Sure," Lung Shouting said. "Jiao, you can stay here and wait for us," Guning said to the flood dragon. Since it felt stressed once it approached the tower, she wouldn't force it to go inside with them. "No problem, master," the flood dragon said. After that, Guning and Lung Shouting walked forward together. But Lung Shouting moved a step ahead of her and protected her with his body. If anything dangerous happened, he could protect her from danger. Even if Guning was stronger than him in some aspects, he didn't want her to be hurt. Although it wasn't the first time that he had done that, Guning still felt touched every time Lung Shouting did that. This was love, and they always cared about each other more than themselves. As they approached the tower, the magical power grew thicker, but they didn't feel as stressed as the flood dragon had felt. Guning didn't doubt the flood dragon's words. Because the flood dragon was very different from human beings, there was probably something in the tower that could chase different creatures away. Before the flood dragon became a dragon, it was counted as a monster, and it would feel stressed when faced with magic instruments. Normally magic instruments were swords and knives, but they were more than swords and knives. Magic instruments included any kinds of tools used in religious temples for prayers, meditations, offerings, ceremonies, etc. Prayer beads carried by religious believers, or even tin rods and other tools for practice could also be called magic instruments. Guning didn't know whether there were magic instruments in the tower, but she hoped there were. Even if they couldn't get holy artifacts, magic instruments were also helpful. Lung Shouting reached out his hand, trying to push the door open. Surprisingly, the door was unbelievably heavy and he failed to move it at all. Guning and Lung Shouting exchanged a glance. There must be a catch somewhere. "Let's find where the catch is," Guning said. "Sure," Lung Shouting said. Then they began to search around for the catch. They searched for it for a long while but couldn't find it, and both of them felt quite disappointed. "Does it need a password?"
Guning kuesset.
Lung Shouting frowned. "It'll be very difficult if it needs a password." There were too many characters and numbers. It was impossible for them to figure out the password within a short time. Even if the password only consisted of numbers, it was still very hard. "Let me have a try," Guning said. Actually, she had no confidence at all, but she simply thought that she should do something. Lung Shouting was curious about what she would do and say. The next second, Guning suddenly said to the door, "Abracadabra."
Imsuri.
Once she said that aloud, Guning couldn't help but laugh out loud herself. It was so ridiculously funny. Lung Shouting was also amused. "Am I childish?" Guning felt a little embarrassed. The password of a leading Orthodox sex base couldn't be so simple. "No at all, I think you're adorable." Lung Shouting smiled at her. In his eyes, Guning was the most lovable girl in this world. Hearing that, Guning flushed. "Well, I think we can go back now." Let's see what we can find about this tower from the books in the study, Leng Xiaoting said. After all, they could do nothing right here right now. Guning nodded and they went back together. When they were back in the study, Guning told Leng Xiaoting to practice his cultivation while she would search for information about the tower on her own. She had a great memory anyway, so it was easy for her to do that. Afterwards, she gave Leng Xiaoting her night luminescent pearl. Take this with you, it can help you collect magical power. The night luminescent pearl could absorb magical power on its own, so magical power would be accumulated faster if Leng Xiaoting had it with him. Great! Leng Xiaoting took it. He knew that it was helpful for his cultivation. After that, he walked out and sat cross-legged on the stone table in the yard and began to practice his cultivation. The magical power was thicker outside than that in the room. Although it was winter and cold, Leng Xiaoting was strong and he was already a cultivator now, so the cold was nothing for him. In addition, when he absorbed the magical power into his body became warm, so he didn't feel cold at all. Guning searched for a long time and flipped through almost every book in the study, but she still failed to find any information about the tower. It wasn't a surprising result, so Guning didn't feel disappointed. Leng Xiaoting's practice lasted for a long time, and Guning raised her head to give him a glance once in a while. Although there was no one else in this building, there could be plants or animals that already became beings or evil monsters around. Guning was right, because there were indeed plants that already became beings in the Kunlun sex space. When Guning pulled her glance back from Leng Xiaoting, a lovely jumping snow lotus caught her attention. It was attracted to the magical energy spreading from Leng Xiaoting's body. For years there was only magical power in the Kunlun temple, and magical energy came with cultivators, so it aroused the snow lotus's curiosity. When the snow lotus saw that Leng Xiaoting was in the middle of his practice, it wasn't afraid at all, because it knew that he couldn't stop. The next second, the snow lotus noticed the night luminescent pearl in Leng Xiaoting's arms, and it wanted to pick it up. It went in front of Leng Xiaoting. Although it didn't make any sound along the way, its body was glowing, so Leng Xiaoting felt the light once it moved near. His eyes were closed, but he could feel the sudden light. In addition, he also smelt a pleasant smell. Leng Xiaoting had to be alert because of the sudden light and fragrance, but he couldn't stop his practice right now, or he would be badly hurt. Luckily, Guning wasn't far from him, and he believed that she could protect him. Right at this moment, Guning was surprised by the scene. She recognized the snow lotus with a simple glance. The snow lotus was a high-altitude plant, over 12,000 feet above sea level, with brilliant white flowers appearing over dark green leaves which grew through the rocks of mountain peaks. The whole plant was harvested in July and August to yield the herb that was used as a tonic for weakness, a therapy for menstrual disorders, and a remedy for arthritis. Due to the harsh environment of the snow lotus and the strong demand for its use in traditional herbalism, the snow lotus was quite rare. A snow lotus which was over 50 years old could be as effective as Guning's magical power. It was hard to find a snow lotus nowadays. Even if people could find some snow lotuses now, they weren't old or effective enough. There were cultivated snow lotuses on the market as well, but their effect as medicinal material was small. Cultivated snow lotuses could only help to improve one's physical condition, but couldn't cure any illnesses. Guning was afraid that the snow lotus would interrupt Leng Xiaoting the moment she saw it, but then she thought that it wasn't a bad thing. Because this snow lotus had already become a being, it must be over 100 years old. A snow lotus being could be more effective than Guning's magical power. In cultivators' eyes, a snow lotus being was even better than a great magical pill. If a cultivator could take a snow lotus being, he or she could directly own its cultivation. In that case, the cultivator could go up 3 levels at the most. Guning decided to catch the snow lotus being for Leng Xiaoting, because it was very helpful for him to improve his cultivation. Without delay, she ran outside. Because the snow lotus already became a being, it had acute senses. Once Guning ran outside, it felt her and ran away. Even though it was a being now, it had no fighting skills and was afraid of human beings. Luckily, it moved unusually fast and disappeared in a second. Gu Ning had a pair of jade eyes, so she knew where the snow lotus being was hiding itself, but she hesitated to chase after it. What if something else appeared when she was absent? The snow lotus being was very important, but Lung Xiaoting's safety was more important. Therefore, Gu Ning gave up for the time being. She would search for it after Lung Xiaoting finished his practice. However, right at this moment, the flood dragon came back and said with great excitement, "Master, I just found a snow lotus." The flood dragon came back because it smelt the snow lotus. A snow lotus wasn't only helpful for cultivators, it was also useful for monsters and ghosts. The flood dragon was quite excited, but unfortunately it lost the snow lotus. The flood dragon lost the hint of the snow lotus, not because he moved slower than it, but because the snow lotus was tiny in its eyes. The flood dragon was too large, so it was very easy for the snow lotus to hide from the flood dragon. The snow lotus quickly ran into a gap between rocks, and the flood dragon couldn't do anything about it. Besides, the flood dragon didn't want to make loud noises in case Lung Xiaoting was interrupted. Luckily, as long as the distance between them was shorter than 10 meters, the flood dragon could still smell the snow lotus and followed it up here. "I just found it too, but it ran away. You can stay here and guard Xiaoting." "I'll chase it," Gu Ning said. If she could catch the snow lotus, she wouldn't forget to share it with the flood dragon. Lung Xiaoting couldn't absorb the energy of the whole snow lotus, because he was still at a low level. It might hurt his body if he took the whole flower. In addition, the flood dragon had helped her a lot by now, and she should offer it something helpful for it to become a dragon. She was the flood dragon's master, and it would do her good too if the flood dragon still had loyalty to her after it became a dragon. Gu Ning wasn't afraid of any mortals, but there were many creatures other than mortals in this world. She wasn't sure whether she could protect herself well if she encountered strong ghosts or monsters. Even the flood dragon was stronger than her, and she was able to tame it only because she had the telepathic eye space. Anyway, the flood dragon was her greatest helper now. "No problem." The flood dragon agreed. It stayed to guard Lung Xiaoting, and Gu Ning chased the snow lotus at once. She wasn't actually slow, but she was much slower than the snow lotus. Because the snow lotus could move along dangerous cliffs and tall mountains while Gu Ning could only be quick on flat ground, she had no advantage in the chase. In fact, she was even worse than the flood dragon because the flood dragon could jump and fly for a short distance, but she couldn't. However, she was reluctant to give up. Gu Ning hoped that she could have good luck today and catch the snow lotus as soon as possible. Sometimes it relied on one's luck and wits to achieve something. Although Gu Ning was much slower than the snow lotus didn't run far away. Because it didn't see anyone following it, it went to have a rest in a gap on the steep side of the hill. Gu Ning chased it for a while, then found it with her jade eyes. However, the snow lotus hid itself on the steep side of the hill, and it was 5 meters away from Gu Ning. There was a cliff at the front, so Gu Ning couldn't take the risk. It was snowy and she could die if she slipped by accident. Therefore, if the snow lotus was unwilling to leave the dangerous place, she could only stand there and watch it from the side. Gu Ning was reluctant to waste time here. Luckily, even though the snow lotus already became a being, it wasn't very smart and didn't know that it would be safe as long as it stayed in the gap. It panicked once it smelt a stranger coming and ran away again. Gu Ning noticed its reaction, so she kept scaring it by hitting the rocks with a rope. When the rope heavily hit the rocks and made scary sounds, the snow lotus was frightened. It was too terrified to stay in the gap. A few seconds later, it suddenly jumped out in fear. It didn't jump down the cliff, but continued to run ahead. Gu Ning saw that the road wasn't rugged, so she chased it. Nevertheless, the snow lotus was far ahead of her. It wasn't easy for Gu Ning to catch it up, but she didn't give up. Because the snow lotus was glowing, Gu Ning could easily see it without the help of her jade eyes. It consumed her magical power whenever Gu Ning used her jade eyes. So since the snow lotus didn't leave her sight, there was no need for her to use her jade eyes. Jade eyes could make things bigger in Gu Ning's eyes when they were far away, so she could see them clearly. However, if there was something which was 10 meters thick in her way, she wouldn't be able to see what was behind it. Therefore, as long as there was nothing standing between her and the snow lotus, it wasn't difficult for Gunning to chase the snow lotus. The snow lotus couldn't smell Gunning when Gunning was 10 meters behind it, so it stopped after a while. However, Gunning soon appeared again, and the snow lotus started to run once more. It stopped once Gunning was far behind it and kept on running the second Gunning caught up. It seemed that the snow lotus was playing with Gunning, and Gunning could never catch it. Even though Gunning knew that the snow lotus didn't do it on purpose, she was still mad at it. Right at this moment, a white fox suddenly dashed over. It threw itself at the snow lotus, which surprised Gunning, because her plan would be ruined if this white fox got the snow lotus. Therefore, Gunning ran ahead with a handgun in her hand and she pointed it at the white fox. The white fox also noticed Gunning, but it didn't take her seriously because she was only a mortal in its eyes. It didn't know what a gun was, so it wasn't prepared at all. A bullet moved super fast, and the white fox wasn't far from Gunning, so it was impossible for the white fox to avoid the bullet. The bullet hit its tail, causing it to scream in pain. The white fox left the snow lotus behind and began to attack Gunning. Although it felt great pain with a bullet in its tail, it was still strong. The white fox showed its sharp teeth and howled in great anger. Although it was just a howl, Gunning could understand its language. The white fox. Damn you, stupid mortal, how dare you hurt me? The white fox was a monster now, so it disdained mortals. At this moment, Gunning had to withdraw her sight from the snow lotus and focus on the fight against the fox. Because the Kunlun temple was far away, Lung Shouting and the flood dragon didn't hear the gunshot. When Lung Shouting was in his practice, he could hear other people's conversation, so he knew that Gunning just left him. The flood dragon was left to protect him, so he wasn't worried. The white fox was quite strong, but it was still no match for Gunning. To its astonishment, Gunning was unusually powerful, and it had the idea to give in. However, Gunning wouldn't allow it to escape, because she knew that foxes harbored bitter resentment and might return to pay her back in the future. Therefore, Gunning seized a chance and put it into her telepathic eye space. After she solved the problem caused by the white fox, the snow lotus was nowhere to be found. Gunning felt disappointed, but she could do nothing about it now. All of a sudden, Gunning remembered the male ghost in her telepathic eye space. She had kept it inside for days, and it was time for her to deal with it now. Gunning thought for a while, then let the male ghost out. The male ghost didn't look surprised when it saw Gunning again, but it didn't understand why her clothes were different. In addition, the surroundings were also different. When it saw her last time, it was still summer, but now it was winter. The male ghost was shocked and confused. There was also thick magical power around them. What is going on here? The male ghost stared at Gunning. Do you still remember what I told you last time?
Gunning sighed.
As long as I touch you, you'll have to listen to me. Of course I still remember it, the male ghost said. Well, do you still remember the feeling when I touched you last time? Gunning continued. I just felt that my soul was pulled out of my body, and now I'm here at a very strange place, said the male ghost. The male ghost had no idea of what had happened after he was put into Gunning's telepathic eye space. In its eyes, it was just like a blink of time. Now the male ghost finally realized that Gunning was much more powerful than it thought. All of a sudden, it felt scared of her. Right, your soul was pulled into my telepathic eye space, and your memory and consciousness stopped at that moment. We're at a place which is more than 3,000 kilometers away from your grave, and days have passed by, Gunning said. It was necessary for her to let the male ghost know her ability if she wanted it to listen to her, but she wouldn't tell it about her jade eyes. What? The male ghost was shocked. It couldn't believe a word Gunning just told him. However, it felt excited once it found out that it was out of the control of the grave. It was free now. Well, do you still want to act against me? Gunning asked. Of course not, said the male ghost. Great. Shouldn't you tell me your obsession now?
Gunning sighed.
Why? I already left the grave and I won't affect you anymore, the male ghost said. It was unwilling to leave this world, and even had curiosity about it. Gunning changed her expression, because she was displeased when the male ghost changed its mind. Although Guning wouldn't force it to go into the next incarnation, it would be a troublemaker if it stayed here. If you stay in the mortal's world, it's against the rules and you'll be punished by the gods, Guning said. So what? I've stayed here for a long time and nothing has happened, the male ghost said, and didn't think it was a big deal. It had heard of the punishment from the gods, but had never witnessed it before, so it had doubts about it. In addition, even if it really existed, it hadn't encountered it yet. Anyway, it was unwilling to leave right now. Instead, it decided to live its life by following its heart this time. Thinking of that, the male ghost looked more determined. What do you want to do here? Guning asked. To improve my cultivation without doubt, because there is thick magical power, said the male ghost and showed great ambition in its eyes. It wanted to have a normal body to live in, and it had a chance to live like an ordinary person if it was able to reach a high level. It's not easy, Guning said. In fact, it took years for a ghost to obtain a real body to live in by improving its cultivation with magical power. Guning didn't think that this male ghost had patience for it. Besides, it carried heavy grudges, so it was impossible for it to only do the right things. I want to give it a try, said the male ghost. Are you sure? Guning asked. Yes, I'm sure. The male ghost nodded, and it felt slightly annoyed that Guning kept asking it questions like that. Fine, I'm afraid I can't stop you right now, Guning said and took out a porcelain bottle from her telepathic eye space. Since fate brought us together, I can help you if you really want to improve your cultivation. This is a bottle of magical power crystals that you can take if you want. Guning opened the porcelain bottle in case the male ghost didn't believe her. Once it was opened, the male ghost smelt the pure, thick magical power and its eyes lit up. Thank you so much. The male ghost was thrilled. It was fully attracted to the magical power crystals, so it didn't think further about why Guning did that. It reached out its hands to take the bottle. However, right when its hands were about to touch the porcelain bottle disappeared and Guning caught its hands the next second. The male ghost was scared, but it was already put back into Guning's telepathic eye space again. The porcelain bottle was simply a bait. Guning brought this male ghost out, so she shouldn't allow it to stay here after she knew what it planned to do. If the male ghost was unwilling to tell her his obsession, she could only purify it with the help of her telepathic eye space. It was also possible that she would tell the flood dragon to destroy it one day in the future. Guning sighed after she put the male ghost back in her telepathic eye space. Then she walked back. When she got back to the Kunlun temple, it was already past 12 a.m. Lung Xiaoting was still waiting for Guning in the yard. Because he didn't know where Guning went and when she would come back, he stayed in the same place waiting for her. He was worried about Guning, and hoped that she would be fine. The flood dragon was absent at this moment, because Lung Xiaoting felt uneasy when it was with him. The flood dragon understood that Lung Xiaoting wasn't weak, so it left once he finished his practice. Nevertheless, the flood dragon didn't go far, but stayed in a corner of the yard. It was curious to know the latest condition of the snow lotus. My master, how is it? Asked the flood dragon once it saw Guning. I didn't catch it, but I'll search for it later, Guning said. It wasn't a surprising result. The flood dragon trusted Guning, and didn't think that she was lying. It had known Guning for a long time and knew Guning very well. Even if Guning wouldn't share the snow lotus being with it, she would still give it something else as reward. In addition, Guning indeed failed to catch the snow lotus today. After that, the flood dragon left and Guning walked into the temple. Ningning, are you all right? Lung Xiaoting walked towards her at once. Why don't you go into the room? It's cold outside, Guning asked. She knew that Lung Xiaoting stayed in the yard because he was worried about her, but she hoped that he would take good care of himself too. I was worried about you, said Lung Xiaoting. Guning smiled and they went into the room together. Afterwards, Guning told Lung Xiaoting what she had gone through with the snow lotus being. Lung Xiaoting absolutely wanted to get the snow lotus after knowing about its great effect, but he was unwilling to see Guning being so tired because of him. However, he couldn't stop it, because Guning was determined to do what she planned to do. so Lung shouting only reminded her to be careful. He also wanted to chase for the Snow Lotus with her the next time, so Guning agreed. Because of the appearance of the white fox, Guning realized that the Kunlun sex place was very dangerous, and it was better if they stayed together. It was safer if they stayed together because they were stronger together. Late that night, Guning and Lung shouting went to sleep. In the capital city, Tang Bingsin finally found Qi Ziyue and arranged for some people to catch him. Actually, Chen Yunlin's father leaked the information to Tang Bingsin. Chen Yunlin had stayed in the hospital to take care of Qi Ziyue these days, but her older brother, Chen Bingxi, found out by accident. One of Chen Bingxi's friends was sick, so he went to visit his friend in the same hospital and coincidentally saw Chen Yunlin. He didn't greet Chen Yunlin but instead followed her, because she had been acting very strangely recently and her family was worried about her. Ziyue, what did the doctor say? Chen Yunlin asked with concern. I'm recovering steadily now and I can leave the hospital in a few days, Qi Ziyue said. Wonderful. Chen Yunlin was delighted. Let's enjoy the meal now. She came to the hospital once she got off work and brought many delicious dishes for Qi Ziyue. Chen Bingxi was stunned when he heard Qi Ziyue's voice from the ward. Because he was familiar with Qi Ziyue, he easily recognized his voice. Chen Bingxi was mad when he found out that his younger sister was still with Qi Ziyue. He knew what had happened with Qi Ziyue, and it wasn't a secret that the Tang family was searching for him. Although Tang Bingsin didn't turn to the police for help, he would find Qi Ziyue sooner or later. Once Qi Ziyue was caught by the Tang family, he was doomed to be punished severely. Chen Yunlin was protecting the Tang family's bitter enemy, so the Tang family might get angry at her as well. Their family could also be affected, which was the last thing Chen Bingxi wanted to see. Chen Bingxi was aware of Chen Yunlin's romantic relationship with Qi Ziyue a few years ago, but he was surprised that the two still kept in touch with each other. It was a serious matter, and Chen Bingxi had to talk about it with his father. Chen Bingxi's father was frightened when he learned about it, and he was very angry at Chen Yunlin's behavior. The Tang family hadn't hesitated to ruin the Qi family years ago, and the Chen family could be punished too this time. They wouldn't allow their family to be ruined because of Chen Yunlin's stupid behavior. So Chen Yunlin's father called her and told her to come back home as soon as possible. Chen Yunlin tried to deny it when her father questioned her about Qi Ziyue, but her father wasn't dumb. He severely criticized her and forbade her from acting against the Tang family again. Chen Yunlin felt like crying, but also realized that she shouldn't have helped Qi Ziyue without thinking about the impact on her family. She didn't want her family to be ruined for Qi Ziyue. If her family was ruined, she wouldn't be fine either. She shouldn't mess with the Tang family. However, she really loved Qi Ziyue and didn't have the heart to stand aside and watch him being tortured. You can't visit Qi Ziyue again from now on, understand? Her father warned her. I know. Chen Yunlin nodded. Although Chen Yunlin agreed, her father was still worried. You can stay home these days. Don't go anywhere except for your workplace. I'll arrange for a chauffeur to send you to work and pick you up. Father. Chen Yunlin wanted her freedom. What? Didn't you agree with me on that? Her father frowned. Even though her father wasn't aware of her old romantic relationship with Qi Ziyue, her father knew that they were very close in the past. I'm sorry. Chen Yunlin had to apologize to her father. Yunlin, don't be so stupid. You know we can't mess with the Tang family. What if our family is ruined because of Qi Ziyue? Her father was annoyed. Chen Yunlin felt scared. I understand, father. She had to give up the idea of secretly helping Qi Ziyue. All right, I need to go out now. Bingxi, pay more attention to your younger sister, Chen Yunlin's father said. Sure. Chen Bingxi agreed. It was only 8 p.m. and their father sometimes went out to socialize with his friends at this time, so neither of them felt it was strange. Although Chen Yunlin agreed to cut her relationship with Qi Ziyue, her father still believed that he should deal with it as soon as possible. He was left no choice but to be a bad guy now, so he decided to report it to the Tang family. As long as the Tang family found Qi Ziyue, Chen Yunlin and their family would be safe. The Tang family was too powerful, and he was unwilling to risk their family's future. In addition, the Tang family might have a good impression of him if he helped them find Qi Ziyue. Anyway, he hoped that his family could stay safe. Because there was a huge gap between the Chun family and the Tang family as to their social status, Chun Yunlin's father didn't have Tang Bingsun's number. So he had to turn to his friend who was an official in the government for help. This friend had a close relationship with him, so he didn't bother to hide his intention to contact Tang Bingsun from his friend. His friend didn't ask further about it and agreed to help him. However, his friend didn't dare to just give him the number of Tang Bingsun's secretary, and needed to ask for permission first. Chun Yunlin's father completely understood. A few minutes later, his friend called him back and gave him the number of Tang Bingsun's secretary. Without delay, Chun Yunlin's father called Tang Bingsun's secretary and said that he hoped to have a meeting with Tang Bingsun as soon as possible. At this time, Tang Bingsun was working overtime in his company and his secretary was by his side, so his secretary reported it to him. Tang Bingsun was excited when he heard the information about Qi Ziyue. Once he caught Qi Ziyue, he would go on to catch Tang Aining, which was actually a bigger problem for him. Tang Bingsun agreed to meet Chun Yunlin's father. His secretary then told Chun Yunlin's father to come to the headquarters of the Tang organization. Chun Yunlin's father was thrilled to see Tang Bingsun. He was quite nervous in front of Tang Bingsun, but Tang Bingsun was very kind to him. After that, Chun Yunlin's father told Tang Bingsun the name of the hospital that Qi Ziyue stayed in and the number of his ward. Tang Bingsun didn't doubt his words, because he believed that Chun Yunlin's father didn't dare to lie to his face. Since Tang Bingsun learned where Qi Ziyue hid, he would find out about Chun Yunlin's relationship with Qi Ziyue sooner or later. In order to protect Chun Yunlin and their family, Chun Yunlin's father was very honest with Tang Bingsun. He explained to Tang Bingsun that Chun Yunlin was willing to take care of Qi Ziyue because she had sympathy for him. Tang Bingsun actually didn't care about Chun Yunlin, because all he wanted to do now was to catch Qi Ziyue. Because Chun Yunlin's father reported it to him, Tang Bingsun should thank Chun Yunlin's father in some way, but not right now. Although the Chun family was much poorer than the Tang family, it didn't lack money. Besides, Tang Bingsun tended to build a good image in front of other people, especially outsiders. When they finished the conversation, Tang Bingsun repeatedly thanked Chun Yunlin's father, then told his secretary to walk Chun Yunlin's father out. Chun Yunlin's father soon left. Without hesitation, Tang Bingsun arranged for some people to find out whether Qi Ziyue was really staying in the hospital right now. Once he made sure of it, he decided to take Qi Ziyue away in the night. There were too many people in the hospital before midnight, so he needed to be patient. He wanted to attract as little attention as possible. Because Tang Bingsun had an illegal gang to help him, he didn't need to catch Qi Ziyue himself. Moreover, those gangsters were used to doing bad deeds, and it was pretty easy for them to catch a man. Everything went smoothly as Tang Bingsun wanted. Qi Ziyue was soon taken away by a group of strong men. Although many nurses and doctors saw them, nobody dared to stop them. As for other visitors in the hospital, they had already run far away. It wasn't their fault because Qi Ziyue was only a stranger to them. It wasn't their duty to risk their lives to rescue a stranger, especially when they had no idea what was going on. A doctor called the police after the group of gangsters left, but the police didn't arrive until Qi Ziyue had been taken away for a long time. So when the police wanted to chase them, they were nowhere to be found. It was late at night as well, so it was very difficult for the police to chase the criminals. Besides, those gangsters were experienced criminals, and they knew where they should hide. Tang Bingsun wasn't in a hurry to see Qi Ziyue, because Qi Ziyue was already in his people's hands. Qi Ziyue was knocked unconscious before he was taken away, but he caught a glimpse of the group of strong men. When he woke up again, he was locked in a dark, dirty underground room. He was scared, and soon realized that the group of men must have been sent over by Tang Bingsun. He didn't know that it had something to do with Chun Yunlin. He had stayed by Tang Bingsun's side for years, so he knew that Tang Bingsun had the help of an illegal gang. Qi Ziyue tried to move a little, but found that he was tied tightly to a chair with his mouth sealed with tape. It was impossible for him to make any sounds now. There was a dim light in the room, but he could only see a thick layer of dust on the ground. Chi Ziyue knew that his life was in a lot of danger now, and felt hopeless, but he was unwilling to accept this result. He still had a lot of things to do. Although there was no one else in the underground room, there were surveillance cameras, and Chi Ziyue was under full control. The only access to this room was a door, so Chi Ziyue couldn't run away. An hour later, Chi Ziyue suddenly had a terrible attack of his drug addiction. It was excruciating torture for him, and the chair fell down and heavily hit the ground during his struggle, which awakened the man who was sleeping before the monitor. The man realized that Chi Ziyue was having an attack of drug addiction because he was quite familiar with that reaction. After that, he reported it to his leader at once, because they received an order that Chi Ziyue couldn't die. Another man came later and helped Chi Ziyue take some drugs and unsealed his mouth. Chi Ziyue was on drugs now, so he could easily die if he couldn't breathe properly. They were in a remote place, and no one could hear him even if he shouted loudly. However, even though they didn't care about how Chi Ziyue shouted, they still warned him to be quiet, or they would stop helping him take drugs. Chi Ziyue knew that he couldn't escape this time. He fell into despair, and didn't dare to shout another word. It was useless. The police searched for him for a whole night, but found nothing. When they found out that Chi Ziyue was taken away by a group of gangsters, they lost interest in this case and gave up. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got up early the next morning. Leng Xiaoting went to practice his cultivation, while Gu Ning watched him from the side. After a while, she went to prepare breakfast for them. Leng Xiaoting had to stay in a quiet place for his practice, so Gu Ning did her best not to interrupt him. The flood dragon also needed time and space to improve its own cultivation. Gu Ning, however, didn't need to do that regularly. Leng Xiaoting was still at a low level as a cultivator, so he couldn't stop improving himself. He needed to learn to use qi, the circulating life force inside his body. When a cultivator learned how to use qi, qi would accumulate in his body and solidify into a pellet. Afterwards, a cultivator could really show his abilities. He could use qi to lift and get any objects he wanted to have. As a cultivator's level grew higher, his abilities would be greatly improved. Leng Xiaoting still lacked experience and practice, so he needed to be patient. About 2 hours later, Leng Xiaoting finished his practice, and the breakfast was ready. She put the breakfast in her telepathic eye space to keep it warm, so it was like magic when she took it out from her telepathic eye space. To be honest, Leng Xiaoting always felt inferior to Gu Ning, because she was too outstanding and he believed that he should protect her. But the reality was quite the opposite. Therefore, he made up his mind to work harder on his cultivation in order to protect Gu Ning, because he knew that there was a lot of unknown danger ahead of them. Have some food, and then we can go to the tower again later, Gu Ning said. Sure. Leng Xiaoting agreed. He was curious about the tower too. After having breakfast, they went outside together, heading to the tower. If they wanted to go to the tower, they needed the flood dragon's help, so Gu Ning called the flood dragon over and told it to take them there. The flood dragon waited aside and watched Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walking towards the tower. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were unwilling to give up, so they kept on looking for the catch. All of a sudden, Gu Ning had an idea. Maybe we need to use magical energy to open it. Magical energy was the energy made by magical power. However, Leng Xiaoting wasn't able to form magical energy right now. Gu Ning thought for a while but didn't think it was a good idea, because the tower would be vulnerable if magical energy could easily open its door. Once again, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see the inside of the tower, but she only saw darkness. Gu Ning was disappointed because she had never been through something like that before. Nevertheless, she was still unwilling to give up, at least not before she left here. Fine, forget it. Xiaoting, why don't you start your practice right here? There is thicker magical power, Gu Ning said and gave Leng Xiaoting her night luminescent pearl. Great. Leng Xiaoting took the night luminescent pearl over, then sat cross-legged on the ground. Unfortunately, right when Lung Shouting began to practice today, the magical power around him surged over, followed by Gang Qi. Gang Qi referred to the energy of vigor and righteousness. When a cultivator learned to use Qi, he needed to absorb all kinds of energy in this world. Because of the sudden large flow of different kinds of energy into his body, Lung Shouting felt slightly uncomfortable and frowned. Guning was surprised and felt worried, but she didn't dare to interrupt Lung Shouting at this moment. She could only fix her eyes on him. If anything terrible happened to him, she could rescue him with her magical power. Although Lung Shouting felt uncomfortable and his body was even shaking, he did his best to sit still. He felt that his blood was boiling and running fast. However, he couldn't stop his practice halfway, or his body would be seriously hurt, so he had to hang on there. "My master, he's going to go up in level, but..." the flood dragon said all of a sudden. It was good news, but Guning had a premonition when the flood dragon stopped. What? Guning was nervous. There is too much different energy forcibly flowing into his body, and it's hard for him to absorb all of it. "I'm afraid he can't take it," the flood dragon said. It was very dangerous for a cultivator to go up in levels, and he could be severely hurt if he failed. What? What should we do now?
Kuning paniket.
She honestly didn't know what to do now. Nobody can help him. He can only rely on himself to pass it, the flood dragon said. Hearing that, Guning felt like crying. She knew that it was dangerous, but had never witnessed it before. Luckily, after half an hour, Lung Shouting gradually felt much better, and his body was becoming stronger within a short time. As his body grew stronger, he started to enjoy the process. "Oh, it's getting better." The flood dragon got excited and really respected Lung Shouting's determination. Actually, it was rare to see so much different energy flowing into a cultivator's body at the same time. The flood dragon thought that it must be the effect of the night luminescent pearl. Guning felt relieved when Lung Shouting's condition got better over time. She indeed saw the obvious change from Lung Shouting's face and body. Although she wasn't a cultivator, she could feel the change as well. A while later, Lung Shouting suddenly opened his eyes and sank to the ground with a twisting face. Shouting! Guning was scared and ran to help him get back to his feet. "I'm fine," Lung Shouting said. "Are you sure? You don't look well," Guning said. Lung Shouting put on a smile and tried to comfort her. Jesus! So unbelievable. He just went up by 3 levels. The flood dragon couldn't believe it. It had never happened before. When a cultivator successfully went up in a certain amount of levels, his senses would go through a transformation. In other words, Lung Shouting was now able to see things that mortals couldn't. Moreover, the qi was going to mix with the energy in his body. In addition, Lung Shouting could even feel the situation of those who he cared about. After he went up in 3 levels, a certain amount of energy had accumulated and pellets began to appear in his body. That was the real beginning of his cultivation. What? Both Guning and Lung Shouting were shocked. Lung Shouting had just started his cultivation for a short time, and he couldn't believe that he was able to make such great progress right now. Hearing the flood dragon's explanation, Lung Shouting suddenly realized that he could understand its language now. "I can feel its smell and I can also understand its words." He was super excited. He was unusually lucky today. "Well, you need to take it slowly for the following period, because you need a stronger body for a higher level," the flood dragon said. "Sure." Lung Shouting nodded. Although they didn't have books of secret kung fu skills, Lung Shouting was an ace soldier, so it wasn't difficult for him to improve his body condition. He could rely on his fighting skills to do that. In addition, Lung Shouting would never give up trying. When it was 11 a.m., Guning told Lung Shouting to have a rest and that they could cook lunch together. They didn't go back to the study, but directly took out the pots and food materials in front of the tower. Because time was frozen in her telepathic eye space, everything remained fresh. This morning, Guning decided to cook fish soup for Lung Shouting. When the water boiled, a mouth-watering aroma of fish soup was everywhere. Guning smelt it and felt hungry. All of a sudden, a loud noise sounded behind Guning and Lung Shouting, which scared both of them. They turned around to look at it, so did the flood dragon. To their astonishment, the door of the tower opened itself. Before they could figure out what was going on, the pot with fish soup inside flew straight into the tower. The scene amazed Guning and Lung, shouting again, and the door began to close afterwards. Wait! Guning ran to the door without delay, but it closed as soon as she reached the outside. Ning ning! Lung, shouting, actually felt relieved when he found that Guning was shut outside. He was worried that something dangerous might happen to her if he was absent and couldn't protect her. Even if they needed to enter the tower, they must get into it together, and he didn't want to leave Guning alone to face the unknown danger. Guning thought for a while, then realized that there must be a master living in the tower, and the pot with fish soup inside must have flown inside for a reason. There must be a master in it, exclaimed the flood dragon. They thought that all of the members of the Kunlun sect were extinct, but it seemed that they were wrong. Guning got curious and shouted to the inside of the tower, "Hey, I have more delicious food here. Why don't you come out and eat with us?" Since the master opened the door because of delicious food, they could use delicious food to attract him. "My mater, can you put me into your telepathic eye space first?" the flood dragon said. It had been caught by cultivators of the Kunlun sect hundreds of years ago, so it was still afraid of them. Guning understood its feelings, so she put it into her telepathic eye space at once. Unfortunately, Guning heard no response. She stopped shouting and decided to do something. Guning took out a chicken from her telepathic eye space and told Lung, shouting, to kill it. She planned to cook Beggar's chicken this time. After the chicken was killed and cleaned, it was wrapped in seasoning before it was wrapped in tin foil and a layer of mud, then was put on the fire for roasting. A while later, a pleasant smell came out, but it wasn't alluring, so the door of the gate didn't move at all. Maybe because the master knew that the chicken wasn't edible yet. He did nothing for the time being. As time went by, the pleasant smell got thicker and moved around in the air. With a loud sound, the door of the tower opened again. But Guning put the beggar's chicken into her telepathic eye space the second she heard the sound. Therefore, the master failed to fetch the food through the air. Although Guning knew that her secret would be exposed like that, she didn't care about it right now. She was left no choice at this moment. The next second, a shadow flashed from the door like lightning, moving towards Guning. Because it moved too fast, neither Guning nor Lung, shouting, could see the person's face clearly. Lung, shouting, was frightened and protected Guning behind his back at once. However, he was too late. The shadow stopped in front of Guning's face, and it turned out to be an old man. He looked to be in his late 70s, but he could be hundreds of years old in reality. "Move!" The old man pushed Lung, shouting, away with impatience. Lung, shouting, was no match for him and was easily pushed away. The old man looked at Guning with great excitement. "Where is the roasted chicken? Give it to me." The old man had no intention to hurt Guning, and he simply wanted the roasted chicken, so Lung, shouting, felt relieved and walked back to Guning's side. "It's mine. Why should I give it to you?"
Kuning sighed.
Although both Lung, shouting, and her weren't a match for this old man, she wouldn't grin and bear it. In addition, Guning didn't feel any unkindness from this man, so she was in the mood to joke with him. "How will you be willing to give it to me?" The old man frowned. "Tell me who you're," Guning said. Hearing that, the old man looked confused. "I don't know." Guning was surprised, but she figured it out quickly. This old man had stayed in the tower for hundreds of years, so he had probably lost his memories. Actually, it wasn't really important if he didn't remember who he was, and Guning didn't care much about it either. She was simply curious about him. "Hey, I already answered your question. Where is the chicken?" The old man was impatient. He urged Guning to give him the roasted chicken when Guning still hid it away from him. "I didn't agree to give it to you even though you answered my question." Guning blinked at the old man and looked innocent. "You!" The old man was angry, so Lung, shouting, stayed alert, in case he suddenly attacked Guning. However, the old man didn't do that, but glared at Guning. "What do you want?" "Take him as your apprentice and teach him your secret kung fu skills," Guning said, pointing at Lung, shouting. Even though Gu Ning made that decision without asking for Leng Xiaoting's permission beforehand, she knew that he needed a kung fu master to help him. What? Both the old man and Leng Xiaoting were surprised. Leng Xiaoting didn't disagree, because he indeed needed a kung fu master to teach him. In fact, he felt touched that Gu Ning was so considerate. Gu Ning also observed Leng Xiaoting's reaction when she said that, and relaxed when he wasn't annoyed. Even though she said it for his good, she made the decision without his permission after all. Luckily, Leng Xiaoting had the same idea as her. The old man sized up Leng Xiaoting for a while, then showed satisfaction on his face. He's a talented cultivator that could accept different strong energies and go up 3 levels at a time. It's rare to see something like that, but he didn't witness what had happened to Leng Xiaoting earlier, but he could feel the change in Leng Xiaoting's body. But what? Gu Ning frowned and got nervous. I don't like to have apprentices. It's troublesome and I'm free by myself, the old man said. Hearing that, Gu Ning sneered. To her surprise, the old man rejected to take Leng Xiaoting as his apprentice because he was afraid of trouble. Do you want the roasted chicken or not? Gu Ning asked. The old man's eyes lit up at once when he heard roasted chicken, but he looked unhappy the second he thought that he had to take Leng Xiaoting as his apprentice. You must have stayed in the tower for ages, right?
Gu Ning sighed.
Yeah, said the old man. Well, there are countless delicious foods in our world, and a roasted chicken is nothing, Gu Ning said. The old man couldn't stand the temptation and stopped Gu Ning at once. All right. Stop making my mouth water now. Don't you want to try the delicious foods that you've never tasted before?
Gu Ning sighed.
It was impossible for the old man to refuse to try the delicious foods he always wanted to eat. There were rare delicious foods that he couldn't have at Kunlun Mountain. Although he was a very senior cultivator and he could live without eating much, it didn't mean that he lost his appetite for delicious food. In addition to delicious foods, we have many more good drinks, Gu Ning continued. No, stop there. The old man covered his ears with his hands. Come on, it's not as troublesome as you think to have an apprentice. He won't stay with you every day, and will just come to visit you and learn kung fu skills from you sometimes, Gu Ning said. Really? The old man was attracted to Gu Ning's advice. Sure, you can also leave with me, because it's not easy for us to come here once and you can enjoy the countless delicious foods and good drinks in our world, Gu Ning said. She kept persuading the old man. If the old man was willing to go to their world more often, it would be more convenient for Leng Xiaoting to learn secret kung fu skills from him. In addition, with the old man's help, she wouldn't be worried about Leng Xiaoting's safety if he encountered any other senior cultivators in the future. Because Leng Xiaoting's level increased, the night luminescent pearl wasn't able to hide his smell as a cultivator anymore. He had to continue to go up in levels in order to protect himself well. Wow, countless delicious food and good drinks. The old man repeated Gu Ning's sentence, and couldn't get it out of his mind. He wasn't starving until he heard that. Yeah, you can have countless delicious food and good drinks, said Gu Ning. Fine, I agree to take him as my apprentice, but you should give me the roasted chicken right now. The old man gave in for delicious food. He also decided to leave with them later. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were happy to see the result. An oral agreement isn't enough, so we must have a formal ceremony, Gu Ning said. Do you have to do that? The old man couldn't wait a second longer to enjoy the roasted chicken, but he had to be patient for it. Fine, what do you want to do? Easy. Sit down, please, Gu Ning said and moved over a chair for the old man. The old man listened to Gu Ning and sat down at once. Gu Ning then continued, I think you don't have patience for cups of tea now, so we'll use the beggar's chicken as the gift for you. Let me be honest with you, the only thing he doesn't lack is money, and he can provide you with endless free delicious food and good drinks. By the way, if you're going to be his private teacher, I think you should send him a gift as well. What do you think? All right, stop wasting time on chatting. Let's do it now. The old man lost patience. He didn't care much about sending Leng Xiaoting a gift. Gu Ning then stopped talking and took out the beggar's chicken. The old man's eyes lit up at once and couldn't wait to grab it over. Gu Ning gave the beggar's chicken to Leng Xiaoting. and told him to bow before the old man with the chicken. It actually wasn't easy for Lung Xiaoting to do that, because he had great pride in himself. Gu Ning didn't know whether Lung Xiaoting had bowed to anyone else before except his own parents. Anyway, this old man was going to be his private teacher, and it wasn't a big deal if he bowed to his teacher. In addition, only a bow could show respect for his teacher. Lung Xiaoting didn't think it was a big deal either, and he was willing to do it in order to learn secret kung fu skills from the old man. "It's my honor to be your apprentice," Lung Xiaoting said and bowed to the old man with the beggar's chicken in his hands. "Good boy." The old man smiled with satisfaction and grabbed the beggar's chicken the next second. Afterwards, he waved his hand and threw something to Lung Xiaoting's hand. "This is my gift for you. It's a Qinkuan bag. You can drop blood on it and you'll be its master." When the old man said that, he hurried to unwrap the beggar's chicken, seeming as if he hadn't had food for ages. The Qinkuan bag was something like Gu Ning's telepathic eye space, and it could store stuff too, but only dead stuff. Neither Gu Ning nor Lung Xiaoting knew how large the space of this Qinkuan bag was, because every Qinkuan bag was different. Moreover, some Qinkuan bags could recognize their owners, but some couldn't. If a Qinkuan bag was able to recognize its owner, it would be owned and only used by the person until the person died. If a Qinkuan bag couldn't recognize their owners, anyone who knew the correct spell could use them. It was said that only the top senior cultivators were able to own a Qinkuan bag in the cultivation world. But the Qinkuan bag wouldn't follow them forever. If they were defeated by other cultivators, they had to give their Qinkuan bags away. Therefore, no matter who owned a Qinkuan bag, he or she must be prepared for endless challenges. Nevertheless, if the previous owner of the Qinkuan bag refused to tell its spell, it would be useless. "Thank you, my teacher," Lung Xiaoting said with happiness. The old man was busy eating the chicken and directly ignored Lung Xiaoting. Gu Ning handed Lung Xiaoting a knife at once. "Come on, do it now." Lung Xiaoting took the knife, then lightly cut his finger and dropped some blood on the Qinkuan bag. Once a drop of blood touched the Qinkuan bag, it flashed red light. Lung Xiaoting was surprised, then suddenly saw an empty space which was about 2 square meters big in the Qinkuan bag. At this time the old man finished eating. He smacked his lips and said, "I made this Qinkuan bag myself and haven't used it yet, so there is nothing inside. You can put anything into it with your consciousness." Both Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting were amazed when they learned that, and they admired the old man for his unbelievable ability. He must be at a very high level as a cultivator. Because Gu Ning wasn't a cultivator, she couldn't see the real ability of a cultivator. On the other hand, Lung Xiaoting was a cultivator, but his level was low, so he wasn't able to see the old man's level either. Normally, only a senior cultivator could tell the difference among other cultivators. "Sure, let me try it," Lung Xiaoting said, and used his consciousness to put the knife into his space. He succeeded at the very first time. "Wow, great. Take it out now," the old man said with a satisfied smile. He used to think that it was troublesome to have an apprentice, but now he felt it wasn't a bad thing to have such a talented apprentice like Lung Xiaoting. In the ancient time he was also a talented cultivator, but it still took him 3 times to successfully put something into his pace. Most importantly, Lung Xiaoting could provide endless delicious foods and drinks for him. Lung Xiaoting tried to take the knife out of the Qinkuan bag with his consciousness, and he succeeded again. "Perfect." The old man nodded with satisfaction. All of a sudden, the old man thought of something and asked Gu Ning, "Why are you talking with me all the time since he wants to be my student?" Hearing that, Lung Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second, and also felt it was inappropriate. "Well, he isn't good at talking ever since he was a kid, so I made the decision for him," Gu Ning said. "I understand it now." The old man actually didn't mind it, because Lung Xiaoting indeed seldom said a word. Lung Xiaoting felt relieved that the old man wasn't displeased. "Why are you in different clothes from me?" asked the old man again. Their clothing looked quite different. "Because hundreds of years have passed by, and the world is completely different today," Gu Ning said. "Great," the old man said. "Hey young girl, you haven't told me your name yet," he asked. "My name's Gu Ning," said Gu Ning. Do you have your own space? Asked the old man. Yes, Guning said, but didn't tell him many details. The old man didn't ask further about it either, although he was quite curious about the reason why Guning could have her own space as a mortal. It was a bad habit to dig into other people's privacy. The old man licked his fingers with desire for more delicious foods after he ate the whole roasted chicken. Young girl, do you have more delicious foods? The old man looked at Guning with anticipation. Although he wouldn't feel hungry even if he didn't eat at all, he had a much bigger stomach than ordinary people. Guning and Lung Xiaoting were both aware of it, so they didn't feel it was strange. Sure, but you need to wait for a while, Guning said. Wonderful. Be quick. The old man was willing to wait as long as he had more delicious foods to eat. Shouting, keep on practicing how to use your Qiankuan bag. You must be very skilled at it, the old man said to Lung Xiaoting. Sure, Lung Xiaoting said with great respect. After that, he walked to the side to continue his practice, while the old man stared at Guning when she took out dishes from her telepathic eye space one after another. Unfortunately, they were raw and he had to be patient. Here, if you want some food, try these fruits, Guning said and gave him a bag of fruits. The old man took it over and enjoyed the fruits right away. He wasn't picky and only wanted delicious food. Young girl, is today's world fun? Asked the old man. Of course it's fun, and you can leave the mountain with us in a few days, Guning said. Why do we have to wait for a few days? The old man couldn't wait to travel and eat in today's new world. We just arrived here yesterday, and Shouting needs more time to improve his cultivation here with the thick magical power.
Guning sighed.
Fine, I can wait, the old man said. Although he agreed to wait for a few more days, he made up his mind to help Lung Xiaoting accelerate the practice so that they could leave this mountain earlier. Well, if you don't remember your name, how should I call you? Guning asked. I don't care, the old man said airily. In the following hour, the old man ate a dish once Guning cooked one. Guning was amused, but said nothing about it. Lung Xiaoting also had some food, but he didn't eat much. Shangguanyang? My name is Shangguanyang. The old man suddenly remembered his name during the meal. He had stayed alone for hundreds of years, and no one had ever called his name, so it was hard for him to remember it. Luckily, he remembered it right now. Can I call you Grandpa Shangguan?
Guning sighed.
Since Shangguanyang was Lung Xiaoting's private teacher now, she hoped that they could have a close relationship with each other. Of course you can, Shangguanyang said. In fact, he had a good impression of Guning because she was kind and polite. Most importantly, she could cook delicious food for him. In Shangguanyang's eyes, delicious foods were more important than anything else. By the way, what's your relationship? Shangguanyang asked again. We're engaged, Guning said. Great, I think you two are a great match, said Shangguanyang. Thanks.
Guning beamet.
All of a sudden, Shangguanyang said in a low voice by Guning's ears. He's cold and doesn't talk at all. Don't you feel bored being with him? Although Shangguanyang deliberately kept his voice low, Lung Xiaoting was still able to hear him. However, he wasn't mad because he didn't care about other people's opinions. He only cared about Guning's feelings. Guning gave Lung Xiaoting a glance, then smiled with happiness. I don't feel bored when I'm with him. Instead, I want to spend every second with him. He looks cold but is actually quite warm and humorous on the inside. In addition, he's the youngest major general in our country and has saved a lot of people's lives. A major general? Shangguanyang was surprised to know that. Very well. Shangguanyang had a good impression of soldiers because he knew that soldiers risked their lives to protect their country. After knowing that, Shangguanyang liked Lung Xiaoting more. Even though Lung Xiaoting looked cold on the outside, he was a reliable and mature man. Some people might be fun and talkative, but they could be unreliable as well. Shangguanyang told Guning to have a rest somewhere else, and that Lung Xiaoting would stay in the tower with him on retreat for a few days. Guning wasn't a cultivator, so she couldn't go inside with them, and only needed to prepare foods for them in the following days. Guning agreed. In order to improve himself, Lung Xiaoting had to leave Guning for a couple of days. No one remembered that Chi Ziyue was abducted the next day, because nobody stood up for him and urged the police to find him. Chen Yunlin heard the news the next morning, after a nurse who attended Chi Ziyue gave her a call. Chen Yunlin was shocked the second she heard that Chi Ziyue was caught. She thought of her father at once because it couldn't be a coincidence. Chi Ziyue had hidden himself well during the past few days, but he was caught right after she told her family that she was taking care of him. If Chi Ziyue was really caught because of her father, Chen Yunlin wouldn't be able to accept it. She knew that her father did it for their family's safety, but Chi Ziyue could be in great danger now. Unfortunately, she didn't have the ability to help him out at this moment. Tang Bingsin didn't go to see Chi Ziyue today, because it wasn't the right time yet, but he heard that Chi Ziyue had an attack of his drug addiction late at night, which surprised him. He didn't know when Chi Ziyue became addicted to drugs, but he couldn't care less about it. He only wanted Chi Ziyue to shut his mouth forever. Tang Bingsin didn't tell Ji Yijing and Tang Yixin that he already caught Chi Ziyue in case they ruined his plan. He decided to deal with it on his own. Most importantly, if Tang Aining found out that Chi Ziyue was in his hands now, Tang Aining would cause him more trouble. He was still scared of Tang Aining. When the sky just became dark, Tang Bingsin went to a house where Chi Ziyue was kept in a suburb. There was another man in the underground room in addition to Chi Ziyue. This man was Tang Bingsin's henchman, the deputy leader of his illegal support. Only a few people in the illegal gang were aware that Tang Bingsin was their real boss. In order to hide the secret, Tang Bingsin had a secret meeting with the deputy leader. The fewer people who knew the secret, the safer Tang Bingsin was. Actually, even though not many members of the illegal gang were aware of that secret, they all knew that their real boss was another man. Some senior managers thought that the man could be Tang Bingsin, because they had done a lot of bad deeds for him. They did bad deeds for other people too as long as they were paid enough money, but Tang Bingsin was their major client. Nobody dared to talk about Tang Bingsin in their gang, because their leader forbade them to do that. It was also possible that Tang Bingsin simply had a good relationship with their leader. The capital wasn't in the ambit of Tang Bingsin's influence, and he only had a security company in the capital. Normally, an illegal gang stayed away from major cities. In fact, there were many illegal gangs of different sizes in every country, and they didn't do bad things all the time. Sometimes the government also needed them to deal with criminals. Moreover, illegal gangs normally wouldn't betray their own country. All in all, the existence of illegal gangs didn't only do harm to the country. Tang Bingsin came to the house with 2 mercenaries this time. He wasn't worried that his secret might be exposed because the meeting was already arranged well, and he simply came to visit his friend. The 2 mercenaries knew nothing about his real purpose. They only needed to protect him. When Tang Bingsin arrived at the outside of the house, he left the 2 mercenaries in the car and entered it alone with the deputy leader. They headed straight to the underground room. In fact, Tang Bingsin could directly give an order and kill Chi Ziyue. But he still felt it was necessary for him to see Chi Ziyue in person in case Chi Ziyue's death caused him more trouble in the future. In the underground room, Chi Ziyue sat on the chair and looked like a dead fish. There was no rope around his body because he was out of strength now. It was impossible for him to run away from here, so he gave up struggling as well and stayed quiet. When the door was pushed open, Chi Ziyue raised his eyes and saw Tang Bingsin walking over. His eyes filled with hatred and anger once Tang Bingsin appeared in his sight. He stood up and tried to attack Tang Bingsin, but he was too weak to do that, so the deputy leader kicked him to the ground. He moaned in pain but couldn't fight back. Tang Bingsin walked into the room with the deputy leader, because there was nothing for him to hide from the deputy leader. He also needed the deputy leader to help him deal with Chi Ziyue. Chi Ziyue, be quiet, the deputy leader coldly said. Chi Ziyue turned his body on the ground, but wasn't able to get back to his feet. He said nothing but only glared at Tang Bingsin. If his look could kill people, Tang Bingsin would have been killed countless times. Tang Bingsin squinted his eyes at Chi Ziyue. Chi Ziyue, tell me, why did you take me as your enemy? Who are your parents? My father is Chi Shan, Chi Ziyue said, clenching his teeth in great anger. Hearing that, Tang Bingsen frowned. He didn't forget this name. Tang Bingsen, it is quite normal for businessmen to compete against each other in business. My family won the project with our own strength. How could you be so evil and make my family go bankrupt? Qi Ziyue shouted. Even though the Qi family wasn't comparable to the Tang family, it wasn't weak at all that year. Besides, the Tang family didn't have great influence 7 years ago. You shouldn't stand in my way. Tang Bingsen smiled at Qi Ziyue. He didn't think that he had done anything wrong. Qi Ziyue glared at Tang Bingsen, but he could do nothing now, because he clearly knew that Tang Bingsen was a shameless, evil man. Qi Ziyue, do you have anything else about me in your hands? Tang Bingsen asked. Qi Ziyue put on an evil smile and stared straight at Tang Bingsen. Yes. Qi Ziyue said that in order to make Tang Bingsen be afraid of him, this was the only way he could save himself now. Actually, Qi Ziyue had nothing on Tang Bingsen. Although he knew that Tang Bingsen had broken the law many times, he didn't have clear evidence. Without solid evidence, he couldn't put Tang Bingsen in jail. Tang Bingsen was worried about that because he used to trust Qi Ziyue. But someone he had trusted before now turned out to be his enemy. Well, since you're in my hands now, I can decide whether you will stay alive or be killed, Tang Bingsen said. Tang Bingsen, did you forget the strange woman? She also wants to pay you and your family back. And she's much more powerful than me. If you kill me right now, I believe she'll soon hear the news. She's your real enemy, Qi Ziyue said. Hearing that, Tang Bingsen was angry because Qi Ziyue hit the point. Since Tang Aining aimed to punish the Tang family, she must be spying on him. It wasn't difficult for her to know that Qi Ziyue was in his hands now. Tang Bingsen didn't dare to take Tang Aining lightly. During these days, his people still couldn't find where Tang Aining was, which proved her unbelievable ability. Even if she was spying on him all the time, he wouldn't know. Thinking of that, Tang Bingsen felt frightened. Maybe Tang Aining was waiting for him to make a mistake. In that case, Tang Bingsen had to think twice before he made the decision to kill Qi Ziyue. It wasn't necessary for him to kill Qi Ziyue right now, and he had many other ways to shut Qi Ziyue's mouth. Fine, I may not kill you, but can you tolerate the pain of being alive? Tang Bingsen said. Qi Ziyue changed his expression, because it was indeed great torture when he had an attack of his drug addiction. Tang Bingsen said nothing to Qi Ziyue and left afterwards. Actually, he regretted coming here tonight, because his real enemy was Tang Aining. Qi Ziyue was already under his control now, so he should focus on Tang Aining. He couldn't sleep well these days because Tang Aining was still nowhere to be found. What was worse, Tang Qingyang performed great in the company at the same time, and won support from more and more directors. If he was in trouble, Tang Qingyang could replace him and become the new leader of the company, which was totally unacceptable in his eyes. Although he had an illegitimate son, his illegitimate son was still very young, and he couldn't bring him back to his family at this moment. Tang Bingsen was anxious and restless once he thought about those problems. He was the final decision-maker of the company, but those directors wouldn't obey his orders when his decisions weren't good for their own benefits. Tang Qingyang wanted to make Tang Qingyang a mere figurehead, but Tang Qingyang was too outstanding at his position. If he deliberately acted against Tang Qingyang, other directors might be annoyed at him. So Tang Bingsen was left no choice but to allow Tang Qingyang to do the work. Because Tang Qingyang made the best plan for the company's future, he would be in charge of the project, which would help him gain more power and support in the company. Tang Bingsen didn't want to see it happen. Ji Yijing was also bothering him recently, and they always argued on the phone. Tang Bingsen was worried about Feng Qila's condition as well, because Feng Qila was still lying in the hospital. Leng Xiaoting received strict training from Shang Guanyang once they entered the tower, but he never complained. He asked Shang Guanyang whether a mortal could become a cultivator. Shang Guanyang said, "Of course a mortal can become a cultivator, but it's very dangerous and most mortals will die in the process. All the people in the cultivation world were born with the talent for becoming a good cultivator. Mortals, however, don't have the talent." Knowing that, Leng Xiaoting thought that it probably wasn't a good idea for Guning to risk her life to become a cultivator. Gu Ning was immortal after all, and he didn't want her to die. He couldn't live without her. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting decided not to think about it now. At the beginning, Leng Xiaoting was affected by the bad news and couldn't focus on the practice. But Shang Guanyang criticized him several times, so he gradually learned to focus on himself. Leng Xiaoting had no plan to share this bad news with Gu Ning, and he also begged Shang Guanyang not to tell Gu Ning the news. Shang Guanyang understood Leng Xiaoting's worries and agreed. They stayed in the tower for 3 days. 3 days later, Leng Xiaoting finished his training. It wasn't easy for him to finish the difficult training, but he made great progress afterwards. He was a talented cultivator anyway, and he was excellent at Kung Fu. Although his level wasn't high right now, he was much stronger than other cultivators of the same level as him. Shang Guanyang was very satisfied with his progress. He believed that Leng Xiaoting could become a better cultivator than him in the future. Shang Guanyang then gave Leng Xiaoting a magic instrument, which was a long sword, but Leng Xiaoting wasn't able to use it to fly right now, so he put it into his Qingkuan bag. Gu Ning prepared a good meal for them when they walked out of the tower. They enjoyed it together and were about to leave. "We don't need to walk. Let's fly together," Shang Guanyang said, and a sword appeared in the air the next second. Although Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting knew that senior cultivators could fly with a sword, they had never seen it before. However, Gu Ning didn't think it was a good idea. "Grandpa Shangguan, it's a new world now and we can't move by swords now. It will scare other people." "What?" Shang Guanyang was shocked. "Yeah, we can only fly with your sword for a short distance when there is no one else around," Gu Ning said. "No problem," Shang Guanyang said. It was easy for him to control his sword, and flying with the sword could save them a lot of time on the road. After that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting stepped on Shang Guanyang's sword. Shang Guanyang stood at the front, followed by Leng Xiaoting, and Gu Ning stood behind them. Because Shang Guanyang was a man, Gu Ning would feel embarrassed if she had to hold his shoulders. Gu Ning was a girl with traditional ideas of gender differences, so she preferred to hold Leng Xiaoting's shoulders. Besides, Shang Guanyang was much taller than her, so she would have to hold his waist if she wanted to stand steadily, which wasn't something Leng Xiaoting wanted to see. In addition, Gu Ning would be stressed if Leng Xiaoting placed a lot of weight on her shoulders. Therefore, they decided to let Gu Ning stand at the end of the line, and she could hug Leng Xiaoting's waist. "Take me as the supporting point and you won't fall," Shang Guanyang said. When Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were ready, Shang Guanyang lifted the sword until it was about a meter above the ground. Without delay, it moved fast ahead. Even though it wasn't faster than the flood dragon, it was much faster than a car. At the beginning, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning felt uncomfortable standing on it, but they soon got used to it. Shang Guanyang felt quite disappointed when they arrived at the foot of the Kunlun mountain. "I indeed can't feel much magical power here." He finally realized that the world really had changed. On the way, Gu Ning reminded Shang Guanyang not to expose the secret that he was a senior cultivator to other people he saw in this new world. It would cause him much trouble if other people found that he was very different from them. Leng Xiaoting could protect Shang Guanyang, but none of them wanted to be involved in trouble. If it was possible, they should avoid trouble. Shang Guanyang agreed and simply wanted to enjoy himself in the new world. Gu Ning also told him there were other cultivators in this new world, and there was a cultivation world in addition to the mortals world, but there was a boundary between them. Shang Guanyang was excited when Gu Ning told him that, so he asked her whether she knew where the cultivation world was. He was interested in going there, and Gu Ning had the same idea. They began to walk later in case there were other people on the road ahead of them. Nevertheless, Shang Guanyang needed to change his clothes, because he was still in an ancient suit. Gu Ning took out Leng Xiaoting's coat from her telepathic eye space and gave it to Shang Guanyang. There were many kinds of clothes in her telepathic eye space for different seasons. Shang Guanyang put it on at once, because he didn't want to look strange in the new world. From now on, he should do as the locals do. Even though Shang Guanyang had stayed at the top of the mountain for hundreds of years, he knew the importance of personal hygiene, and there was a hot spring behind the tower. He often visited it. His clothing was also hundreds of years old, but it wasn't broken at all because of the nourishment of magical power. He changed his clothes, but his hairstyle remained the same. It wasn't a big problem, because many artists like to tie their hair into a bun too. Therefore, Shang Guanyang's look was normal now. When they left the mountain, no one paid special attention to them. There were still many visitors at this time. However, once they moved near the Supreme Deity's abode, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting could receive signals again, and many new messages came into their phones. Shang Guanyang was confused when he saw their phones. What is this? Why is it making strange sounds? Hearing that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were amused, but they didn't laugh at Shang Guanyang. Shang Guanyang didn't live in modern society, so it was very normal that he didn't know what a smartphone was. This is a smartphone, we can use it to contact other people as long as there is a signal, Gu Ning said. A smartphone? Shang Guanyang was interested. Can you really contact other people from a distance? Sure. Gu Ning nodded, then said to Leng Xiaoting, Xiaoting, you can walk a few meters away from us, then call me. No problem. Leng Xiaoting agreed, and walked a few meters away from Gu Ning and Shang Guanyang before he called Gu Ning. Once he called Gu Ning's phone vibrated. Shang Guanyang felt it was quite strange and new when he saw the characters on a bright screen in Gu Ning's hand. Afterwards, Gu Ning picked up the call and put it on speaker. Then both of them could hear Leng Xiaoting's voice. Wow, it's amazing! Shang Guanyang exclaimed. Can you hear me? Shang Guanyang suddenly shouted to the phone, in case Leng Xiaoting couldn't hear his voice. Of course I can, Leng Xiaoting said. Jesus, I can't believe it. It's so unbelievable, Shang Guanyang said. There is plenty more unbelievable stuff in the new world, and we have enough time to explore it, Gu Ning said with a broad smile. Look, this is a green button, and you can press it once so that other people won't hear your conversation. Saying that, Gu Ning moved the call off the speaker and pressed the phone on Shang Guanyang's ear. Then Leng Xiaoting said a few sentences on the phone. Shang Guanyang was excited that he could really hear Leng Xiaoting from the phone. He was like a kid now, which was quite funny. It's so cool. Can I have one? Shang Guanyang said. Sure, but we need to go to the city to buy a phone, Gu Ning said. She already had the plan to buy a phone for Shang Guanyang, so that it would be convenient for them to contact each other. They didn't live together, and Leng Xiaoting arranged Shang Guanyang to live in a sihiyuan. There were many green plants around the sihiyuan, making it a good place for an old man to live. Leng Xiaoting's sihiyuan was a private one, and no visitor was allowed to come, so it was very quiet. Great! Shang Guanyang beamed. After that, they walked together towards Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning used to plan to register for a new phone number with her ID card, because Shang Guanyang didn't belong to this age and he didn't have an ID card. However, Leng Xiaoting thought that it was very easy to solve this problem. I can make a fake ID for my teacher in the system of the Public Security Bureau, because it'll be more convenient for him to live here if he has an ID card. Leng Xiaoting only needed to make a call to solve this problem. And since Shang Guanyang was his private teacher, he was more than willing to help him. That'll be perfect.
Gu Ning sighed.
What is an ID card? Shang Guanyang asked with curiosity. It's something we use to prove our identities nowadays, and it's very important in our daily life. There is a department of our government today called the Public Security Bureau, and it has all the information of each citizen's identity, Gu Ning said. It was hard for her to explain it clearly to Shang Guanyang, because Shang Guanyang was an old man from hundreds of years ago. Really? Shang Guanyang was amazed again. Everything was new to him. Yeah, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere to protect citizens, so you must remember not to use your magic here. The Public Security Bureau is responsible for catching criminals if you encounter any bad people, Gu Ning said. She had to remind Shang Guanyang not to use his magic as he wanted, because it was unacceptable in modern society. Shang Guanyang was curious about surveillance cameras too. What do they look like? Asked Shang Guanyang. Gu Ning then took out her phone and showed him some pictures of surveillance cameras and the videos recorded by them. Shang Guanyang learned a lot about surveillance cameras and became more curious about them. To be specific, he was becoming curious about the new world. and couldn't wait to learn more about it. As they chatted along the way, they went back to the entrance of the Supreme Deity's abode. Although Shang Guanyang still looked a little strange in his new clothing with his old hairstyle, the other visitors didn't pay much attention to him. In fact, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting attracted more attention from other people because of their outstanding appearances. Shang Guanyang also understood that people were all staring at Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting instead of him. He suddenly found that both Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were much prettier than other people around them. Shang Guanyang were proud of them because Leng Xiaoting was his student, while Gu Ning was his student's fiancé. "Well, I think you two are the most beautiful people here," Shang Guanyang said. "Thanks for your compliment."
Gu Ning smiled.
When they walked near to a parking lot, Shang Guanyang asked, "What are those big boxes?" Before Gu Ning could answer his question, a car drove into the parking lot and Shang Guanyang exclaimed with shock again, "It can run." "Well, it's a car and we don't ride on horses now," Gu Ning said. There was no need for Gu Ning to elaborate on that, because Shang Guanyang wouldn't be able to understand it if she did that. "Is it faster than a horse?" Shang Guanyang asked. "Sure, it's much faster than a horse," said Gu Ning. "Wow." Shang Guanyang was surprised. "Haha, but it still isn't as fast as your flying sword," Gu Ning added. Shang Guanyang laughed out loud. He was super proud of his flying sword. "Well, there is indeed a means of transport which is faster than your flying sword," Gu Ning continued. "What is it?" Shang Guanyang got curious. "We call it a plane and it can fly very high in the air and move about 800 kilometers per hour, but it can't change its route casually," Gu Ning said. "We're going to fly back to my home tomorrow, and you can experience it then." Hearing that, Shang Guanyang was shocked. If a plane could fly about 800 kilometers per hour, it was indeed faster than his flying sword. His flying sword became rather slow compared with a plane. "When will we fly tomorrow?" Shang Guanyang asked. He couldn't wait to experience it. "I don't know yet because we need to get your ID card done first," Gu Ning said. "Sure." Shang Guanyang nodded. Because they needed Shang Guanyang's photos to make an ID card, Leng Xiaoting found a white wall and used his phone to take several photos of Shang Guanyang. "Photos? What are photos?" Shang Guanyang asked with curiosity. "You'll know later, but for now stand still," said Gu Ning. Shang Guanyang listened to her and stood still. Once Leng Xiaoting finished taking photos of him, he ran to see the screen of his phone. "We don't draw to keep someone's image nowadays, we use cameras instead. It's high-tech," Gu Ning said. "What's high-tech?" Shang Guanyang asked. It's complicated," Leng Xiaoting said. Since it was complicated, Shang Guanyang didn't ask further about it. After that, they walked to their car, and Leng Xiaoting opened the car door of the rear seats for Shang Guanyang. Gu Ning sat in the front passenger's seat. Leng Xiaoting then started the car and drove away. Shang Guanyang was amazed once more when the car moved fast and steadily on the road. They went back to the small town they had been at before, and saw the familiar diner. However, there was a group of people in a large excavator outside it. It was obvious that the little diner was going to be destroyed. Gu Ning used her jade eyes at once and saw another group of people trying to stop the demolition. "They want to destroy the little diner forcefully," Gu Ning said to Leng Xiaoting. "What?" Shang Guanyang asked. "It's demolition, and they want to forcefully completely destroy another person's house," Gu Ning said. "What? That's evil." Shang Guanyang frowned. Leng Xiaoting also felt displeased, so he decided to do something. "Wait a second." All of a sudden Shang Guanyang stopped Leng Xiaoting. "What's wrong?" Both Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were confused. "I smell a cultivator from the crowd," Shang Guanyang said. Hearing that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were struck dumb for a second. Gu Ning asked, "Is the cultivator a member of the good practice or evil practice?" "The good practice," said Shang Guanyang. "Great, why don't you wait here and I'll go over and have a look," Gu Ning said. "Why?" Shang Guanyang soeton fusion. "I don't want other people to know that you two are cultivators. Since there is a cultivator in the crowd, it's safer for you to stay in the car," Gu Ning said. "All right." Shangguan yang agreet. Grandpa Shangguan, can you see the cultivator's level? Grandpa Shangguan asked. Hard to say before the person takes action, but I'm sure this cultivator's level is much higher than shouting, Shangguan Yang said. Great shouting, move your car back as far as you can in case the cultivator smells you, Guning said before she stepped out of the car. Sure, Leng Shouting said and drove the car backwards. Afterwards, Guning walked to the small restaurant. At the front of the restaurant, two groups of people stood opposite each other. In one group, each of the 6 attendants of the small restaurant had a mop or broom in their hands, and there was a woman with a mask standing in the middle of them. In another group, about 20 strong men each had a wood stick in their hands. They seemed to be hired roughnecks. There was a man in his early 40s standing in the middle of them, and he was staring at the woman with a mask. Miss Shun, you better not start a fight and sign the agreement right now. The woman who was called Miss Shun said. Even if you want this land, you should offer me a reasonable price. I own this piece of land and it isn't small. I have also built a 5-story building here, and it's worth at least 6 million yuan. How can you only offer 3 million yuan for it? It's ridiculous. Miss Shun wasn't dumb. The man simply wanted to take advantage of her. Guning sneered when she heard that. The man was really greedy and he wanted to buy a piece of land with half of its price. It was understandable if a land developer wanted to buy a piece of land and destroy the old buildings on it, but a reasonable price was needed. No resident was willing to move without a reasonable offer. Guning focused on Miss Shun for a while, then realized that she was the cultivator. However, Miss Shun had a mask on her face, so Guning couldn't see her face. Guning didn't want to use her jade eyes to see Miss Shun's face, because it was disrespectful. She had no conflict with Miss Shun after all. Right, 3 million yuan is too little. This building and land are worth a lot more than that. He's a greedy businessman. Businessmen are all greedy. He can't do that. Onlookers began to talk about it in a low voice and they all hated the man's behavior. However, none of them dared to stand out against the man. The man ignored those onlookers and said to Miss Shun, Miss Shun, I don't have patience with you, so you should make your decision right now. Give me 6 million yuan, or you can leave now, Miss Shun said. She was unwilling to give in. 3 million yuan sounded like a lot in a small town, but this land had a great location, and it was worth much more than 3 million yuan. In addition, Miss Shun could make a lot of money here by running her small restaurant, so she was actually reluctant to move. In her eyes, 6 million yuan wasn't enough either. However, she had the plan to move out of here, so she considered the price of 6 million yuan. 6 million yuan?
Impossible.
The man was mad. Although he had 6 million yuan as the budget, he didn't want to give Miss Shun all of the money because he planned to take some from it. The man was mad, not because Miss Shun really wanted a high price, but because he couldn't get any of the money if he gave all the money to her. He took a third of the budget every time. However, Miss Shun had old grudges against him, so he deliberately took more from the budget. To be honest with you, my house and land are worth more than 6 million yuan. And I'll lose a lot if I sell them to you at the price of 6 million yuan. I know you have a big enough budget, and I also know that you plan to take some money out of it. Miss Shun raised her voice. She wasn't afraid of the man at all. Ridiculous. It's not true. The man panicked a little. You know whether it's true or not, and I won't sign the agreement without 6 million yuan, said Miss Shun. Since you're so stubborn, I don't think I should be polite with you anymore. The man lost his patience. He gave an order to his people and told them to destroy the small restaurant right now. Even though he knew that Miss Shun wasn't a weak woman, he still took her lightly. The next second, 8 tall strong men walked forward. But the 6 attendants didn't retreat. They didn't run away when the small restaurant was in great danger, because they had a special relationship with Miss Shun. They were orphans and beggars till they were adopted by Miss Shun. If it hadn't been for Miss Shun, they would have died of hunger. During these years they learned a lot from Miss Shun, including some fighting skills, so they believed that they could beat their enemies by fighting together as a team. They were nervous, but they would never retreat. Moreover, they were aware that Miss Shun wasn't a weak woman. and she was their hope. Can you handle it? Miss Shun turned to ask her staff. We can. The 6 of them answered loudly. They were determined to fight against their enemies for their home. The next second, 8 tall, strong men began to fight against 6 thin women. Every onlooker held his or her breath watching the fierce fight. Although they wanted Miss Shun to win, they didn't think it was very possible. The 8 tall, strong men looked scary and aggressive, but they didn't get any advantages in the fight. On the contrary, the 6 thin women stayed strong and unstoppable. A few minutes later, the 8 men were beaten heavily by the 6 thin women. They lost the fight in the end. The result shocked everyone standing around them. What's wrong with you? How could you fail to beat the 6 thin women? The man was angry and shouted at Miss Shun. Xinyao, your people just hurt my people. I'm calling the police to arrest them. Lu Dawei, don't be so shameless. It's your people who attacked my people, and my people simply defended themselves, Xinyao said. So what? My people are injured now, and don't forget that I have support from a more powerful person. Lu Dawei said with great pride. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you continue to bully us, I'll directly kill you. Xinyao stared at Lu Dawei. You? Lu Dawei was frightened. Xinyao was a cultivator, and it was very easy for her to kill a mortal. I can sue you if you threaten to kill me, Lu Dawei said. Sue me then. Xinyao showed obvious disdain on her face. Lu Dawei was struck dumb for a second, and didn't know what to say now. He had done some research before he came here, and he knew that Xinyao didn't have powerful connections. He didn't understand why she could be so confident. Gu Ning had a good impression of Xinyao because Xinyao dared to stand up for herself against unreasonable power. However, she somehow felt that Xinyao's eyes looked familiar. It aroused Gu Ning's curiosity. Out of curiosity, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see Xinyao's face in order to figure out who she was. When Gu Ning finally saw Xinyao's face, she found a big ugly scar on her left cheek. No wonder Xinyao was wearing a mask all the time. Right at this moment, Xinyao suddenly gave Gu Ning a look of annoyance. It was obvious that she disliked Gu Ning's observation of her face. Whether or not Gu Ning could really see her face, Xinyao felt uncomfortable. Gu Ning withdrew her gaze at once, but she didn't avoid Xinyao's eyes. Xinyao was surprised when she saw Gu Ning, because she remembered that Gu Ning had visited her restaurant a few days ago. In addition, Gu Ning had been here with a strange man. The strange man actually was Leng Xiaoting. The next second, Xinyao looked around Gu Ning, but failed to see Leng Xiaoting. She somehow felt slightly disappointed but soon forgot it. Gu Ning noticed her reaction and felt strange but didn't know why. All of you, beat them together. Lu Dawei gave an order to the rest of his people. He came here with many strong men, but only 8 of them were hired roughnecks and the rest were ordinary men. Although Lu Dawei knew that Xinyao's people were much better than his people in a fight, he was unwilling to give up right now. Lu Dawei's people actually were reluctant to be beaten again, but they had to listen to him. Move back and I'll handle it myself, Xinyao said. She didn't want her people to be hurt by those men, and she was able to beat them alone. Once Xinyao began to fight, those men were easily beaten to the ground. Gu Ning was also surprised by Xinyao's fighting skills and unbelievable strength. She couldn't help but want to know more about Xinyao. Without hesitation, Gu Ning joined the fight, although it wasn't necessary. Those men were no match for Xinyao, and they were quickly beaten again by Gu Ning. Xinyao was surprised when Gu Ning stood out to help her, and she was amazed by Gu Ning's fighting skills too. Onlookers were also astonished by the scene, which they had never seen before. Thanks, young girl. Even though Xinyao didn't need Gu Ning's help, she still thanked her for her kindness. My pleasure, and I believe you could have beaten them within seconds. I just couldn't stand their behavior, so I helped you, Gu Ning said. Xinyao didn't think further about why Gu Ning wanted to help her. It's rare to see a brave and kind person nowadays, but you still need to be careful and protect yourself first, Xinyao said. That was her real thoughts, and she never expected strangers to give her a helping hand. Gu Ning actually had the same idea. I understand. She smiled at Xinyao. You? Lu Dawei pointed a shaking finger at Gu Ning and Shen Yao in fear. What? Shen Yao coldly stared at him. Shen Yao, I'm sure that you'll regret doing that. Lu Dawei threatened. Don't forget there are surveillance cameras, and you're not the only one who has powerful support here. Let's see who will be punished for what happened today, Shen Yao said. You? Lu Dawei was scared. He knew that Shen Yao wasn't dumb and she could really cause him to be in trouble. Lu Dawei was unwilling to give in, but he didn't know what else he could do now. So, do you want to continue to waste time here? Or pay me 6 million yuan to end this drama? Shen Yao asked. She was actually unwilling to waste time on Lu Dawei, but she would never yield to power. Lu Dawei hesitated for a while and didn't know what to say at this moment. All of a sudden his phone rang and he picked it up at once. After hearing for a while, Lu Dawei rounded his eyes in shock and looked at Shen Yao with great surprise. Other people couldn't hear the conversation, but Gu Ning and Shen Yao could. A man yelled at Lu Dawei on the phone. Lu Dawei, are you an idiot? Shen Yao has saved the mayor's wife's life, and she has the support of the mayor's wife. Lu Dawei was scared when he learned that Shen Yao was the mayor's wife's lifesaver. Once he hung up the call, he apologized to Shen Yao. Miss Shen, I'm so sorry for the mistake. It's all my fault. Please forgive me this time, and I'll give you 6 million yuan right now. Great. Shen Yao nodded and didn't bother to make the thing difficult for him. After that, they signed an agreement. Shen Yao would move away when the bank transferred the amount of money into her account. Lu Dawei and his people left at once and didn't dare to say another word. Hey young girl, what's your name? Shen Yao asked Gu Ning when everything was settled. She had a good impression of Gu Ning. My name's Gu Ning, said Gu Ning. You're not a local, right? Shen Yao asked again. She was actually more curious about Leng Xiaoting, but Leng Xiaoting was absent. Yeah, I come from City F, but now I live in the capital, Gu Ning said. In the capital? Shen Yao was struck dumb for a second, then looked a little upset. Well, I want to take a trip to the capital when I'm free. Are you busy today? Why don't you have dinner at my restaurant tonight? I want to thank you for your help, so the meal is free. Thanks, but unfortunately my friend and I are leaving for Citigo now, and we'll fly back to the capital tomorrow. Miss Shen, if you come to the capital one day, do remember to see me. I can be your guide, Gu Ning said. She was willing to make friends with Shen Yao. Your friend? Do you mean the young man who dined here with you the other day? Asked Shen Yao. Gu Ning was surprised. Yeah. Citigu isn't far away from here. Why don't you and your friend stay here for dinner before you leave? You're going to the capital tomorrow anyway, Shen Yao said. She had seen Leng Xiaoting's face in the surveillance videos, and felt that he looked quite familiar. She must have met him somewhere before, but she couldn't remember when and where it happened. However, Leng Xiaoting was very young, so she couldn't have met him before she lost her memories. Shen Yao had lost her memories over a dozen years ago. During these days she always wanted to visit the capital for no reason, and she was confused about it. Miss Shen, thank you so much, but it isn't necessary. We need to deal with something else in Citigu, and we'll be late if we have dinner here, Gu Ning said. They were going to make an ID card for Shangguanyang in Citigu. Fine, if you don't mind, we can exchange our numbers, and I'll call you when I go to the capital, Shen Yao said. Since Gu Ning was unwilling to stay, she wouldn't force Gu Ning. Although she wanted to see Leng Xiaoting again, it wasn't very important. Sure. Gu Ning exchanged her numbers with Shen Yao at once. She also wanted to maintain a good relationship with Shen Yao, and she believed that they would see each other again. Shen Yao gave Gu Ning a smile afterwards, and watched her walking away. Gu Ning then left without turning around. Shen Yao had mixed emotions when Gu Ning disappeared from sight, and she made up her mind to go to the capital after everything was done here. She planned to meet Gu Ning there and see the young man. In addition to that, she also needed to deal with something important in the capital. Leng Xiaoting stayed away from the small restaurant, so he didn't know what Gu Ning was doing. Shangguanyang, on the other hand, was a senior cultivator, so he wasn't afraid that other people might see him. So he saw the drama from the beginning to the end. When Gu Ning was back, She told them what had just happened outside the restaurant. Shang Guanyang snorted with laughter. The man is shameless. How could he try to buy the land with half of its price? Although Shang Guanyang didn't know how much 3 or 6 million yuan was, he was very smart and knew why the two groups of people had a dispute. He also figured out that the mayor was an important official in the government. I understand why the owner of the restaurant turned to her connections for help. She was just protecting herself and her business, Gu Ning said. You're right. Shang Guanyang agreed. When they arrived at City Ge, it was almost 5 p.m., so they headed straight to the Public Security Bureau. The address of Shang Guanyang's ID card was where Lung Shouting Sihiyuan was located, and his age was set as 68. The policeman was shocked when he saw that Shang Guanyang's home address was in the city center of the capital. In addition, it was obvious that the place he lived in was a separate building from other constructions. The policeman knew that Shang Guanyang must be an important figure, so he quickly finished the legal procedures. When they were gone, the policeman's colleague joked, "Xiaozhang, you were really efficient just then. Is the old man very important?" Another policeman said, "You're right. The old man must be either super rich or powerful. He lives in a separate building in the city center of the capital." What? Really? Wow. A separate building in the city center of the capital must be worth over 1 billion yuan. Lung Shouting Sihiyuan was indeed worth over 1 billion yuan. Gu Ning went to buy a smartphone for Shang Guanyang later. It wasn't convenient for them to park the car outside the smartphone store, so Lung Shouting went to park the car in front of a nearby hotel. Gu Ning and Shang Guanyang got out of the car together and walked into the smartphone store. When they walked inside, no salesman greeted or served them, because they didn't look rich at all. Gu Ning was merely a young girl, while Shang Guanyang was too old, and although Shang Guanyang was wearing an expensive coat, it didn't fit him very well. Besides, City Ge was much warmer than the Kunlun mountain, so he looked quite strange. If he couldn't afford appropriate clothes, he couldn't afford a smartphone. All the salesmen and saleswomen in the smartphone store had the same opinion. What was worse, Shang Guanyang kept looking around with curiosity as if he had never seen a store like that before. He behaved like a poor man who had never been to a city before. And although Gu Ning was pretty, it didn't mean that she was rich. All in all, Gu Ning and Shang Guanyang were an old poor man and a poor granddaughter in their eyes. Those salesmen and saleswomen had seen poor people like them before, and they were unwilling to serve poor people. They were completely biased. Gu Ning was displeased with their attitude but said nothing, because they didn't do anything to hurt them. "Grandpa Shangguan, you can choose whichever one you want," said Gu Ning. "Wonderful." Shang Guanyang was excited. "Oh, I want this one. This one looks good." Shang Guanyang picked a smartphone of the latest version. Because he didn't have a sense of today's currency, he didn't know whether it was expensive or not. Shang Guanyang was merely like an old kid. Gu Ning and Lung Shouting were both very rich after all, so they didn't care about the price. In addition, Shang Guanyang was Lung Shouting's private teacher, and he had taught Lung Shouting many important skills, which were priceless. A smartphone wouldn't be very expensive, and it was nothing in Gu Ning's eyes. As long as Shang Guanyang wanted it, she could buy any of the phones in the store. "Great, we'll buy this one, but we need to wait for a moment," Gu Ning said. She was unwilling to let those snobbish salesmen serve them, and decided to wait for a while until other good saleswomen were free. "Sure."
Shang Guanyang listened to Gu Ning.
However, once the two snobbish salesmen heard their conversation and found that they were really going to buy an expensive phone, one of them walked towards Gu Ning and Shang Guanyang. "Welcome to our store. What can I do for you?" The salesman smiled at them, and his attitude completely changed. "No need, I can wait for another salesman's service," Gu Ning said. Shang Guanyang didn't understand why Gu Ning rejected this salesman's service, but he said nothing about it, because he knew that Gu Ning was a mature and sensible girl. The salesman felt embarrassed. "Miss, what do you mean?" The salesman didn't know why Gu Ning was displeased with him and embarrassed him in public. "Since you were unwilling to serve us when we just walked inside, we don't need your service right now," Gu Ning said. "You!" The salesman panicked a little, then realized why Gu Ning was annoyed at him. At the same time, he regretted ignoring them. However, he didn't think it was a big deal. In his eyes, Gu Ning was being a little mean to him. However, it was his own fault because he deliberately ignored Gu Ning and Shang Guanyang earlier because he thought that they were poor. Unfortunately, he was wrong. He was terribly wrong because Gu Ning was super rich. Right at this moment, a saleswoman walked a customer out and Gu Ning saw her. "Hi, can you help me get this phone?" Gu Ning said to her. "Well?" The saleswoman gave the salesman a glance and hesitated. She couldn't steal a customer away from her colleague when her colleague was serving the customer. "What? Do you refuse to serve us?" Gu Ning asked on purpose. "Of course not," the saleswoman said at once, and noticed that Gu Ning disliked her colleague. She had worked with the salesman for over a year, and she knew that he was a snobbish man. Although the salesman had annoyed many customers because of his bad attitude before, he never changed. She wasn't allowed to steal customers away from her colleagues, but she couldn't say no to the customers' requests either. "Miss, I'll get it for you right now," said the saleswoman. "I also need to register for a phone card," said Gu Ning. "No problem." The saleswoman invited them to finish the procedures at the counter. Gu Ning and Shang Guanyang followed her, leaving the salesman in a bad mood. However, even though he was unwilling to see it happen, he couldn't do anything about it now. Gu Ning felt his glare at her back, but she didn't care about it. Shang Guanyang, however, was displeased and turned to give the salesman a sharp look. The salesman was scared and moved his eyes away at once. At this moment, Leng Xiaoting walked inside, and the salesman's eyes lit up at once because Leng Xiaoting looked very rich. "Hi, welcome to our store. What can I do for you?" "No need, thanks," Leng Xiaoting said and walked straight towards Gu Ning. The smile froze on the salesman's face, but he said nothing again. However, when he saw that Leng Xiaoting was walking towards Gu Ning and Shang Guanyang, he had a bad feeling. He couldn't believe that Leng Xiaoting came here together with Gu Ning and Shang Guanyang. Actually, if Leng Xiaoting walked into this store with them earlier, he wouldn't have had a bad attitude towards them. He was too selfish to realize his own fault. When the phone card was done, Gu Ning stored her and Leng Xiaoting's number in Shang Guanyang's phone. Shang Guanyang then learned to use his new phone with great excitement. After buying the phone, they needed to shop for clothes for Shang Guanyang, so Gu Ning directly got a set of clothing from Gufan for him. Although Shang Guanyang wasn't used to modern clothes yet, he was willing to try them. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel which had 3 bedrooms in it. Because of Shang Guanyang, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't sleep in the same room tonight. They went to share a meal at the restaurant in the hotel later. Shang Guanyang ordered many dishes of different meat, which were his favorites, but neither Gu Ning nor Leng Xiaoting minded it. The waiters didn't show anything on their faces, but they were actually quite surprised, because there were only 3 of them around the big table. Leng Xiaoting also ordered a bottle of good wine for dinner. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't eat much at dinner, but Shang Guanyang ate a lot. He had a bigger stomach than them and didn't feel full at all. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting shared the wine with Shang Guanyang during the meal. When they finished the meal, they went back to the suite together. Shang Guanyang kept on learning how to use his new phone, and Leng Xiaoting booked plane tickets for tomorrow's flight. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting decided to find a remote place to put their car into her telepathic eye space later, after which they would go to the airport in a car arranged by the hotel tomorrow morning. When it was almost 9 p.m., Gu Ning told Shang Guanyang to stay in the suite, and that they would be back in a while. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't stay outside for long, and came back in half an hour. Leng Xiaoting wanted to have some private time with Gu Ning, but they couldn't leave Shang Guanyang alone in the hotel for too long. Shang Guanyang was an adult, but he knew nothing about the new world. He still needed to learn a lot about modern society. Leng Xiaoting would hire a cook and a chauffeur for Shang Guanyang after they arrived at the capital. Shang Guanyang preferred to live in a quiet place, so he didn't want many people to stay by his side. Leng Xiaoting seldom came back to the capital, so Gu Ning would visit Shang Guanyang more often. In his daily life, Shang Guanyang could meditate, read books, use his computer, or go around with the help of his chauffeur. Shang Guanyang wouldn't feel bored when he lived alone, because he had stayed in the tower for hundreds of years before. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting reminded Shang Guanyang to take good care of himself, and Shang Guanyang felt quite satisfied with his life as long as he had delicious foods and good drinks. Shang Guanyang also learned about Leng Xiaoting's job, so he wouldn't force him to practice his cultivation every day. Nevertheless, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't be lazy either, because he had his goal. All of them had the habit of getting up early in the morning, so they were awake at 6 a.m. the next day. They went to have breakfast together at 7 a.m. Leng Xiaoting went to check out later, and they went to the airport in a car arranged by the hotel. It was several minutes past 8 p.m., so they waited for their flight in the lounge. Shang Guanyang felt excited when he saw planes flying up in the air. He sometimes even exclaimed and attracted a lot of attention from other passengers. Gu Ning felt slightly embarrassed, while Leng Xiaoting felt nothing. Some unkind people couldn't help but laugh at Shang Guanyang. Where does he come from? Hasn't he seen planes before? He's so rude. He's shouting and yelling. Hearing that, Gu Ning turned to face them. Don't be so mean. My grandfather is simply very excited to take a plane for the first time. Gu Ning argued with them because she didn't want other people to humiliate Shang Guanyang. The salesman in the smartphone store had done the same thing yesterday, and Shang Guanyang defended her as well. It's fine. I don't mind it, Shang Guanyang said to comfort Gu Ning. He knew that Gu Ning stood up for him, but he really didn't care about other people's opinions. I don't want them to humiliate you in public, said Gu Ning. In her eyes, Shang Guanyang was a very kind old man. Shang Guanyang said nothing further, but he felt touched. They waited for a while longer before they went aboard. Because they booked plane tickets a little late, there were no vacant seats in the first class. Luckily, they successfully booked 3 seats in the same row, so that they could sit together. Shang Guanyang sat on the window seat, Leng Xiaoting sat in the middle, while Gu Ning sat on the aisle seat. When the plane started to slide, a stewardess reminded the passengers to turn off their phones. Gu Ning told Shang Guanyang to turn off his phone, and told him why he should do that when the plane was about to take off. Since everything was new in Shang Guanyang's eyes, she needed to explain everything to him. This was the first time that Shang Guanyang had ever taken a plane, but he soon got used to it. About 1.5 hours later, they arrived at Cityqing. There they needed to wait for another 2 hours for their next flight from Cityqing to the capital. During this time they could have their lunch. So because they didn't have much time, they went to have a hot pot. When they were ordering food, the waiter was surprised because they ordered much more food than the amount 3 people could eat. Nevertheless, although the waiter thought it was too much, he didn't say anything about it. As usual, Shang Guanyang ate most of the food, while Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting ate normally. They finished lunch within 40 minutes and went to take their next plane. They still didn't have plane tickets for the first class, and sat together in a back row. Nearly 3 hours later, they arrived at the airport in the capital. Once Gu Ning turned on her phone, she saw a missed call from Yuzi. Yuzi also sent her a message. She told Gu Ning that her designs were picked by the Paris Fashion Week, which was a piece of very good news. Jason had undoubtedly helped her a lot. In today's society, one's connections were as important as his or her abilities. After all, no designer's designs were terrible at the finals. Jason was a famous international clothing designer, so the fashion industry noticed Yuzi's designs. Gu Ning felt very happy for Yuzi's achievement and sent her a message to congratulate her. Yuzi's success also relied on Gu Ning's support. If it hadn't been for Gu Ning, she couldn't have met Jason and finally won a position in the fashion industry. Although Yuzi could live a good life even if she didn't meet Gu Ning, her life wouldn't be so different without Gu Ning's help. Yuzi knew it very clearly, so she would never betray Gu Ning no matter how successful she became in the future. Even though she built charm, she was a better designer than a businesswoman. The moment Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning, and Shang Guanyang left the airport, they saw a car waiting for them outside. Gu Ning actually had 2 cars in her telepathic eye space, but it wasn't convenient for her to get them out right now. The car was a black Land Rover, which would be Shang Guanyang's exclusive car. His chauffeur was Shirku. He was nicknamed Stone and was a retired soldier. "Nice to see you, Miss Gu, Lord Lung and Master Shangguan," Stone said to them with great respect. He was Shangguan Yang's personal chauffeur, so he had to know Shangguan Yang's name. "This is Shirku, but you can also call him Stone," Lung Xiaoting said. "Nice to meet you, Stone." Gu Ning and Shangguan Yang greeted him. After that, they got in the car together. Lung Xiaoting's Sihiyuan was kept very clean all the time, but no one lived there, so they needed to buy some things before Shangguan Yang moved inside. Therefore, they went to a shopping mall first. There was a cook waiting for them in the Sihiyuan, which was arranged by Lung Xiaoting too. Gu Ning also had told her people to prepare several sets of clothing for Shangguan Yang at the Gufan store. They only needed to shop for whatever Shangguan Yang wanted now. However, when they had just left the shopping mall, Lung Xiaoting received Master Lung's call. He didn't bother to avoid Gu Ning and Shangguan Yang, and picked up the call right away. "What's up, Grandpa?" The moment he finished saying that, Master Lung complained on the phone. "Xiaoting, do you still remember that you have a grandfather in the capital? Who's the old man you're shopping with? You've never shopped with me before." Lung Xiaoting was surprised, because he didn't know how Master Lung found out that he was shopping with other people. Master Lung seldom went outside to shop, so Lung Xiaoting guessed that his friends must have seen them. He was right. One of Master Lung's friends caught Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting shopping with Shangguan Yang in the shopping mall, and called Master Lung at once. Master Lung got jealous when he heard that, because Lung Xiaoting hadn't shopped with him before. Besides, the old man wasn't Tang Haifeng nor anyone else he knew. The strange old man must have a close relationship with them since Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting were willing to shop with him. Because Lung Xiaoting didn't avoid Gu Ning and Shangguan Yang, they heard Master Lung's angry voice from the phone. Gu Ning felt a little guilty, but Shangguan Yang wasn't mad at all. Instead, he felt it was quite funny. Lung Xiaoting actually didn't feel guilty, because Master Lung didn't need to go outside and shop for his clothes. Given Master Lung's social status, he didn't show up often in a public place unless it was necessary. In addition, Master Lung could have any designer's clothes as long as he wanted them. "Well, it's my private teacher," Lung Xiaoting said. "Do you prefer to shop with your private teacher than your own grandfather?" Master Lung questioned. "Of course not, my private teacher just came to the capital today, and he doesn't have any clothes with him, so we're shopping together now. Grandpa, if you want to shop right now, you can tell your chauffeur to drive you here. Ning Ning and I can wait for you," said Lung Xiaoting. It was still early, and they weren't in a rush to go home. In addition, Lung Xiaoting thought it was necessary for Master Lung to meet Shangguan Yang, and they could be friends. Since Shangguan Yang was his private teacher, he was willing to introduce him to his family. "What? Do you want me to go to see you on my own? I don't see your sincerity." Master Lung was even more displeased. "I can go to pick you up," Lung Xiaoting said. "Forget it, I'm in no mood to shop now, you can enjoy yourself," Master Lung said and hung up on Lung Xiaoting. Master Lung wasn't intolerant, and he understood that Lung Xiaoting had to take care of his private teacher today. He refused to shop with them, because he didn't think it was a good idea and it wasn't convenient for him to show up in public. "Is Grandpa annoyed at us?" Gu Ning asked with worries. "Not at all. Grandpa isn't mean, he simply made an excuse to call me. He knows that I'm not busy these days," Lung Xiaoting explained. Normally, he was very busy, and Master Lung seldom called him unless something important came up. "Oh, I also have prepared clothes from Gufan for Grandpa Lung. Why don't you go back home later and share a meal with him and give him my gift?" Gu Ning sighed. "I can stay here and take care of Grandpa Shangguan." Master Lung was an aging old man after all, and it was quite understandable that he wanted to see his grandchildren more often. Lung Xiaoting actually felt guilty too because he was always absent. "We can go to visit him together tomorrow. I think he'll be happier if you go to see him with the gift," Lung Xiaoting said. "All right, both of you can go home now. I'm totally fine being alone with delicious food and good drinks." Shangguan Yang interrupted them at this moment. He was very used to being alone anyway. "Well," Lung Xiaoting hesitated. "It's fine. I'm not a kid," said Shang Guanyang. Since he was willing to be alone, Gu Ning accepted his advice. Great, it's still early, and we can send you to the Sihiyuan first. Sure.
Shang Guanyang agreed.
After that, they went straight to the Sihiyuan. They were in the city center now, and the Sihiyuan wasn't far from them, so they arrived about a dozen minutes later. Once they walked into the Sihiyuan, Lao Zhang, the cook, went to greet Leng Xiaoting, Shang Guanyang, and Gu Ning. Lao Zhang was a man in his early 40s. Because he was a cook and needed to try different dishes, he was slightly fat. Nice to see you, Lord Leng, Miss Gu, and Elder Shangguan, Lao Zhang said with great respect to them. Master, this is Lao Zhang. He'll be your cook from now on, Leng Xiaoting said to Shang Guanyang. Although Lao Zhang was Shang Guanyang's cook, he didn't live in this Sihiyuan. He had a family, so he would come here before 7 a.m. and leave after Shang Guanyang finished dinner. Normally, he would come every day unless Shang Guanyang wasn't home. He could also ask for leave from Shang Guanyang if he needed to deal with something else. As for Stone, he didn't have a family, so he lived in this Sihiyuan. If Lao Zhang was absent, Stone could cook for Shang Guanyang too, but he wasn't as good at cooking as Lao Zhang. Luckily, Shang Guanyang wasn't a picky eater. Lao Zhang, my private teacher, is a big eater, and he can eat as much as 4 people do, so you need to prepare more food for him, Leng Xiaoting said. Hearing that, Lao Zhang was surprised, but didn't show it on his face. No problem, Lord Leng. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting guided Shang Guanyang to his room. Even though Shang Guanyang was going to live here for a long time, Leng Xiaoting was the owner of this house after all, so Shang Guanyang only stayed in a separate yard of the Sihiyuan. Each room in this Sihiyuan was a separate yard, but it wasn't very big. The room was about 60 square meters large with a bedroom of about 40 square meters, a bathroom, and a small courtyard of more than 20 square meters. There wasn't much greenery in the yard, with only a big tree in the corner. An old-fashioned wooden armchair was under the tree, and a round stone table along with 4 stone benches were placed beside it. Potted plants were around them. The style of the bedroom was also classical. There was a bookcase with many books and a desk on the right. A computer as well as a few antiques were placed on the desk. There was a separate bathroom inside too. Very good. Shang Guanyang liked his bedroom, which was decorated in a traditional style, very much. Leng Xiaoting accommodated Shang Guanyang here because he had asked for his preferences before. Xiaoting, when will you leave? Asked Shang Guanyang all of a sudden. Tomorrow afternoon or the day after tomorrow, said Leng Xiaoting. He needed to go back to the military base to see whether everything went well while he was absent. Great, you can stay here tonight, and we'll practice in a suburb in the early morning tomorrow, said Shang Guanyang. Leng Xiaoting was a little surprised, and he actually didn't want to do that, but he still agreed. Sure, but I need to go home to share a meal with my grandfather later, and I will probably be late getting home after driving Ningning home. He wanted to spend more private time with Gu Ning, but Shang Guanyang didn't think of it at all. Gu Ning also wanted to be alone with Leng Xiaoting for a while, but his practice was more important. No problem, said Shang Guanyang. After accommodating Shang Guanyang, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left. There were 2 garages in this Sihiyuan. One was open while the other was closed. The car Stone drove was in the open garage, and the closed garage was empty. Because nobody knew whether there was a car in the closed garage, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting secretly put their ORV which they bought in City Gu into it before they drove it towards the Leng family's old house. The clothes Gu Ning prepared for Master Leng were placed on the rear seats in the car. Gu Ning had also prepared new clothing for Leng Yuanjin's family and Leng Yuanqian. But she had no gifts for Jiang Xuyuan and Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaoming wasn't in the capital, and Gu Ning had never seen him before, so she didn't prepare a gift for him either. She only prepared a gift for Leng Yuanqian because she didn't have direct conflict with him, and there was no need for her to blame him for what Jiang Xuyuan and Leng Xiaojia had done. Although she disliked him, she couldn't forget her manners. However, when they left the Sihiyuan, Leng Xiaoting looked unhappy. Gu Ning understood his thoughts and said, "Don't you want to improve your level as a cultivator?" "I do, but I also want to have some private time with you," Leng Xiaoting said and sounded upset. It wasn't easy for him to see Gu Ning after all. I want to stay alone together with you too. But your practice is more important. We can finish dinner earlier and go have a date before we go back to the Sihiyuan, Gu Ning said. Great. Leng Xiaoting nodded. Gu Ning didn't tell Master Leng that she would go to visit him with Leng Xiaoting in order to surprise him. When they arrived at the Leng family's old house, it wasn't 6 p.m. yet, and only Master Leng was in the house. He was reading in his study, and didn't know that Gu Ning came back with Leng Xiaoting until Leng Changji reported it to him. Master Leng was excited when he heard that both Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were back, but the broad smile suddenly disappeared from his face once he thought of something. I don't care whether they're back or not. Don't call me until dinner is ready, Master Leng said and pouted. Leng Changji didn't know what to say at this moment. He understood that Master Leng was still annoyed at Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. Since Master Leng was unwilling to come out, he had to welcome Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning alone. Lord Leng, Lady Ning, welcome home. Leng Changji smiled at Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning. Where is my grandfather? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Master Leng is in his study now, and I already told him that you're back home, said Leng Changji. He refused to come out. Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning exchanged a glance. Why don't you go to see Grandpa? Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoting. It's fine. Dinner is about to begin and he'll come out later, said Leng Xiaoting. He knew his grandfather's personality very well, and he believed that his grandfather would come out soon. Gu Ning agreed. Master Leng refused to come out right now in order to wait for Leng Xiaoting to see him, but Leng Xiaoting was absent for a long time. He wanted to go outside right now, but felt it would be embarrassing. At this time, he was in no mood for reading, and regretted venting his annoyance on them. Afterwards, Master Leng slightly opened the door of his room, trying to hear what they were talking about. When Yuyin came home, her face lit up with happiness once she saw Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. Xiaoting, Nining. Aun Lin. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting smiled at her. Auntie, I just founded a new clothing brand, so I've prepared new clothes for all of you. Although it's a new brand, it has great quality and I hope you'll like it, Gu Ning said and handed Yuyin a box. Thank you so much, Ning Ning. You always come with gifts for us, Yuyin said and beamed. I read the news about your new clothing brand. To be honest, I like Gufan's designs. Hearing that Gu Ning had gifts for all of them, Master Leng ached to go outside. Oh, where's your grandfather? Isn't he home? Yuyin asked all of a sudden. Grandfather is in his study now, and doesn't want to come out until dinner is ready, said Leng Xiaoting. Master Leng was angry again when Leng Xiaoting said that, because he knew that Leng Xiaoting did it on purpose. Fine. Yuyin felt it was strange, but said nothing further about it. Where is Xiaoxi and Xiaoxuan? Yuyin asked. It was during the winter vacation, so Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi didn't need to go to their schools. They're playing games upstairs. It's my fault. I forgot to tell them that Lord Leng and Lady Ning are home, Leng Changji said. Once Leng Changji told Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were back, they stopped playing games and quickly ran downstairs. Welcome home. Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi beamed at Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning. Hi, I have a gift from my new clothing brand for both of you, Gu Ning said and took out 2 boxes. Is it Gufan? I like it so much. Thanks. Actually, I wanted to buy it myself the other day. Leng Xiaoxuan and Leng Xiaoxi were very happy to receive the gift. Although Gufan was a new brand, they believed that it would be popular and famous soon. They didn't have any vanity, so they were quite satisfied with Gufan. When they took the gift over from Gu Ning, they thanked her with a broad smile. Master Leng was restless in his study. He wanted to join them, but was reluctant to embarrass himself, which was torture for him. My pleasure, Gu Ning said. Leng Xiaoxuan couldn't wait a second longer and put his new clothes on at once. Wow, I love it. It fits me so well. He also had a hat as an accessory. Leng Xiaoting felt so proud of Gu Ning at this moment. In his eyes, Gu Ning was able to do everything well. I love my new clothes too, Leng Xiaoxi said. She actually liked many sets of new Gufan clothing, and Guning coincidentally sent her one of them. It was impossible for a clothing brand to make every piece of clothing popular, but Gufan was liked by most people, which was enough. Therefore, Guning chose a set of clothing for Leng Xiaoxi, which was the most popular set among the young people. She knew that Leng Xiaoxi would like it. "Where is Grandpa? Isn't he home?" Leng Xiaoxuan asked. "He's in his study now," said Yuan. "What's he doing in his study? Doesn't he always want Shouting and Ningning to visit him? Why doesn't he come out now?" Leng Xiaoxuan was confused. "Why don't you go to ask your grandfather to come out for dinner? The meal will be ready any second," said Yuan. "No problem." Leng Xiaoxuan agreed, then went to Master Leng's room. The second Master Leng heard that Leng Xiaoxuan was coming. He hurriedly went back to his desk and even forgot to close the door. Therefore, Leng Xiaoxuan didn't bother to knock on the door and directly walked inside. "Grandpa, what are you busy with? Shouting and Ningning are home now. Why don't you go to see them?" "Oh, it's done now." Master Leng seized the chance and made an excuse to leave his study. He stood up and walked out together with Leng Xiaoxuan. When he saw Leng Shouting and Guning in the living room, he still looked serious and didn't greet them. Leng Shouting and Guning were the young generation, so they must greet Master Leng first. Grandpa." "We're home, Grandpa." Leng Shouting and Guning greeted Master Leng. "Great." Master Leng didn't show much happiness on his face, which was quite strange. Leng Shouting and Guning knew the reason, but didn't say anything about it. "Grandpa, I have a gift for you too. It's from my new clothing brand. I don't know whether you like it or not, and I should have sent it to you earlier on, but I was busy the other day. I just came back to the capital today. I wanted to visit you first, but Shouting's private teacher came here with us. We couldn't bring him here, so we accommodated him somewhere else before we came here." "Grandpa, please don't be mad at us," Guning said. "Nonsense, I'm not mad at all." Master Leng argued. "That's great."
Guning smiled.
"Since he's Shouting's private teacher, Shouting must take good care of him," added Master Leng. In fact, although Master Leng was a little jealous, he knew that Leng Shouting could learn a lot from his private teacher, which was very important. "We will," said Guning. After that, Master Leng's annoyance went away, and he started to smile and talk with Guning about her new clothing brand. He liked Guning's gift and her kindness. Before long, Leng Yuanjin and Leng Yuanqian were home too, and Guning gave them their gifts as well. Leng Yuanjin took the gift with happiness, but Leng Yuanqian was surprised to receive a gift from Guning. Jiang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia were absent today, because they were still in the hospital. Except for Master Leng, the others didn't know that Leng Xiaojia had paid a professional killer to hurt Guning. And because Guning already got over it, there was no need for Master Leng to bring it up now. Jiang Shuyuan and Leng Xiaojia were anxious about what Master Leng would do in the following days. Master Leng felt a little uneasy once he thought of what Leng Xiaojia had done to Guning. Even though Guning already got over it, Master Leng still felt guilty. Guning noticed Master Leng's sudden emotional change, but she said nothing. She had no intention to bring it up either. After dinner, Master Leng told Leng Shouting to have a private talk with him in the study, and Leng Xiaoxuan begged Guning to teach him more fighting skills. Leng Xiaoxuan clearly knew that he wasn't comparable to Guning, so he wanted to learn from her. "We just had dinner. Why don't you let Ningning have a rest?" Yuan wasn't happy about it. "Auntie, it's fine." Guning didn't mind it at all. Leng Xiaoxuan was a little embarrassed when his mother criticized him, but he felt much better after knowing that Guning didn't mind. "Ningning doesn't mind," said Leng Xiaoxuan. "Fine." Yuan said nothing further. Guning and Leng Xiaoxuan then walked outside, followed by Leng Xiaoxi, who was interested. "Ningning, I'm curious about which one is better between you and Shouting," Leng Xiaoxuan said all of a sudden. Although he believed that Leng Shouting must be better than Guning, Guning was very outstanding too. "Shouting is better than me," said Guning. With her magical energy and the Flood Dragon's help, Guning could defeat Leng Shouting, but she wasn't as strong as him by herself. When Leng Shouting became a senior cultivator one day in the future, She probably would be no match for him, even if she had her magical energy and the flood dragon's help. As long as Lung Xiaoting could reach the high level from concrete to abstract, he would be unstoppable. The flood dragon was afraid of Shangguanyang precisely because Shangguanyang was at a very high level. However, if the flood dragon was transformed into a dragon, only a senior cultivator with free spirit would be able to control it. It was difficult for a cultivator to have a free spirit, and only a few cultivators could succeed. Lung Xiaoxuan was quite happy when he heard that Lung Xiaoting was even better than Gu Ning, because Lung Xiaoting was his idol and he didn't want his idol to be weak. Anyway, they were a family, and he could learn from both Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting had a short conversation with Master Lung in the study, after which he went to see Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoxuan. Because Gu Ning needed to teach Lung Xiaoxuan fighting skills, it was unavoidable for them to touch each other's body, but Lung Xiaoting was still displeased. "Let me teach him," said Lung Xiaoting. Gu Ning noticed his unhappiness, so she listened to him. Lung Xiaoxuan didn't have acute senses like Gu Ning, so he didn't think further about it. However, Lung Xiaoting quickly beat Lung Xiaoxuan down on the ground. Shouting, "Shouldn't you teach me some skills?" Lung Xiaoxuan was confused and in pain. "We need to deal with something else now, so we should go," Lung Xiaoting said. Lung Xiaoxuan pouted but couldn't stop them. After that, Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting excused themselves and left. It wasn't a secret that both Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting were always occupied with work, so the others understood them very well. They were only worried about Gu Ning's and Lung Xiaoting's health. "Where are we going?" asked Gu Ning once they left the Lung family's old house. She didn't say anything about Lung Xiaoting getting jealous earlier. "Let's go home now," said Lung Xiaoting. "Do you need to deal with something else?" "I can go home myself if you're busy," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning thought that Lung Xiaoting would be busy with something because Master Lung just had a private talk with him. "Not at all," said Lung Xiaoting. "Then why do you want to go home so early?" Gu Ning felt confused. "Well, because we need to do something at home," said Lung Xiaoting and gave Gu Ning a meaningful glance. "Fine." Gu Ning nodded, and still didn't know what Lung Xiaoting was going to do with her at home. Lung Xiaoting put on an evil smile when he noticed that Gu Ning still had no idea what he wanted to do. He actually couldn't wait to kiss and touch her. Lung Xiaoting drove back to his own house, and he pressed Gu Ning against the wall the moment they walked inside. Without delay, he kissed her wildly. They hadn't been so close for a long time, so Gu Ning didn't push him away and kissed him back with passion. As the kiss got deeper, they wanted more. "Oh, wait a second." Gu Ning suddenly thought of something and pushed Lung Xiaoting away. "What's wrong?" Lung Xiaoting was upset. "Didn't you say that you need to deal with something at home? I think you should get your things done first," said Gu Ning with a serious expression. Hearing that, Lung Xiaoting laughed. "What?" Gu Ning was confused. "I am already doing what I wanted to do," said Lung Xiaoting with a broad smile. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second, and Lung Xiaoting kissed her again before she could say another word. In the next hour, they made love again and again till they were out of strength. When it was about 11 p.m., Lung Xiaoting had to go back to his Sihiyuan, so he kissed Gu Ning goodbye and left. Gu Ning didn't go to sleep after Lung Xiaoting left, but disguised herself as Tang Aining, and went to see Qi Ziyue and Tang Yexin. She didn't know that Qi Ziyue was already caught by Tang Bingsen, and she only found that he was absent in the hospital. She thought that Qi Ziyue had already left the hospital. Since she couldn't find Qi Ziyue, she went to see Tang Yexin. Tang Yexin was still staying in the same ward. Even though many terrible things had happened to her, Tang Yexin didn't move to another ward or another hospital, because she knew that Tang Aining was spying on her. Ji Yijing had the idea to let Tang Yexin have recovery abroad, but Tang Bingsen was worried that they might not be able to help her if anything bad happened again. It made sense, so Ji Yijing gave up the idea. Tang Bingsen never wanted Tang Yexin to take over their family business, but it didn't mean that he disliked her. Tang Yexin was his daughter anyway, and he cared about her. He had an illegitimate son only because he wanted to give his business to a man, but Tang Yexin could still have a third of his property. Therefore, he still wanted Tang Yexin to be safe. Tang Yashin's ward was under heightened security this time, and all the windows were closed. However, they couldn't stop Gu Ning from coming inside. The windows of Tang Yashin's ward were closed, but the curtains weren't, so it was still easy for Gu Ning to scare Tang Yashin. At this time, Tang Yashin wasn't asleep. She simply gazed at the ceiling in silence. She was now much more haggard than ever. She lost a lot of weight and looked older. It was hard for her to fall asleep, because she would have nightmares once she closed her eyes. Ji Yijing was sleeping peacefully because she wasn't the target, so she was able to relax. Gu Ning glanced around, then found that there was no one in the ward beneath Tang Yashin's, so she walked towards it. Without much effort, Gu Ning entered the ward and walked to the window. After that, she took out a gun from her telepathic eye space. She had grabbed it from a robber last time in City G, and there were 2 bullets left inside. Gu Ning took the bullets out, leaving the gun empty. She then wrote down several lines on a piece of white cloth. Tang Yashin, do you still remember the 2 shots in my body? You'll go through the same thing. Gu Ning tied the cloth to the gun but didn't wrap it in case they couldn't see the gun. Although Tang Yashin didn't fire the 2 bullets into her body, Tang Yashin was involved in the crime. When everything was done, Gu Ning heavily threw it towards the window of Tang Yashin's ward. Normally, it was impossible for the gun to break the window. The window wasn't thick, the problem was the angle. Nevertheless, the result was different when Gu Ning threw it over, because she put her magical power into the gun, so it was able to break the window. With a loud crash, the window was broken into pieces. Tang Yashin was scared and began to scream loudly, which woke Ji Yijing up, and the security guards along with mercenaries ran over at once. Gu Ning left without hesitation before they found her. She enjoyed it when they were mad and nervous but couldn't catch her. In that case, they had to stay alert day and night. The gun fell on Tang Yashin's bed by accident, and Tang Yashin trembled in fear. It's a gun!
Yiying exclaimed.
A security guard went to pick the gun up, and a mercenary went to the broken window in a hurry. He looked around but found nothing suspicious. The security guard untied the white cloth around the gun, so Tang Yashin could read the lines. Tang Yashin, do you still remember the 2 shots in my body? You'll go through the same thing. No, no, no. Tang Yashin screamed again. She knew this threat was from Tang Aining, and she covered her head with her hands, trying to protect herself from danger. She was too scared to say another word now. Ji Yijing didn't have time to comfort Tang Yashin, and read the lines on the white cloth too. Tang Aining is a bitch. Isn't it over yet? Ji Yijing shouted in anger. It wasn't over yet, and it was actually far from the end. Gu Ning decided to play the game as long as she wanted to. The noises in Tang Yashin's ward disturbed other patients in other wards. Because it was very late, other people couldn't see what was happening in Tang Yashin's ward. Given what had happened, Ji Yijing had to talk to Tang Bingsen. Tang Bingsen was angry when Tang Aining wouldn't stop harassing Tang Yashin. Even though he wasn't surprised that Tang Aining would continue to do that, he was still full of anger. His people couldn't find her at all, but she was able to appear and disappear out of the blue as she wanted. Tang Bingsen thought for a while, then told Ji Yijing to bring Tang Yashin home tomorrow. They could hire a family doctor to take care of her. Their home was safer than the hospital, and he was confident to catch Tang Aining, as long as Tang Aining dared to come. He didn't come up with that idea until now, or he would have done that earlier on. He was too busy recently to think of a good idea. Because it was too late tonight, Tang Yashin had to stay in the hospital till tomorrow. The ward was damaged, so she was moved into another ward. The Tang family would pay for the damage of the ward, because they failed to catch Tang Aining. It was nothing for the Tang family, but they felt unhappy about it. Gu Ning was about to take a taxi and went back to Ling Xiaoting's house, but she suddenly noticed that someone was following her. Therefore, she decided to walk for a while. When she walked, she felt the man still followed her. The man also realized that he was already exposed, because Gu Ning gave up taking a taxi all of a sudden, but he didn't stop following her. Although the capital was a crowded advanced city, it wasn't bright and full of people everywhere. There were dark alleys too. Gu Ning found a dark and narrow alley without anyone inside, then walked straight into it. She didn't go far and stopped 3 meters from the entrance. The man met Gu Ning's eyes once he followed her and walked into the alley. He was a strong muscular man about 30 years old, and it was quite obvious that he had the habit of practicing his fighting skills. Besides, Gu Ning had a feeling that he could be a killer. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Gu Ning asked. Although she already had the answer, she still wanted to hear it from the man's mouth. "I've been paid to kill you," said the man. The next second he dashed forward to attack Gu Ning, and Gu Ning fought back at once. He was eager to kill Gu Ning, so each of his movements aimed to hurt her badly. However, it wasn't easy to hurt Gu Ning at all. Within seconds, Gu Ning controlled the situation. It wasn't a surprising result, because the man was aware of Gu Ning's ability, but he had to do his job. He did the best of his ability, but still failed to catch Gu Ning. In the end, he realized that it was impossible for him to catch her right now, and he wanted to get out while the going's good. However, Gu Ning wouldn't let him escape. "Tell me who sent you?" asked Gu Ning. Gu Ning thought the person must be Tang Bingsin or Qi Ziyue, because she only had conflict against them recently. The man refused to tell her. Gu Ning didn't bother to force him to tell her, because she already had the answer in her mind. Whether the person was Tang Bingsin or Qi Ziyue, she wouldn't allow them to get away with it. Without hesitation, Gu Ning disabled the man. He wanted to kill her after all, so she had to teach him a lesson. She didn't kill him simply because she didn't want someone to die in her hands, which might cause her bad luck. Gu Ning left after the man was disabled. In the early morning, Leng Xiaoting and Shang Guanyang got up at 5 a.m., then drove to a suburb. Gu Ning also got up early to run. She ran into Jiang Ruiqin and Tang Qingyang when she was running that morning. "Hi Gu Ning, what a coincidence." Both Jiang Ruiqin and Tang Qingyang were happy to see Gu Ning. Although Jiang Ruiqin couldn't win Gu Ning's heart, he already got over it so they could still be friends. In addition, Leng Xiaoting was a very outstanding young man, so it wasn't humiliating to lose to him. As long as they were friends, he could still see Gu Ning and care about her. "Hi morning." Gu Ning smiled at them. After that, they began to run together. "Gu Ning, I heard a piece of big news about you the other day," said Jiang Ruiqin. He was talking about Gu Fan. He paid a lot of attention to Gu Ning, so he knew what she was doing these days, and he had also sent her a message to congratulate her on the opening ceremony of Gu Fan. "Well, it's not a big thing," said Gu Ning. She was being modest, and a new clothing brand was literally nothing in her eyes. Gu Fan was a newly established clothing brand, and it gained a lot of fame within a few days because of Gu Ning's influence. Nevertheless, Gu Fan was of high quality among other clothing brands at the same level as it. In the clothing industry, more and more businessmen valued profits above quality, so it wasn't easy for customers to find a clothing brand with good quality and reasonable prices. Of course it's a big thing. You don't need to be modest. Not many people can do what you've achieved, said Jiang Ruiqin. He sincerely admired Gu Ning's abilities and ambition. Gu Ning smiled and said nothing further about it. "Oh Qingyang, how's your work going?" Gu Ning asked Tang Qingyang all of a sudden. "Not bad, I just became the head of a new project and I have support from several directors," said Tang Qingyang. Jiang Ruiqin was very smart, and he somehow felt that Gu Ning had a special relationship with Tang Qingyang. "Feel free to let me know if you need my help," said Gu Ning. "I will," said Tang Qingyang. He wouldn't hesitate to turn to Gu Ning for help if he encountered trouble when he was dealing with the Tang organization. He knew that he was alone in the fight against the Tang family. After hearing their conversation, Jiang Ruiqin was more sure that Gu Ning and Tang Qingyang must be working with each other on something. They ran for another while, but neither Jiang Ruiqin nor Tang Qingyang could follow Gu Ning. They stopped later and Gu Ning continued to run ahead. "Qingyang, is Gu Ning aware of what you're doing about the Tang family?" asked Jiang Ruiqin. Tang Qingyang remained silent for a while, then said, "I'm going to tell you something secret, and you can't tell anyone else. Gu Ning is actually the person who caused the Tang family all this trouble." Jiang Ruiqin was Tang Qingyang's close friend, so he was willing to share his secrets with him. Anyway, Jiang Ruiqin already knew many secrets about him, and it wasn't a big deal if he learned more. Most importantly, he trusted Jiang Ruiqin. What? Jiang Ruiqin rounded his eyes in shock and couldn't believe his ears. To his astonishment, Gu Ning caused the Tang family a lot of trouble. Does she have any grudges against the Tang family? Or is she simply helping you? Jiang Ruiqin asked again. She has a long-standing grudge against the Tang family, because my older cousin Tang Aining was her private teacher. The Tang family caused Tang Aining's death, so Gu Ning wants to take revenge for her teacher, said Tang Qingyang. Jiang Ruiqin had heard of Tang Aining from Tang Qingyang before, but he didn't know much about her. Although Tang Aining was born in a super-rich family, she seldom showed up in public, so other people thought Tang Yixin was the only daughter of the Tang family. Tang Aining is Gu Ning's private teacher? Jiang Ruiqin was surprised again by Gu Ning's relationship with Tang Aining. What did Tang Aining do in the past? Since Tang Aining was Gu Ning's private teacher, Tang Aining couldn't be simple. She was the Tang family spy and was trained to be a killer, said Tang Qingyang. Knowing that, Jiang Ruiqin was taken aback. If Tang Aining was trained to be a professional killer by the Tang family definitely wouldn't expose her to the public. It wasn't strange that a big powerful family had killers and spies to serve it, so Jiang Ruiqin wasn't surprised about it. However, to his astonishment, Tang Bingsen was a cruel father and trained his own daughter to be a killer and caused her death in the end. In that case, Jiang Ruiqin understood why Gu Ning was working with Tang Qingyang now. Well, do you want to unseat the Tang family together? Asked Jiang Ruiqin. Yeah, Gu Ning wants to help me take over the chairman's position, said Tang Qingyang. Hearing that, Jiang Ruiqin smiled. I believe that with her help you can do that sooner or later. Jiang Ruiqin wasn't worried about Tang Qingyang once he learned that Gu Ning was secretly helping him. I believe so. Tang Qingyang also smiled with confidence. Gu Ning was very influential, and she had Ling Xiaoting's support as well. Since she was determined to take revenge, she wouldn't allow herself to fail. After running in the morning, Gu Ning went to her company. Ling Xiaoting took the car last night, so Gu Ning decided to take a taxi today. The Lamborghini in her telepathic eye space was too noticeable, so she didn't want to drive it. In the early morning, Tang Bingsen also received the news that the killer he hired failed to kill Tang Aining, which filled him with anger. Although he knew that Tang Aining wasn't weak at all, he was still disappointed when he heard that it was a failure. If Tang Aining wasn't dead, he would be in great danger. Tang Aining didn't take any action to hurt him right now, but he knew that it would happen in the near future. Tang Yixin was being tortured by her now, and he could be her next target. He definitely didn't want that to happen. Tang Bingsen always believed that no one was able to hurt him given his social status nowadays. But Tang Aining changed his life. He couldn't eat, sleep, or work normally now because of her. He had to kill Tang Aining, and he would keep on trying to do that even though he failed this time. Shortly after he heard the bad news, Tang Bingsen received a call from Ji Yijing and was told that Tang Yixin just tried to commit suicide by swallowing too many sleeping pills. Tang Yixin felt it was too difficult to live now, so she wanted to end her life to get rid of the pain and fear. She couldn't fall asleep these days, so the doctor gave her some sleeping pills to help her have some sleep. However, she didn't want to die until last night when she poured the whole bottle of sleeping pills into her mouth. Tang Bingsen was mad and anxious. He criticized Ji Yijing for not taking good care of Tang Yixin at the hospital. As Tang Yixin's mother, Ji Yijing was supposed to stop her from committing suicide. Ji Yijing cried and didn't know what to say, because she was unwilling to see it happen as well. In the end, they blamed Tang Aining for it. Actually, it should be Tang Bingsen's fault, because he had betrayed Tang Aining's mother and married Ji Yijing, who was his mistress. Anyway, karma was real. All the good and bad things that a person did in the past affected how good or bad his or her future life would be. Tang Yixin was pushed into an operation room, and as her father, Tang Bingsen had to go visit her. When Gu Ning arrived outside her company, she didn't feel any cultivators around, which meant that Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua were absent. Both of them went back to the cultivation world. They had spied on Guning for a long time, but found nothing useful, so they couldn't waste any more time on her. Dongfang Ziyu needed to practice her cultivation, and so did Wu Shunhua. Although Wu Shunhua wouldn't participate in the kung fu competition, he couldn't stop improving himself. Cultivators could live longer than mortals, but it also depended on their levels. If a cultivator's level wasn't high, he wouldn't live much longer than a mortal. And no one wanted to die if they were able to live happily. Guning told Xiaoya that she would come to her company today before she left her place, so Xiaoya was already waiting for her when she arrived. Gaoyi wasn't in the capital, he was chasing for more details about the illegal gang behind Tang Bingsen. Once Guning walked inside, Xiaoya reported what had happened the past few days to her. During the past few days, Gufan had great sales, but it was also involved in trouble. Luckily, it wasn't serious and was already solved. The trouble was that an internet user posted a post saying that Gufan had a serious quality problem on social media a few days ago. It actually wasn't important because a clothing factory needed to make a large amount of clothes, so it was unavoidable that some of them weren't good enough. However, the internet user's post soon went viral on social media, and many consumers demanded a response from Gufan. Gufan made a response later and apologized to the internet user for the bad quality clothing. Gufan also promised to pay more attention to the production of Gufan clothes in order to make sure that they were as acceptable as possible. No matter what, it should take responsibility since a quality problem indeed occurred. Surprisingly, the internet user refused to return the clothing he bought from Gufan and kept on criticizing it. In the following days, more and more posts and photos about the Gufan quality problem appeared on social media, and Gao Weichao realized that it could be a scheme. It would take a long time for them to find out the truth, so Gao Weichao called Guning. Guning went to Kunlun Mountain at that time, so his call was transferred to Xiaoya's phone. Xiaoya then asked for Chan Songyi's opinion, and Chan Songyi told Kei to handle it. They soon found out that those posts and photos came from the same clothing company, who was defaming Gufan on purpose. Almost every one of Guning's companies had been defamed before, and all the bad people had been punished according to the law in the end, but there were still many people who wouldn't give up doing that. Not many people were aware that Gufan was owned by Guning, so some people still tried to compete unfairly in business. Gufan later posted the evidence of the scheme on social media to clear its name. Even though it didn't reveal the name of the clothing company, it warned it to stop defaming Gufan. If the clothing company dared to do it again, it would be punished according to the law. The staff of the clothing company were shocked when they saw the post. To their surprise, Gufan was able to find out it was them within such a short time. Without delay, they deleted their posts and photos. Many internet users began to believe that Gufan was really innocent after they noticed that all the posts and photos were deleted. From the beginning to the end, the drama lasted only for a few days. Gufan's reputation wasn't seriously damaged, but Xiaoya thought that it was still necessary for her to report it to Guning. However, since the problem was already resolved, Guning didn't care about it. After that, she went to see Kei and asked him to help her search for Qi Ziyue. Qi Ziyue had been absent for days, and she wanted to know where he was right now. Before long, Kei told Guning that Qi Ziyue was brought away by a bunch of strong men, and he soon disappeared from the surveillance cameras. Guning thought of Tang Bingsen once she learned that Qi Ziyue was caught and brought away. Since Qi Ziyue was in Tang Bingsen's hands now, Guning didn't bother to pay much attention to him, because she knew that Tang Bingsen would torture Qi Ziyue badly. Although Tang Bingsen didn't kill Qi Ziyue right away, he was torturing him every day in different ways. Guning left her company at 10:30 a.m., then went to visit Leng Xiaoting and Shang Guanyang. Because of Shang Guanyang, Leng Xiaoting couldn't go out and see Guning often. If Guning didn't come to see him, they would be apart for a long time again, because Leng Xiaoting was going back to their military base that afternoon. On her way to Leng Xiaoting's Sihiyuan, Guning received a call from Tang Qingyang. Tang Qingyang told her that Tang Yixin tried to commit suicide by swallowing sleeping pills. Although Tang Yixin was rescued in the hospital, her brain was permanently damaged. Tang Qingyang heard the news because one of his friends worked in the hospital where Tang Yixin had the surgery. Gu Ning smiled when she heard what had happened to Tang Yexin. She had no sympathy for her. Great, both she and Qiziyue have now been punished. Tang Bingsun has Qiziyue in his hands, and I believe he won't allow Qiziyue to live a comfortable life. As for Tang Bingsun, we need to remove his illegal support first, which won't take long, said Gu Ning. Sure. Tang Xingyang agreed. He really trusted Gu Ning and was willing to listen to her. Leng Xiaoting and Shang Guanyang went to do their daily practice early in the morning and didn't come back until lunch was ready. Gu Ning arrived at the Sihiyuan 10 minutes before Leng Xiaoting and Shang Guanyang did. Because Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting dined with Shang Guanyang today, Lao Zhang prepared more food for them. The three of them enjoyed lunch together, and Shang Guanyang told Leng Xiaoting to continue his practice after resting for a while. The front yard of the Sihiyuan was large enough for him to practice his kung fu skills. In that case, Gu Ning was left alone, but she didn't mind it. Leng Xiaoting learned ancient kung fu skills from Shang Guanyang, which were more difficult and complicated than those modern fighting skills he knew. So it took him a long time to get familiar with the new skills. Shang Guanyang showed Leng Xiaoting ancient kung fu skills once, and Leng Xiaoting followed after him. Although Leng Xiaoting didn't have as good a memory as Gu Ning, his memory wasn't bad either. So Shang Guanyang was very satisfied with Leng Xiaoting's performance. Once Leng Xiaoting got familiar with the new skills, he could learn to put his magical power into his movements. Ningning, you're not a cultivator, but you can learn with him too, said Shang Guanyang to Gu Ning. Sure. Gu Ning was interested. Well, you can have a kung fu competition with me first. I need to test your ability, said Shang Guanyang. He knew that Leng Xiaoting asked him whether a mortal could become a cultivator last time because of Gu Ning. And even though Leng Xiaoting dropped that topic later, he understood that Leng Xiaoting was worried about Gu Ning's safety in life. Gu Ning probably didn't know that Leng Xiaoting had already talked about that with him. Shang Guanyang wasn't sure whether Leng Xiaoting would bring it up again, so he needed to test Gu Ning's ability first. He wanted to see whether she could tolerate the unusual pain she would go through if she wanted to become a cultivator. No problem. Gu Ning agreed with a smile. She was excited to have a competition with Shang Guanyang too. Shang Guanyang didn't use his magic, because Gu Ning was no match for him and he was unwilling to hurt her. He only needed to test Gu Ning's ability anyway. Afterwards, Gu Ning began to fight against Shang Guanyang. Although Shang Guanyang believed that Gu Ning was no match for him, he still took the competition seriously. Gu Ning was actually much stronger than Shang Guanyang used to think, which amazed him. To be honest, it wasn't easy for him to defeat Gu Ning. Ningning, you're really good. Shang Guanyang complimented her. Grandpa Shangguan, I know I'm not comparable to you, said Gu Ning. It's quite unbelievable for such a young girl like you to be so excellent at kung fu. If you were a cultivator, you would definitely be a talented one, said Shang Guanyang. It was a shame that Gu Ning wasn't a cultivator. Gu Ning smiled and said nothing about it. In fact, she also wished that she could be a cultivator, and she always wanted to ask Shang Guanyang whether it was possible. However, Leng Xiaoting was here right now, and she was worried that he might be disappointed if the answer was negative, so she decided to ask Shang Guanyang later when Leng Xiaoting was gone. She didn't know that Leng Xiaoting had already asked Shang Guanyang the same question. He didn't dare to tell Gu Ning the answer, because he knew that Gu Ning would risk everything for him. However, it hadn't been easy for him to keep it a secret these days. The kung fu competition between Gu Ning and Shang Guanyang lasted for nearly half an hour till Shang Guanyang completely defeated Gu Ning, which surprised Shang Guanyang. Gu Ning had surprising determination, and she would never give up till she totally lost. If it was a real war, she would fight till the last breath. She was definitely the kind of person who could accept the extreme pain when she was transformed into a cultivator, but it still remained unknown whether she could succeed. Very good. Shang Guanyang complimented her again. Gu Ning was quite extraordinary as a mortal. You can rest for a while, then I'll teach you a set of kung fu skills, said Shang Guanyang with great interest. Great, Gu Ning sighed. It wasn't convenient for Gu Ning to get rid of her tiredness in front of Shang Guanyang, so she could only have a rest. After resting for a few minutes, Gu Gu Ning was ready for her class. Shang Guanyang showed Gu Ning a set of moves. This is called Star Shift. Star Shift is a skill that leverages strength. No matter what kind of kung fu skills your opponent does, you can use his strength to counterattack himself. The higher his level is, the quicker he dies. The real kung fu is to kill your enemy with his own hands. Once Shang Guanyang finished his demonstration, Gu Ning kept it in her mind, which amazed him. He thought that Lung Xiaoting was already a talented cultivator, but Gu Ning was even better than Lung Xiaoting. However, that didn't mean that Gu Ning was better than Lung Xiaoting as a cultivator, because she was still a mortal now. Even though Gu Ning learned the skills, she could only deal with mortals. Shang Guanyang didn't know that Gu Ning had magical power too, and it could help her defeat average cultivators. Did Xiaoting teach you secretly behind my back? Asked Shang Guanyang. He couldn't believe that Gu Ning was able to get familiar with the new skills within such a short time. Lung Xiaoting needed to practice for a while, but Gu Ning didn't need much time. No, I just have a photographic memory, said Gu Ning. What? Photographic memory? Shang Guanyang rounded his eyes in shock. Do you mean it? Shang Guanyang didn't think that Gu Ning was lying to his face, but it was too shocking to be true. He knew that many people had a good memory like Lung Xiaoting, but a photographic memory was very rare. Of course I mean it. I can remember anything I see or hear, said Gu Ning with a calm face. Hearing that, Shang Guanyang was taken aback. This was the first time that he heard someone had a photographic memory. He wanted to test it and asked, "Do you remember what I explained to you about the new set of skills?" Of course, said Gu Ning. Great, repeat it now, said Shang Guanyang. This is called Star Shift. Star Shift is a skill that leverages strength. No matter what kind of kung fu skills your opponent does, you can use his strength to counterattack himself. The higher his level is, the quicker he dies. The real kung fu is to kill your enemy with his own hands. Gu Ning repeated without making any mistakes. She even copied Shang Guanyang's tone. Shang Guanyang was struck dumb for a second. Then his eyes lit up with excitement. Lung Xiaoting was practicing his kung fu skills, but he paid attention to them, and he wasn't surprised that Gu Ning was a quicker learner than him. In fact, he felt quite proud of her. Great, I'll show you another set of skills, and you should repeat it with my explanation, said Shang Guanyang. No problem. Gu Ning nodded with confidence. Shang Guanyang continued. This set is called the white snake puts out its tongue, and you can use it to attack your enemy's head, face, shoulders, lower jaw, chest, and crotch. It's hard for your enemy to stop you from doing that, because it happens like lightning. Clamp one end of stick B with your right armpit, and hold the other stick A with your right hand. The second you loosen your armpit and stretch your arm forward, swing the stick B out with your right wrist. Use the strength of your arm to quickly pull the stick back down your armpit. You should practice it with both your left and right hand in the same way. When the stick is swung out, your shoulders, arms, elbows, forearms, and other parts of your body should be stretched forward at the same time. When you pull the stick back, your elbow should slightly move away from your body. After Shang Guanyang finished the demonstration, Gu Ning repeated it along with his explanation without making any mistakes again. Wonderful! You're a genius! Shang Guanyang laughed out loud. Alright, you should practice these two sets of skills to get more familiar with them, said Shang Guanyang, because although Gu Ning had a photographic memory, only practice made perfect. Time flew and it was soon 5 p.m. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting left the Sihiyuan after they had dinner. Lung Xiaoting needed to go back to their military base, while Gu Ning drove back to Century City. Lung Xiaoting wanted to drive Gu Ning home, but Gu Ning had her own car, so they separated at the door. Neither of them wanted to leave each other, even though they could meet again in a few days. It's impossible to hide your air of a cultivator now, so you must be very careful. Turn to Grandpa Shangguan for help if you encounter a cultivator who's stronger than you, said Gu Ning. I understand. Lung Xiaoting felt touched that Gu Ning cared about him. After all, Gu Ning kept reminding him to be careful because she cared about him. After that, they separated. However, when Gu Ning passed a hotel, she coincidentally saw Gu Anna and saw that two women around 30 years old were pulling her with violence. Gu Anna struggled, but she was too weak before two women. There were onlookers, but nobody went up to help Gu Anna. Although the security guards of the hotel tried to stop the two women, it wasn't useful. Gu Anna was Gu Ning's friend after all, so she had to do something at this moment. Without delay, Gu Ning drove towards the door of the hotel. Once she got out of the car, she heard unpleasant remarks. "You're a shameless siren. How dare you seduce my husband? You're a **ch. The two women were screaming abuse at Gu Anna. Gu Ning frowned and didn't believe that Gu Anna would seduce a married man. Although Gu Anna dressed like a sexy woman, she was born in a super-rich family, and there was no need for her to sell her body for money. Gu Ning didn't know much about Gu Anna, but she was aware that Gu Anna wasn't a bad woman. "Leave me alone. Are you crazy or something? I didn't seduce your husband. Your husband sexually harassed me. He's ugly and disgusting." Gu Anna was angry. Other people might not believe her words, but Gu Ning did. She walked straight to them and pulled the two women away from Gu Anna. Because Gu Anna was her friend, Gu Ning secretly pinched the two women when she pulled them away, causing them to scream in pain. "Ning Ning." Gu Anna was surprised when she saw Gu Ning. Gu Ning was her lifesaver now. No one was willing to help her, and she would be super embarrassed if Gu Ning didn't stand out. "Who are you? It's none of your business. Look at her face. They must be the same kind of shameless women." The two women turned to attack Gu Ning with their eyes full of jealousy. In their eyes, all beautiful girls were shameless and would seduce their husbands. Gu Ning remained calm and coldly stared at them, but the two women were mad. "What? Don't pretend to be innocent since you choose to be a **c. How dare you?" Gu Anna was furious when the two women began to humiliate Gu Ning. She felt guilty that Gu Ning suffered because of her. To her astonishment, Gu Ning moved faster than her and slapped the two women with great force. The onlookers were all shocked by the scene. Gu Ning was too violent. Nevertheless, it was understandable, because the two women were too aggressive and unkind. They negatively judged Gu Ning just because she was beautiful, which was unreasonable. Besides, Gu Anna said that she didn't seduce the woman's husband, but the women wouldn't let her go. "Don't humiliate other people as you want in public," said Gu Ning. She wasn't afraid of the two women at all. "You!" The two women pointed at Gu Ning in anger, but didn't dare to fight with her. "Do you know who I am?" shouted a woman. "So? I don't care," said Gu Ning. It wasn't her fault anyway, and she didn't think that the two women were able to hurt her. Gu Anna pulled her lips. "Ridiculous. Do you know who I am?" The woman was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. Even though Gu Anna could be more influential than her, she refused to believe it. She believed that Gu Anna had seduced her husband, even though Gu Anna already denied it. "Who are you?" asked the woman. "How dare you humiliate me in public before you figure out who I am? Aren't you afraid that you'll offend someone you shouldn't mess with?" "You're really a stupid woman," said Gu Anna in annoyance. In fact, even if her husband had a mistress, she should blame her husband for it. She simply didn't dare to argue with her husband, so she turned to attack another woman. Actually, if her husband didn't learn to be loyal to her, she would have endless enemies in her marriage. A disloyal man was the key problem of an unhappy marriage. And the woman tolerated her husband's behavior, which meant that she didn't deserve sympathy. "You!" The woman was angry, but Gu Anna interrupted her before she could say a complete sentence. "Why don't you call your husband right now and ask him who Gu Anna is?" The woman's husband had indeed tried to seduce Gu Anna because of her outstanding appearance, but he was scared and gave up the idea once he found out Gu Anna's family background. Gu Anna wanted the woman to call her husband earlier, but the woman was too crazy to listen to her. If Gu Ning hadn't helped her, she honestly didn't know what she would do now. The woman suddenly panicked because it seemed that Gu Anna was indeed more influential than her. The onlookers were curious about it too. The next second, the woman called her husband and asked him who Gu Anna was. "Gu Anna? Why do you ask about her?" The woman's husband was frightened when he heard Gu Anna's name. At the same time, he felt strange that his wife asked about Gu Anna all of a sudden. "How did you know Gu Anna? What did you do to her? He asked at once. Just tell me, who is Gu Anna? The woman lost patience. Do you know the Gu family in the capital? It's a super rich family and Gu Anna was born in the Gu family, said the woman's husband. What? The woman was shocked. It was hard for her to believe it. She turned to look at Gu Anna and couldn't say another word. Her husband felt that something must be wrong and asked nervously, Did you offend her? The woman remained silent, and her husband was even more anxious. Say something. The woman hesitated to tell her husband what she had done. Seeing her reaction, the onlookers were sure that Gu Anna wasn't someone she could mess with. After that, Gu Anna grabbed her phone away and the woman stood still in shock. Mr. Liu, your wife just humiliated me in public by saying that I'm a siren and tried to seduce you. I feel very embarrassed right now. Shouldn't you do something? Said Gu Anna. The woman's husband apologized at once. Miss Gu, I'm terribly sorry. It's all my wife's fault. Please forgive her this time. She won't do it again, I promise. Although the woman's husband was quite polite on the phone, he was actually really angry at his wife. If his wife was in front of him at this moment, he would slap her and criticize her without hesitation. However, the woman was his wife after all, and he had to do something to solve this problem in case his business was affected. Forgive her? My reputation is already damaged, said Gu Anna. Well? The man didn't know what to say now, because Gu Anna was born in a super-rich family and her reputation mattered a lot. He could only blame his stupid wife for offending someone they shouldn't mess with. However, he totally forgot that he had sexually harassed Gu Anna first. He was a shameless and selfish man. I can forgive her, but she must apologize to me 10 times in public, Gu Anna said later. It wasn't serious trouble, and Gu Anna was unwilling to waste time on them. She had more important things to do. Of course she should, said the man. Even if Gu Anna wanted his wife to apologize to her 100 times in public, he would agree. He only hoped that the Gu family wouldn't punish him by damaging his business. Gu Anna didn't bother to talk with the man any longer, and she gave the phone back to the woman. The woman took the phone with a shaking hand, then heard her husband shouting at her on the phone. Did you hear what Miss Gu just said? Why, yes, said the woman. Do whatever Miss Gu wants you to do, or I'll divorce you. The woman's husband threatened her, then hung up on her. Although the woman's husband was slightly afraid of her because of her father's influence, Gu Anna's family was much more powerful than theirs. If Gu Anna was displeased, their family business could be badly affected. The woman was scared when her husband threatened to divorce her. Without delay, she apologized to Gu Anna right in front of everyone. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. Gu Anna told them to leave when the woman finished apologizing to her 10 times in public. Gu Ning, thank you so much for your help. Gu Anna turned to thank Gu Ning when the problem was finally solved. She honestly didn't know what she would have done if Gu Ning hadn't shown up on time. My pleasure, said Gu Ning. Well, I guess I can go home now. Don't leave. Since we met by coincidence today, why don't we hang out together tonight? Qinin and I are going to watch a film, said Gu Anna. She was unwilling to let Gu Ning go right now. Actually, Gu Ning was Gu Anna's idol, and she always wanted to hang out with Gu Ning if it was possible. Gu Ning thought for a while, then agreed. Fine. Wonderful, but you might need to go to see my friends with me for a while. One of my friends just came back from a foreign country today, and they're sharing a meal now. I had another appointment this afternoon, so I didn't join them and I came here simply to see them, said Gu Anna. She thought that it would be impolite if she left Gu Ning alone to wait for her. Sure. Gu Ning didn't care about it. After that, Gu Ning followed Gu Anna going upstairs. However, when they were approaching the door of the private room, Gu Ning heard a male voice from the inside. Fengzi, it's easy to get Gu Anna in your bed. You can doctor her drink. Don't worry, we won't say anything about it. The next second, a group of men laughed out loud. Gu Ning stopped at once and pulled Gu Anna back to her. Gu Anna was confused because she had heard nothing. You can leave now, said Gu Ning to the waiter who guided them here. Sure. The waiter walked away. Afterwards, Gu Ning told Gu Anna to wait for a while in a low voice, then used her jade eyes to see what was happening in the private room. Although it sounded like a joke, Gu Ning took it seriously. Gu Anna didn't know what Gu Ning was doing, but she listened to her. Gu Ning saw 3 men and 2 women in the private room. After laughing, a handsome man said, Great, we can go to a bar together later, and I'll leave it to you, but you all must keep it a secret. No problem, said another man. The others chimed in at once. We won't say anything about it. Gu Ning asked Gu Anna outside. How's your relationship with them? We went to the same high school and we were quite close back then. Although we haven't seen each other for years, we keep in touch and we're still friends, said Gu Anna. Let's go inside now, said Gu Ning. She decided to tell Gu Anna what she just heard when they left. She knew Gu Anna's personality, and she was afraid that Gu Anna might lose her temper if she found out what her friends were scheming against her behind her back. Sure. Gu Anna was still confused about Gu Ning's strange question, but didn't ask further about it. Come on in, someone said in the room, so Gu Anna opened the door and walked inside. Welcome, beautiful Miss Gu. You're late, so you should drink 3 cups as a punishment, said a man. I'm sorry, I was occupied by work. Gu Anna apologized to them, and didn't refuse to drink. She could drink a lot, so she didn't care about 3 little cups of alcohol. After that, her friends noticed Gu Ning and a man said, Oh, there is another beautiful lady here today. When the 3 men saw Gu Ning, they were all amazed by her outstanding appearance, while the 2 women were jealous of her. Gu Ning ignored their gazes. This is my friend, Gu Ning. Gu Anna introduced Gu Ning to her friends. Nice to meet you, said Gu Ning. She actually hated them because of what she just heard outside the room, but didn't show her feelings on her face. Nice to meet you too, Miss Gu. The 3 men greeted Gu Ning with enthusiasm, but the 2 women remained silent. Come here and have a seat. A man invited Gu Anna and Gu Ning to have a seat by the table. Another man handed both Gu Ning and Gu Anna a cup of drink, but Gu Ning refused. Sorry, I don't drink. Gu Ning was reluctant to drink with them after hearing their conversation earlier. Their target was Gu Anna, but Gu Anna was her friend, so she was mad at them. Once Gu Ning refused to drink, the man looked displeased. Just drink a little. It'll be boring if you don't drink at all. Feng Zi, my friend, doesn't drink, so you shouldn't force her to drink. I can drink with you, said Gu Anna. She thought that she should protect Gu Ning. Anna, it's just a drink. It isn't a big deal, said Gu Anna's female friend A. Right, we drink for fun, so don't be a wet blanket. Her female friend B joined their persuasion. Well, I can drink on behalf of my friend, all right? Said Gu Anna. She wasn't dumb, and she could see that her 2 female friends were aiming to hurt Gu Ning. Gu Ning was much prettier than them, and they were simply jealous of Gu Ning. No, you can't. It'll be boring if you drink alone, said Gu Anna's male friend A. Fine, I can drink with you. Since they wouldn't give up persuading her to drink, Gu Ning agreed, but she wouldn't let them do whatever they wanted. If we want to drink for fun, no one should quit halfway till we're all satisfied. To be honest with you, I may lose control of myself if I'm not satisfied after drinking. Gu Ning intended to teach them a lesson. She had magical power to protect herself, so she wouldn't feel uncomfortable no matter how much she drank. The other people in the room didn't think Gu Ning was able to drink much, so they thought it was very easy. No problem, but this drink is quite strong, so you should be careful, said Gu Anna's male friend B. Ning Ning. Gu Anna was a little worried about Gu Ning. Relax, it's fine, Gu Ning said to comfort Gu Anna. Since Gu Ning said that, Gu Anna closed her mouth. She believed that Gu Ning was a smart girl. Miss Gu, don't get above yourself or you'll be embarrassed, said Gu Anna's female friend A. If you want to challenge me, why don't we have a cup first? Gu Ning sighed. I'm in. The woman accepted Gu Ning's challenge and drank a cup of alcohol without hesitation. Gu Ning also had a cup, then began to drink with other people. In the following minutes, she didn't give them any time to rest and kept on drinking with them diligently. Gu-Anna wanted to stop Gu-Ning, but Gu-Ning wouldn't listen to her. Gu-Anna's friends also told her not to interrupt them. They got excited because of Gu-Ning's aggressive and arrogant attitude, and they were determined to defeat Gu-Ning. Gu-Anna had to sit aside and watch them drink. At the beginning, everyone believed that Gu-Ning would be drunk soon, but Gu-Ning stayed clear-headed the entire time. On the contrary, they started to get drunk. "Oh, my head is spinning. I can't drink more," said Gu-Anna's female friend B. She still wanted to keep a good image in front of the others. "What? No way. Do you want to quit halfway?" Gu-Ning pretended to be displeased. The woman was struck dumb for a second, then summoned up her determination. "Fine, let's drink." Afterwards, Gu-Ning and the woman had a cup of alcohol together. They kept on drinking and no one dared to quit halfway. When Gu-Anna found that Gu-Ning was still clear-headed after drinking a lot, she stopped worrying about her. The two women had tried to withdraw, but Gu-Anna and Gu-Ning wouldn't allow them to leave. Gu-Anna sided with Gu-Ning today, and was also determined to teach them a lesson. "Miss Gu, you're really good at drinking, but I think it's enough for today," said Gu-Anna's male friend A. "I told you no one should quit halfway. I'll lose my temper if I'm not satisfied once we start drinking," said Gu-Ning. "You!" The man was a little mad, but he couldn't blame Gu-Ning for it. "What? Do you regret challenging Ning-Ning now? You can't leave today until Ning-Ning is satisfied," said Gu-Anna. She had a higher social status than her friends, so they didn't dare to annoy her. "Miss Gu, we were just joking. Don't take it seriously. It's just a misunderstanding," Fengzi explained at once in case Gu-Anna was mad at him. Even if he couldn't get Gu-Anna, he didn't want to lose her either. Gu-Anna was a very kind, helpful friend after all. "Joking? Your relationship is really a joke," said Gu-Ning. She knew that it couldn't be a joke, and they could take action to hurt Gu-Anna sooner or later. "All right, it's enough. Anna, we can go now." Gu-Ning returned to her seat without delay. "Sure." Gu-Anna stood up at once. She knew that Gu-Ning would explain it to her later. "Anna, wait." Fengzi immediately stopped Gu-Anna. Gu-Ning stood aside and watched them in silence. "What?" Gu-Anna asked Fengzi with a cold expression. "Well, Fengzi wanted to defend himself but didn't know what to say. "We're going to watch a film now, and it's about to begin. If you have nothing serious to talk about, please let us leave," said Gu-Anna. I was just joking with them, and Miss Gu overheard it. "I'm afraid that you'll misunderstand me, so," said Fengzi. He had to deny it. "Since it's a joke, I won't misunderstand you," said Gu-Anna. She trusted Gu-Ning and believed that Gu-Ning wouldn't hurt her. Fengzi paniqued. "Now if you'll excuse me," said Gu-Anna and walked away with Gu-Ning. Fengzi didn't stop them this time because he didn't know what to say. How did she hear our conversation? When Gu-Anna and Gu-Ning were gone, someone wondered that. The private room had good insulation, so they couldn't figure out how Gu-Ning was able to hear their conversation. In addition, Gu-Anna was with Gu-Ning, but she didn't hear their conversation. Probably because she has good hearing. Will Gu-Anna trust her? Her attitude changed in a second. "I think she will trust Gu-Ning," said Fengzi with hatred towards Gu-Ning. He was really selfish and blamed other people for his own mistakes. Gu-Ning didn't rush to tell Gu-Anna the reason on their way outside, because she was afraid that other people might overhear their conversation. When they walked out of the hotel, Gu-Ning walked straight to her car. "Ning-Ning, are you going to drive?" Gu-Anna was surprised. "Yes," Gu-Ning answered. "You drank a lot," said Gu-Anna. She was afraid that Gu-Ning might be caught driving under the influence. Although she could handle it even if Gu-Ning was caught, it might affect Gu-Ning's businesses. Gu-Ning was a celebrity after all. "Let me drive the car," said Gu-Anna.
Kuningunterstood Guannas vorjes.
"It's fine. Can you smell alcohol from my body?"
Kuningsmilet.
She had already gotten rid of the smell of alcohol with her magical power. "No way." Gu-Anna rounded her eyes in shock, then ran to smell around Gu-Ning. She indeed failed to smell any alcohol. "Wow, how is it possible? You drank a lot. I have my way to secretly pour out the alcohol." I actually didn't drink a lot, said Gu-ning. Oh, I understand. Gu-ana laughed. She didn't ask how Gu-ning managed to pour out the alcohol without them noticing it. After that, Gu-ana got in Gu-ning's car. Once they were in the car, Gu-ning told Gu-ana everything she just heard. They indeed sounded to be joking, but I'm not sure whether they were really joking or not. They're your friends, so I think you know them better than me. You can make the judgment yourself, said Gu-ning. Gu-ana was furious after knowing what her friends had said about her behind her back. None of them was as important as Gu-ana in this society, but they still dared to scheme against her. They were ambitious. Fengzi liked Gu-ana and her family background, so he wanted to have a serious relationship with her. Gu-ana's family could help him and his family a lot, and he could join the high society through Gu-ana. He had considered the bad result if he failed, so he hesitated to drug Gu-ana. Why don't we go to a bar to continue to drink? This alcohol is too strong, said Fengzi. A bar? We're not going with you because we have another appointment, said Gu-ning. She fixed her eyes at Fengzi. If you want to compete against me on drinking, strong alcohol is the best choice. Fengzi and the others in the room changed their expressions when they heard that Gu-ning wouldn't go to a bar with them. What appointment do you have today? It's our schoolmates' reunion and we must enjoy ourselves, said Fengzi. He still wanted to conduct his plan. You can't do whatever you want. You just forced me to drink with you and I agreed. I told you that I would be dissatisfied if anyone quit halfway, and now you're leaving? Impossible, said Gu-ning in annoyance. Hearing that, they felt embarrassed. They indeed only cared about their own feelings. Ning-ning's right. You can't take advantage of her, and she's drinking against all of you by herself, said Gu-ana. She strongly supported Gu-ning. Even though they were her schoolmates and friends, she knew that Gu-ning was helping her. Anna, we didn't know that Miss Gu is so excellent at drinking, said Gu-ana's male friend B. If they had known that, they wouldn't have challenged her. You didn't know that? Ridiculous. I think you simply want to make me a joke.
Kuningarkuet.
She was unwilling to end this game until she was satisfied. You. The man didn't know what to say now. Enough. Gu-ana's female friend heavily hit the table and stood up in great anger. Who do you think you are? If you like to drink to death, do it yourself and let us go. Lu Xian, what's wrong with you? Gu-ana questioned her. Lu Xian was scared of Gu-ana, so she changed her attitude at once. Gu-ning coldly said to Lu Xian, you forced me to drink with you first, so you must obey the rules if you've decided to join in the game. Lu Xian felt quite stressed when Gu-ning stared straight at her. All right, stop arguing now. It's not a big deal. Miss Gu, I'm sorry for what we did. Please forgive us this time. I can drink up this cup of alcohol to show my sincerity, said Fengzi. He believed that Gu-ning would stop arguing with them. Gu-ning was indeed unwilling to argue with them any longer, but only because she disliked them. Fengzi added later, let's go to a bar now. We can have some beer just for fun, not for competition. All of a sudden, Gu-ning walked towards Fengzi with a mysterious smile, which scared him. He didn't know what Gu-ning wanted to do. Even though Gu-ning was even prettier than Gu-ana, he would still choose Gu-ana for his future. He was really a self-centered man. No, and I honestly don't want to waste more time on you. Gu-ning didn't bother to hide her disdain and dislike towards him. You better give up your plan before you take action, or you'll be punished. I heard your conversation outside this room earlier, so I refused to drink with you at the beginning. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. What conversation? Gu-ana was confused. Although she didn't know what they just talked about before she came inside, she had a feeling that it wasn't a good conversation from Gu-ning's tone. Although they're my schoolmates, we're not close. Fengzi has a good relationship with me. But I'm shocked that he's such a disgusting social climber. Actually, he confessed his love towards me a few years ago, but I rejected him. I thought we were good friends since then, but obviously I'm wrong. Anyway, I don't believe it's just a joke, and I can't accept it at all. Gu-ana was very serious. They planned to hurt her today and even wanted to take action. If she hadn't met Gu Ning today or hadn't had an appointment with Su Qinin, she could have fallen into their trap. Gu Anna felt scared in retrospect. Ning, thank you so much for today. Gu Anna thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. Well, I'm afraid what I've done will hurt your relationship with them, and I'm not sure whether it's a good thing, said Gu Ning. She knew that Gu Anna's relationship with her schoolmates would end afterwards. I don't care about them and I don't lack friends, said Gu Anna. She was quite disappointed at Feng Zi. Oh, Qinin is already in the movie theater now with the tickets. Gu Anna received a message from Su Qinin on WeChat. Great, we'll be there in 10 minutes, said Gu Ning. About 10 minutes later, Gu Anna and Gu Ning arrived at the movie theater, and the film would start in half an hour. Ning. Su Qinin was excited once she saw Gu Ning. Hey, how about me? Didn't you see me? Gu Anna complained. We see each other often and I've seen enough of you. It's hard for me to see Ning, said Su Qinin. Really? Fine, don't ask me out to watch a film or dine together again. Gu Anna pouted. Oh, Ning came here with me, so we'll go watch our film now without you. Saying that, she went to pull Gu Ning's arm. Su Qinin changed her attitude at once and stopped Gu Anna. Come on, don't be mad at me. I'm just joking. You're my best friend forever. And you know that I can't live without you. That's cheesy, said Gu Anna with a smile. Give me a hug. Su Qinin threw herself to Gu Anna. All right. Gu Anna gave in. Although Gu Anna was very outgoing and liked joking, she disliked Su Qinin's lovey-dovey behavior because she didn't want other people to think that she was a lesbian. Su Qinin knew that very clearly, so she always used that trick to force Gu Anna to give in.
Su Qinin pudili lauget.
The three of them were great beauties. Gu Ning was like a pure angel, Su Qinin was an elegant lady, while Gu Anna was a sexy woman, so they attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. They were very used to being the focus of people's attention, so they didn't feel uneasy at all. Two good-looking men tried to strike up a conversation with them, but they rejected them. However, they felt that the two men looked a little strange. Normally women came to watch a film together, but it was rare to see men do that. It was like women going to the ladies' room and shopping together, but men didn't. When the film was about to begin, they went inside. It was a romantic film and wasn't very special. They watched it simply to kill time because there weren't any popular films these days. When the film was over, it was already 11 p.m. Do you want to have night snacks before we go home? Asked Su Qinin. You can make the decision, said Gu Ning. Let's go have some. I'm a little hungry, said Gu Anna. After that, they went to have night snacks. Because the night snack street wasn't far away, they directly walked there and went to have seafood. It was 12 a.m. when they finished having night snacks. Gu Anna was going to sleep in Su Qinin's apartment tonight, so Gu Anna left with Su Qinin and Gu Ning drove back to Century City alone. On her way back to Century City, Gu Ning called Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting gave Gu Ning a call when they were watching the film, so she sent him a message. Leng Xiaoting then told Gu Ning to call him back when she was home. Although it was very late, Leng Xiaoting stayed up for Gu Ning's call. They had only been apart for half a day, but he was already missing her. He badly wanted to hear her voice and talk with her. However, Leng Xiaoting knew that Gu Ning was driving, so he didn't talk with her for long. Gu Ning went to bed after she got home. It was rainy the next day, so she didn't go running in the morning. She called Xiaoya and told her not to prepare breakfast because they would be eating outside. Xiaoya went to work together with Gu Ning. Gu Ning read a book again this morning, because she had nothing important to deal with. At noon, Gu Ning called Shangguanyang and asked him whether he was comfortable living in the Sihiyuan. Leng Xiaoting gave Stone a bank card to provide Shangguanyang with whatever he wanted, but Gu Ning thought that she still needed to care about him. Stone and Shangguanyang weren't very familiar with each other yet, so Gu Ning was worried that Shangguanyang might hesitate to ask for what he wanted. Because Leng Xiaoting was absent, Gu Ning should take good care of Shangguanyang. Luckily, Shangguanyang had great adaptability, and he enjoyed his life now. Gu Ning then told Shangguanyang that she would go to visit him that afternoon, but she felt a little sad after having the call with him. She planned to ask Shangguanyang the question she always wanted to ask him, and she was afraid that she might hear a negative answer. When it was 5 p.m., Gu Ning left her company. She drove to the Sihiyuan by herself, and it was about 6 p.m. when she arrived. Lao Zhang had already prepared dinner for them and Shangguanyang was waiting for her. Shangguanyang didn't feel bored being alone, but he was still very happy to see Gu Ning. Gu Ning was soon full, but Shangguanyang was still pouring food into his mouth like he had been hungry for years. Normally, Shangguanyang ate as much as 5 or 6 adults. Lao Zhang and Stone dined in the Sihiyuan as well, but they quickly finished their dinner in the kitchen. Shangguanyang was in a higher position than them after all, so they never dined together at the same table. Leng Xiaoting gave them great treatment, and they could eat whatever they wanted. They only needed to serve Shangguanyang to the best of their ability. After dinner, Shangguanyang told Gu Ning to show him the 2 new sets of kung fu skills he taught her yesterday. He wanted to see whether Gu Ning was able to remember them clearly after a day. To his surprise, Gu Ning already bore them in her mind. She indeed had a photographic memory. Actually, Gu Ning only remembered the moves. She still needed more time and practice to master the skills. In the following hour, Shangguanyang taught Gu Ning how to control her strength and speed. Gu Ning was very smart and a quick learner. Very good. Shangguanyang was satisfied with her performance. After practicing for a while, they stopped to have a rest. Grandpa Shangguan, can I ask you about something? Said Gu Ning all of a sudden. Sure. Shangguanyang smiled. Can a mortal become a cultivator? Asked Gu Ning with a serious expression. Hearing that, Shangguanyang fixed his eyes at her. Why do you ask that question? Do you want to be a cultivator? In fact, Shangguanyang already had the answer in his heart, but he still wanted to hear it from Gu Ning's mouth. Yes, I want to become a cultivator for Xiaoting. I don't want to die before him and leave him alone in this world, said Gu Ning. You want to become a cultivator for him? Asked Shangguanyang. Yes. Gu Ning nodded with determination. Shangguanyang remained silent for a while, then said, Well, he asked me the same question. What? Xiaoting asked you the same question. Gu Ning was surprised. The next second, she realized that the answer must be negative, or Leng Xiaoting would have talked with her about it. Right, Shangguanyang said. A mortal can become a cultivator, but it's very dangerous, and most mortals will die in the process. All the people in the cultivation world were born with the talent for becoming a good cultivator. Mortals, however, don't have the talent. Gu Ning figured out that Leng Xiaoting didn't want her to risk her life for him. She could also die during the process. Her life was totally different now, because she had a loving family and found the man she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. She couldn't die. She couldn't leave them behind. What if something terrible really happened to her? They would be heartbroken. Although Gu Ning was very strong and confident, anything could happen in the process. Shangguanyang didn't interrupt Gu Ning when she was lost in thought. He was an outsider after all, and it was a matter of life. At this time, Gu Ning's phone rang and pulled her mind back. She took out her phone and saw that the caller was Qiao Ye. Boss Gaoyi found Tang Bingson's illegal support, and its base is in City C. What should we do now? Asked Qiao Ye. Prepare yourself. We're going to City C. I'll tell you the exact time after I make the decision, said Gu Ning with a serious expression. Since they found Tang Bingson's illegal support, they had to remove it as soon as possible. No problem, said Qiao Ye. Gu Ning checked the available plane tickets and made sure of the departure time before she called Qiao Ye back. She told Qiao Ye to take the flight which would leave at 9:20 a.m., and she would book a ticket on her own. Because Gu Ning was going to disguise herself as Tang Aining, and Qiao Ye didn't have her ID information, Gu Ning had to do that by herself. In addition, she didn't want Qiao Ye to have anything to do with Tang Aining. The thing they were going to deal with would be under investigation, so they had to be careful. Gu Ning also reminded Qiao Ye not to contact her till they were in City C.
Qiao Ye obeyed her orders.
Gu Ning then walked back to Shangguanyang and said, Grandpa Shangguan, I need to leave the capital city today. You can tell Stone to help you do whatever you want. Please don't tell Xiaoting that I just asked you the same question, all right? She was worried that Lung Xiaoting might be unhappy. It was hard for her to make the decision to accept the challenge to become a cultivator now, and she needed more time to consider it. Even though she would go through the tough process sooner or later in the future, she had to be fully prepared. Accidents could happen, so she must be aware of it. She knew it was selfish because those who cared about her might be heartbroken if anything terrible happened to her because of her choice. However, she was reluctant to die before Lung Xiaoting. She wanted to try it and hoped that she could survive. Sure. Shangguan yang agreet. After that, Gu Ning went to the airport. Xiaoya took a taxi from Century City to the airport too. On the way, Gu Ning called Gao Yi. Gao Yi said, "Boss, the gang is called the Tianjin Gang. Although it isn't comparable to the Qing Gang, it's very influential in City C. Its base is a winery and it also owns a bar and a hotel. Many members of the Tianjin Gang work in a wine bar at night. Great, we must catch its head first. As long as its head is in our hands, the other members won't be a threat," said Gu Ning. "Pay more attention to its leader and the senior management." "Sure, I have some information about them. I'll email it to you right now," said Gao Yi. Members of an illegal gang were always mysterious, and they had different identities to cover their work, so it wasn't easy to have detailed information about the leader and the senior management of an illegal gang. Gao Yi had already done his best and he only had a few days. "Great," said Gu Ning. She was driving now, so she decided to read it when she was in the airport. She set off from the city center and arrived at the airport about 50 minutes later. Once she arrived, she went to the ladies' room and disguised herself as Tang Aining. Afterwards, she went to check in. Xiaoya came 10 minutes later than Gu Ning. Although they saw each other at the security check, they didn't give one another a second glance. While they were waiting for the flight, Gu Ning read the email Gao Yi sent her. There were photos and identity information in the email. The head of the Tianjin gang was Huang Haiho. He was in his early 40s. Huang Haiho seldom showed up in public, instead he always stayed in the winery. So outsiders only thought that he was the owner of the winery. The winery was named Tanglong Winery. Two senior managers of the Tianjin gang were also the general managers of Tanglong Bar and Tanglong Hotel. Gao Yi had also collected information about the elites in the Tianjin gang. Gu Ning had no plan to use the law to deal with an illegal gang, because she knew it wasn't realistic. The Tianjin gang had great influence in City C, so it was useless even if she reported its illegal activities to the local government. Therefore, Gu Ning chose to solve this problem with violence. After reading the email, Gu Ning sent Gao Yi a message and told him to station himself in the winery to see whether Huang Haiho was there. She wouldn't allow Gao Yi to take action by himself, because they needed to work as a team. In addition, Gao Yi needed to damage all the surveillance cameras he could find. Gao Yi was an ace killer, so it was very easy for him to do that. Gu Ning then sent Xiaoya a message and told her where they were heading to. They would separately take a taxi there. Tanglong Winery was located in a suburb, but it didn't mean it was remote and didn't have activity. It was only much quieter than the city center. Gu Ning and Xiaoya would meet at the nearby hotel. Because she still had some time, Gu Ning called Gu Man and greeted her family. She also chatted with her friends in the WeChat group for a while before she boarded. This was the longest time she had chatted with them. Gu Ning was actually inclined to take on the adventure of becoming a cultivator, and many of her thoughts were changed now. She started to cherish her family and friends more than ever. Although she hoped that she could survive the adventure, she had to be mentally prepared for the worst result. The capital wasn't near City C, so the flight lasted for nearly 2 hours. Gu Ning and Xiaoya arrived at the airport at 11:30 a.m. Once they stepped out of the plane, they left the airport, and Gu Ning directly took a taxi to the hotel near the winery. Xiaoya, on the other hand, went to change her clothes first before she went to meet Gu Ning at the hotel. She had to keep their relationship a secret. About half an hour later, Gu Ning arrived outside the hotel, and Xiaoya came 10 minutes later. After they met each other, they walked to Tanglong Winery together. Tanglong Winery was very large, and was divided into 3 areas: a villa area, an office area, and a farm area. The villa area was on the left, covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters with a garden of more than 1,000 square meters and a large villa of about 1,000 square meters. The construction of the villa was like a European castle, and it only had 3 stories. The villa area was surrounded by a 2-meter-high fence. Along the edge of the fence, there was a circle of Firmiana simplex one, commonly known as the Chinese parasol tree, with lush branches and leaves. From the outside, no one could see anything on the inside. There was only a wall between the villa area and the office area. The office area was much larger than the villa area because it was integrated with the factory. The farm area behind the villa area and office area was even bigger. It covered an area of tens of thousands of square meters, planted with grapes, blueberries, strawberries, and other fruits, which are used for winemaking. It was impossible for the winery to grow enough fruits on this tens of thousands of square meters farm to make wine, so they had a separate orchard in another place. Although the Tianying gang used this winery as a cover, they were also doing serious business. There were hundreds of people in their gang after all. They needed to make a lot of money to support the whole gang. Because trees around the fence were lush, the surveillance cameras around weren't very clear, and many of them were blocked by leaves. Moreover, Gaoi also had removed the surveillance cameras by the wall, so it would be more convenient for them to take action later. When Gaoi heard that Guning and Xiaoya were coming, he went to wait for them by the wall. Gaoi said to Guning once they gathered together, "Boss, the surveillance cameras by this wall have all been removed, but the surveillance cameras outside the villa are too far. Huang Haiho is in the winery. I saw him coming back about an hour ago, but I don't know his specific location." "Great, I need to think about our plan next," said Guning. Since this was an illegal gang's base, this villa couldn't be simple. In fact, there were shifts of security guards walking around the villa with guns. It wasn't easy for ordinary people to break into the house. However, Guning didn't think it was a problem. Besides, the windows around the villa were bulletproof glasses, so they couldn't break them with a gun. Huang Haiho's room was on the 3rd floor in the middle, and the window faced the backyard. Luckily, the window wasn't closed, so it wouldn't be difficult for Guning to get into his room. If it was possible, Guning wanted to abduct Huang Haiho without making any sounds. Guning used her jade eyes to see the villa. Then she saw a spacious underground room. Many illegal items like guns were stored there. It wasn't surprising that an illegal gang had different guns. Actually, almost every illegal gang had support in the government, so it would be safe as long as it didn't cause a lot of trouble. In addition to guns, there were many gold bars and notes. Illegal gangs made dirty money, so they didn't dare to put it in a bank, and instead stored it in their bases. However, it was impossible for Guning not to take the stuff away since she already found it. It was illegal anyway, so she wouldn't be punished. She could use a part of the money to do charity. "Wait for me here, I'll go to abduct Huang Haiho," said Guning. She was able to do that alone. "Are you sure?" Xiaoya was slightly worried. "It's my order," said Guning in a serious tone. She knew that they were worried about her safety, but she was confident to catch Huang Haiho by herself. "If you're exposed, leave before me, I'll be fine." Since it was an order, Gaoi and Xiaoya had to listen to Guning. After that, Guning sneaked inside. There were bright lights at the front yard, so she accessed the backyard under the cover of the lush trees. Guning moved like lightning, so no one was able to see her. She successfully found Huang Haiho's room and climbed up towards it. It was very easy for Guning to climb up 3 floors. She jumped into the room without making any sounds. However, Huang Haiho still found her and coldly said, "Get out now." Guning was struck dumb for a second. Actually, Huang Haiho saw her from the screen of his computer, and the surveillance camera showed everything she did in the backyard. Huang Haiho was quite shocked when Guning climbed up only using her hands. However, he wasn't afraid of her, nor did he summon his people, because Guning was merely a young girl in his eyes. Since Huang Haiho already found her, Guning didn't bother to hide herself and came out to meet Huang Haiho's eyes. Guning stood there with a calm face and didn't look frightened at all. "It's you." Huang Haiho was surprised and squinted at Guning. To his astonishment, The unwanted visitor was Gu Ning. Huang Haiho recognized Gu Ning, or Tang Aining to be specific, and he also knew her relationship with Tang Bingsen, so he was alert when she showed up out of blue. Gu Ning was also surprised when Huang Haiho recognized her, but soon figured out why. Tang Bingsen must have told him about her. "Well, it seems that Tang Bingsen has already talked to you about me," said Gu Ning. "What do you want to do?" asked Huang Haiho. He also stayed calm. Tang Aining had a long-standing grudge against Tang Bingsen, so she wouldn't be nice to him. Nevertheless, he was surprised that Tang Aining was aware of the Tianying gang's connection with Tang Bingsen. It was always kept a secret from outsiders. "I think you have the answer in your heart," said Gu Ning as she steadily walked towards Huang Haiho. "Stop there," said Huang Haiho and raised his hand with a gun pointing at Gu Ning. "It's useless." Gu Ning pulled her lips with disdain, then dashed to Huang Haiho and grabbed his hand before he could make any reactions. Unfortunately, although Gu Ning moved surprisingly fast, Huang Haiho still shot the gun at the last second. Gu Ning avoided the bullet, but the gunshot attracted the attention of other people in the house. In that case, she would have trouble on her way out of here. Without hesitation, Gu Ning heavily hit the back of Huang Haiho's neck, and he sank down to the ground at once. Gaoyi and Xiaoya also heard the gunshot from the house. They frowned and felt anxious about Gu Ning's safety. There were 2 bodyguards standing by the door of Huang Haiho's room, but they failed to find Gu Ning when she sneaked inside. However, they didn't miss the gunshot. "Leader Huang, do you need our help?" asked a bodyguard. Huang Haiho had told them not to come inside without his permission. They could only break into the room when they heard no response after calling him several times. Gu Ning let the flood dragon out right away and told it to carry them away. The flood dragon left the backyard with a quick jump and escaped to the planting land. The 2 bodyguards waited anxiously for a few seconds, but still heard no response from Huang Haiho. They soon realized that something terrible must have happened and immediately broke into the room. When they entered the room, they found Huang Haiho was missing with the window wide open. "Yang Zi, you can chase after them with several men, and I'll go check the surveillance cameras," one of them said. "Sure." Yang Zi ran downstairs at once. At this time, a group of people gathered together in the hall after hearing the gunshot which came from Huang Haiho's room. "Yang Zi, what happened?" The man who asked Yang Zi the question was the head of the bodyguard team of this house, Gang Zi. "Our leader is missing and we found no clues in the room. I think he must have been abducted from the window," Yang Zi said. "Hu Gu is checking the surveillance cameras, and I'll chase after them with several men." Hu Gu was the bodyguard left in Huang Haiho's room. "Sure," Yang Zi said and moved out of Yang Zi's way. Hu Gu saw a woman climbing up 3 floors into Huang Haiho's room on Huang Haiho's computer. However, there were no surveillance cameras in Huang Haiho's room, so he didn't know what had happened inside. Anyway, the woman couldn't be simple since she was able to climb up the tall wall by herself and abducted their head. Hu Gu was shocked, but he was taken aback even more by the next scene. After the gunshot, he saw a giant black shadow in the surveillance video, but it flashed by so quickly that he couldn't recognize what it was. He was unwilling to give up and repeatedly watched the video, trying to figure out what the giant creature was, but he still failed. The woman was also strange to him. Hu Gu had no idea how the woman managed to abduct their gang leader. Although Hu Gu was Huang Haiho's henchman, he wasn't a senior manager in the Tianying gang, so he couldn't make the decision on his own. Without delay, he reported it to their deputy leader. The house was in a total mess now because their leader was missing. Gu Ning called Gaoyi once she successfully brought Huang Haiho away. They had to leave before members of the Tianying gang chased after them. Gaoyi and Xiaoya would leave with Huang Haiho and hide in a secret place, but Gu Ning decided to stay. She still wanted to steal the gold bars, money, and guns in the underground room. In addition, she also planned to destroy their base. When everything was done, she would give the guns to Leng Xiaoting and let him deal with them. Leng Xiaoting served in the military, so he knew how to handle the problem. Many people left to search for Huang Haiho, and Gu Ning decided to draw the rest of the people in the house away later so that nobody would be hurt when she exploded it. Even though they were all criminals who could be sentenced to death at court, it wasn't Gu Ning's job to kill them. When the elite of the Tianyin gang reached the farm, Gao Yi and Xiaoya were already gone with Huang Haiho. Gu Ning was also back in the house. The deputy leader called Tang Bingsen the second he heard the news that Huang Haiho was abducted by a woman. Tang Bingsen was angry. He thought of Tang Aining right away, and he was sure that the woman must be her. Although the Tianyin gang had many enemies, there was a strong possibility that Tang Aining did it. Tang Bingsen clenched his teeth in anger. At the same time, he was also surprised that Tang Aining already found out about his relationship with the Tianyin gang. He started to have a feeling that Tang Aining was even a stronger enemy than he had ever thought. No matter what, he couldn't be involved right now, so he ordered the deputy leader to deal with it. It was very late now, and there was no available flight until 7 a.m. The deputy leader was very anxious, but he didn't know what else he could do. If he drove back, it would take him a longer time. Therefore, he had to be patient and wait. While most of the people left to search for Huang Haiho, several men still stayed in the house. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and soon found the underground room. There were 2 men guarding the underground room, but Gu Ning quickly beat them unconscious the moment they saw her. She failed to find a key on their bodies, so she let the flood dragon out and told it to break the lock. Once she entered the underground room, Gu Ning took photos of the guns. As for the gold bars and notes, Gu Ning kept them a secret. Afterwards, she put the boxes of paper money, gold bars, and guns into her telepathic eye space. There were boxes of bombs left on the ground. She set a 5-minute timer for them, after which they would explode, which meant that she had to draw the rest of the people in the house away within 5 minutes. Gu Ning walked out later and pulled the 2 unconscious men outside. At this time, she didn't bother to hide herself and swaggered ahead. Then 5 men with guns found her. "Who are you?" they questioned her while pointing their guns at her. Gu Ning directly dumped the 2 unconscious men on the ground and went to attack the 5 men at once. She easily grabbed their guns away, which scared them. "The bombs in the underground room will explode in 4 minutes. If you don't want to die here, run away now," said Gu Ning and continued to pull the 2 unconscious men outside. Hearing that, the 5 men were frightened. None of them dared to check whether Gu Ning was telling the truth, because they knew that there were indeed bombs in the underground room. Although they were members of an illegal gang, it didn't mean that they didn't cherish their life. No one would choose to die if there was a possibility to stay alive. Therefore, they immediately ran towards the door and pressed the alarm bell at the same time. Once the bell rang, all the people in the office building ran outside. Gu Ning dropped the 2 unconscious men far from the house and left them under the wall before she left. The explosion wouldn't hurt them now. Members of the Tianyin gang wanted to catch Gu Ning, but she soon disappeared from their sight. They didn't bother to chase her, because they were no match for her. Hu Gu and Gang Zi ran to gather with them in a hurry. "What's going on here? A woman just sneaked into the underground room and told us that the bombs in it will explode in 5 minutes, said someone. "What?" Hu He was shocked. If the underground room exploded, they would suffer a great loss. "Let's withdraw now," said Hu Gu. Afterwards, they ran together towards the office area. When they were running, Hu Gu asked, "Is it a beautiful woman in black with a high ponytail?" "Yes," said a man. "She's quite aggressive and strong. We surrounded her at first, but she easily grabbed our guns away." Knowing that, the others were all surprised. They couldn't believe that a woman was able to beat a bunch of men. "It's the same woman who abducted our leader," said Hu Gu. "Where is she?" "She disappeared in a second," said another man. As they were talking about the mysterious woman, the house exploded with a loud sound. It was a huge explosion, but wasn't as huge as they imagined, because most of the bombs were put away in Gu Ning's telepathic eye space. However, the house was totally ruined, and the office building beside it was seriously damaged too. Luckily, all the staff ran outside, so no one was hurt. The huge explosion of Tanglong Winery shocked everyone around it. Hu Gu called their deputy leader at once and told him the terrible news. The deputy leader was angry again. He thought it was already enough that Huang Haiho was missing, but their house also exploded. Without delay, he reported it to Tang Bingsen, and Tang Bingsen was full of anger too. Their base exploded. Unfortunately, it wasn't over yet, because Gu Ning left for the Tanglong bar later. She didn't go there with Gao Yi and Xiaoya in order to protect them, and because she could handle it alone. Even if she was exposed, she was confident that the police couldn't find her. No one knew that Tang Aining was exactly Gu Ning. It was 1 p.m., but the bar was still half occupied. In fact, it was just the beginning of their nightlife for some people. The Tanglong bar was always full of activity, so it was quite noisy. Gu Ning immediately went to cut off the electricity so the bar fell into darkness. The loud music stopped as well. Everyone was displeased when the lights and music all stopped all of a sudden, but they didn't move and waited while complaining. Without hesitation, Gu Ning lit up the wires. Once the wires were on fire, everyone in the bar was scared and swarmed outside. The bar could explode too. Even though they were reluctant to end their nightlife right now, they didn't want to die. Gu Ning apologized to the innocent guests in her heart, but that was the only thing she could do now. The staff of the bar did everything to pull out the fire, but the wires were already ruined, so they had to close the bar for the night. Right when the staff was about to leave too, the equipment in the bar suddenly exploded. It wasn't a huge explosion, but the bar was a total mess now. They had to fix it if they wanted to open again. The manager of the bar reported the accident to its supervisor at once. When their finance manager heard the news, he was shocked. A series of bad things happened one after another today, and he didn't believe that it was simply a coincidence. It must be a well-made plan. However, he didn't know that the above 3 accidents were all done by the same woman. Only some senior managers of the Tianyin gang were aware of Tang Aining, but they didn't know her grudge against Tang Bingsen. They simply obeyed their leader's orders. Therefore, they couldn't connect the accidents with Tang Aining. The finance manager didn't understand why all the terrible accidents happened within a day, but it was obvious that the Tianyin gang was in great danger now. Either way, they had to be very careful from now on. In a few minutes, all the bars owned by the Tianyin gang were closed. They had to chase their customers out today in case anyone was injured or killed in their bars. All the familiar customers were aware that the bars were owned by the Tianyin gang, so none of them dared to cause any trouble. The finance manager then reported it to their deputy leader. The deputy leader clenched his teeth in anger when he heard the third piece of bad news in a day, but he couldn't do anything about it now, because he wasn't in City C. He wished that he could fly to City C with a pair of wings. The deputy leader told the finance manager to set a trap in another bar to catch the mysterious woman. As a result, Gu Ning found the bar was empty when she entered another Tanglong bar. She soon realized that all the bars owned by the Tianyin gang were closed today because of the sudden explosion. However, it wouldn't affect her plan. Before she walked inside, she used her jade eyes to look around in the bar. Within seconds, she found the trap and the members of the Tianyin gang holding guns pointing at the door. Once she stepped inside, she would be the target. Gu Ning sneered with disdain. She wasn't dumb, and wouldn't risk her life by casually walking into the bar. After thinking for a while, Gu Ning drew a bag of explosives from her satchel, telepathic eye space. All the men in the bar were frightened when they saw Gu Ning's movement from the surveillance camera. Damn, this woman is cunning. She didn't open the door and walk inside. What should we do now? If Gu Ning threw the explosive into the bar, they could die in the explosion. Withdraw now, said the manager. Without delay, they walked backwards to the back door. Gu Ning watched their action with a smile on her lips. She had no intention to catch or hurt them, so it was a better result that they withdrew. Because they tried to catch Gu Ning, the door wasn't closed and nobody dared to close it when they decided to leave. Gu Ning pushed the door open and walked into the bar later. At the same time, she put the explosives away. Since there was no one else in the bar, Gu Ning let the flood dragon out. She told the flood dragon to smash everything it could see. It was quite easy for the flood dragon to do that, so it finished its job within seconds. Although there were surveillance cameras in the bar, Gu Ning could damage them along with the computer. When everything was done, Gu Ning walked out. The members of the Tianjin gang retreated, but they didn't go far because they were afraid that the explosion made by Gu Ning would cause a big fire. If they didn't put out the fire right away, it would damage more facilities, and they would be severely punished if they left it behind. In the end, they figured out that Tang Aining simply wanted to do damage and had no intention to hurt people. Therefore, they waited in silence at the parking lot outside the bar. Although they heard the noises, they weren't able to hear them clearly. According to the sounds they could hear, they believed that Tang Aining didn't use explosives, but damaged the bar by smashing things. In that case, the damage to the bar couldn't be very serious. When Gu Ning walked out, nobody dared to stop her, but the manager arranged for someone to follow her. Unfortunately, the man soon lost Gu Ning and had to come back. The manager was disappointed, but he knew that Tang Aining was a strong enemy, so he had to give it up. They didn't walk into the bar right after Gu Ning was gone, because they were afraid that she might leave a time bomb inside. They decided to wait for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, they still heard no explosion, so they went into the bar. To their astonishment, the bar was a total mess. No way, how did she manage to do such serious damage within only 2 minutes? She has great destructive power. No one could believe it. Let's go to the surveillance room. The manager gave an order, so they went to the surveillance room afterwards. They wanted to see what Tang Aining had done in the bar when they were absent, but they only found that the surveillance was also seriously damaged. Without delay, the manager reported it to their senior management. A senior manager reported it to their deputy leader later, and Tang Bingsen heard the news too. Tang Bingsen couldn't accept the terrible news that came one after another and passed out in anger. However, because it was late at night, nobody knew that he fell unconscious. Luckily, it wasn't serious and he would be fine. Tang Bingsen was bad at accepting that bad things happen, even though he was the real boss of the illegal gang. Actually, every illegal gang had many enemies, so he should be mentally prepared for that. After all, it was impossible for an illegal gang to not do bad deeds. Once it did bad deeds, it would make enemies. No one would give up on taking revenge unless he didn't have the ability. Therefore, even though an illegal gang was influential, it was still in great danger. In fact, illegal gangs had changed a lot nowadays, and they used to be even more violent about a dozen years ago. Back in the old days, illegal gangs were always involved in a gang shooting. Many people died every time, but they didn't think that it was a big deal. They would do anything for money, let alone risk their lives. Nowadays, however, illegal gangs were mostly involved in illegal businesses in order to make more money. They would stay safe as long as they didn't cause too much trouble. Gu Ning didn't go to the next Tanglong bar, because there were about 7 bars owned by the Tianjin gang, and it would be very late after she damaged all of them. She simply wanted to affect their business, and 2 seriously damaged bars were enough. After 2 bars were damaged, the other bars wouldn't be open the next day. Gu Ning would also spread the news on the internet so that less people would visit Tanglong Bar. After that, she took a taxi and left. However, a beautiful woman alone outside at midnight could easily attract criminals. The taxi driver kept glancing at Gu Ning once she got in the car. This wasn't the first time that Gu Ning had been through something like that, so she remained calm. She was unwilling to waste time on this taxi driver, so she needed to make him give up his bad idea. Before Gu Ning opened her mouth, the taxi driver asked her, "Hey girl, what do you do?" "I'm a policewoman," said Gu Ning. Hearing that, the taxi driver was scared and gave up the idea of sexually assaulting her. He didn't dare to mess with a policewoman. Gu Ning stared straight at him at the same time, which made him feel quite stressed. He didn't doubt her words at all, because ordinary girls couldn't be so strong. In the end, the taxi driver sent Gu Ning to her destination and didn't do anything to hurt her. Gu Ning came to the outside of a hotel, which was a little remote with many undeveloped wastelands.